It's Sri Lanka who have won the toss, and they have decided to bat first again. They line up with the same batting or same 11 that they played at this same ground just a couple of days ago. So no real surprises if they go about things in exactly the same way. And it was a little bit of an old school approach to the cricket. They kept wickets in hand. They didn't look to slog in the first 30 overs or so. And even when they went through a little period when they were only scoring, 1 or 2 and over, they didn't panic. It was towards the back end of the innings that they really started to hit out. Leonage, as you mentioned, and also Wellalage, both really, really accelerating. But Kusal Mendes' innings was interesting because at no point did he look to accelerate. He top scored with 93. He was unbeaten at the end. But really, it was those lower order runs from Leonage, who hit 46, and Wellalage, who hit 25 from just 12 balls. With Jamie Overton's last over going for 21, which really, really got them to a score which they went on to defend. So it's Nissanka and Mishara opening up with Mendes at 3. Dhananjaya De Silva back in the 50-over side. He retains his place, of course he does. Sri Lanka will be hoping for a little bit more with the bat, but he did prize out the big wicket of Joe Root. That was arguably the turning point in the match. Charith Asalanka bowled a few overs himself, the captain. He's carded at 5 with Leonage at 6. Pavan Ratnayaka at 7 with Wellalage coming in at 8. Madhushan Vandersay and Sita Fernando make up your 11 for England, and Jamie Overton has got the ball in hand. He is opening the bowling again. Rayan Ahmed and Ben Duckett opening up after Zach Crawley picked up an injury. Joe Root at 3, Jacob Bethel 4, the captain under pressure, Harry Brook at 5, Joss Buttler at 6, Jack's back in the side, one change, he comes in for Crawley, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, Adil Rashid make up your 11. We're going to be throwing to Colombo very shortly as Overton is in for the first ball. It's wide, it's driven, and will it be 4? Yes, 4 runs at the start of the innings. The Sri Lankan fans who are in the ground and were expecting it to fill up at the Prima Dasa as the day continues on their feet already. A genuine loosener from Jamie Overton. His first ball has got the treatment, Jared, and England will be hoping for a little bit more than that. It was wide, but it swung. England need to capitalise on that.
It's not really a Jamie Overton ball, that, is it? It really swung and out of the hand, and I don't think Jamie was expecting that because it was a lot wider than he wanted as well, but it went right into the arm.
It did indeed. Nissanka it is. This is straighter, on off stump and defended. It's good to hear the Sri Lanka music in the background because I was out in Sri Lanka in April for Barmy Army Fans World Cup.
And they banned music? Like Footloose?
They just played. They had a band in the ground in Dambulla, and this band, they must have played for 8 hours straight. And I much prefer hearing that than Western pop songs blaring out over the tannoys. I'm sure we will hear that at some point today.
Well, it's Sri Lanka. They have to play Take Me Home by John Denver, because I think that's the law at Sri Lankan cricket game.
And it's a law in New Zealand that they have to play Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is down the leg side. There's a little question of the umpire whether there was a little bit of bat on that. Taken by the keeper, Joss Buttler, but that has been signalled wide. So 5 without loss, Sri Lanka. 2 balls in. Nissanka, 4 not out, and Mishara yet to face. And we can throw to the Prima Dasa. Delighted to say that Steve Harmison, former England bowler, and Roshan Abasinghe waiting to pick up comms.
Thank you, John. It's a lovely afternoon here at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, and Sri Lanka 5 without loss. Nissanka's got 4 out of 3, and Mishara hasn't faced a ball. It's Overton bowling over the wicket from the far end. And, well, you're talking about the bands. We do have quite a few bands that generally turn up at games. And it's called the Papare Band, in case you guys don't know what it is called. That's the name given. As Overton bowling with a slip and a man at short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, extra cover and a third. As here comes Overton. Doesn't seem to be really bending his back and putting in too much of an effort, but looking to try and settle in quite nicely, I feel, Steve Harmison. with me was enjoying the weather out there when we had that chat, the pre-match chat.
Yeah, it was very nice. It's a very nice, warm, sunny day in Colombo. I think Overton, I think there's a bit of swing out there, Roshan. I think there is a little bit of swing out there. So I think he's settling in more, holding it back a little bit.
Nisaka driving straight to the man at mid-wicket. It's picked up, I think it's Root. No run, but interesting change for England. Of course, an enforced one with Crawley out and Ryan Armour to open.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that one. I really am struggling with the Ryan to open bit. He is an excitable character. He's an exciting character. But for me, Will Jacks, I don't know why Will Jacks is not opening the batting in this team.
Last ball of the over. That's a good delivery. That was quicker. Played defensively back up the pitch. The score at the moment is 5 without loss. And you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I really can't understand that. Rian Ahmed, yes, he's batted high up. He's opened the batting and batted 3 for Leicestershire in the red ball game and done very well. And I'm sure he will do very well opening the bat for England. But Will Jacks has had experience in the shortest format of the white ball game, opening the batting. He's opened the batting in IPL cricket, or batted in the top 3 in IPL cricket. I really don't understand the logic between having Rian Ahmed opening the batting and Will Jacks at number 7. They might prove me wrong, which they often do, but I really struggle to see what the longevity of Rian Ahmed opening the batting and Will Jacks, as opposed to Will Jacks opening the batting. I could see Will Jacks batting at number 1 and number 2 for a long time in this team. I'm not so sure from Rian Ahmed. Is it just a stopgap so Zach Crawley can come back in on Tuesday if he's back fit? That's possibly the reason.
Here's Curran coming in. And goes outside the off stump. That's very wide, and it's called a wide straight away, and no surprises there. Now, see, the point that we were speaking about in that last game was about death bowling. So, obviously England hasn't addressed it.
No, I think England still believe that we are happy to concede an extra 10 runs, not having the extra power play bowler at the start or the end, the death bowler at the end, because we've got Jamie Overton, who can do what he did, coming in at number 9.
Curran on a length, and it's Mishara pushing away on the offside. So, yeah, it's a tough call, isn't it? I mean, you got to sort of have that fine line.
Yeah, it is a tough call, but I sometimes think you can be too smart for your own good, and you can try and be a bit too funky. And I think Rian Ahmed opening the batting is trying a bit too funky, only having 2 seamers and them not recognise either new ball bowler or death bowler. Sam can bowl at the new ball.
Again on a length. And is that also, I wouldn't say lack of confidence, but is it the fact that England's not trusting their batting? They're kind of depending a little bit, wanting that batting depth a little bit more?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think they're not trusting their big players. I think that seems to be the issue. We've seen in the last game Overton got runs down the order, but it was the middle order that really struggled to fire. Will Jacks batting at number 8 in a test match because the middle order didn't fire.
Swung away on the leg side by Mishara, who gets off the mark. That was just back of a length. And Mishara gets a single. So Sri Lanka off to a watchful start. They've got 7 into the second over. And going into the T20, just looking ahead of this, the T20 series, obviously the last for both Sri Lanka and England. So how do you see the England blend? Do you think that they've ticked all the boxes, or are they still searching for a few areas of concern?
No, the T20, I think the T20 side is, I think the formula in that competition, I think, is a lot more straightforward. Butler goes up to number 3, or he opens the baton. Phil Salt will come in and open the baton, who's been very, very good for England in that. And some will argue, why is he not opening the baton in this format? Jofra Archer will come back into the team, and he will be that sort of front line, opening the bowling for a short period, and then the death bowler. So in T20 cricket, England have got it sorted.
Curran to the right-hander from over the wicket, pushes away on the onside, no run.
Just thinking in the 50 over format, England are still searching for the right formula. did a podcast yesterday with Scott Taylor, and we talked about I think England go back to, once this series is done, England have got to go back to basics and try and find out, right, which ones stay, and then build around that. So for me, a Root, a Brook, a Bethel, an Archer, a Butler.
Again, on a just sort of a length to a good length area from Curran. Just keeps Nissanka quiet. Another dot.
I think they're our best players in this format, and then you have to pick accordingly the right players around them. And I think when England got to 2015 and had a rethink and Owen Morgan came in, I think the biggest two was the explosion at the top.
And Nissanka comes forward again, plays it to mid-off. 2 overs done. A quiet start for Sri Lanka, 7 without loss. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
And I think the changes they made at the top with Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy really give that team a massive injection. Yes, they were fortunate they had an unbelievable all-rounder in Ben Stokes in the form of his life when Owen Morgan had the team. But I think look at that game the other night. Joss Buttler, one of England's best ever white ball players. He came in when England were needing over 7 and over. He came in when England were in the 37th over. That's too late. Especially if the ones in the middle order haven't done their jobs properly. So I think that's a rethink that England could look at. And one of the solutions could have been Will Jacks to the top of the order, and they had a chance to do that today. And unfortunately, they've decided to go against that.
Overton coming in from round the wicket to Mishara, and that's quicker. Goes past the outside edge. A bit of bounce too, through to the wicket keeper. No run. 7 without loss. One thing that England have been blessed with has been quality all-rounders. I mean, you talk about Beefy Botham, you talk about Freddie Flintoff, and now talk about Ben Stokes. So that area of it seemed to be well looked after. And I know, I've been following English cricket for a very long time, growing up watching English cricket. And another area that they were very good was wicket keepers. I mean, Alan Norton, Bob Taylor, Bruce French. Here comes Overton. And that's closer, pushed away on the onside. But wicket keepers don't seem to be the real thing in the modern game, isn't it? I mean, if you look at a Taylor, for example, lots of people would talk about how good he was. Alan Norton, Boycott would swear and say that he was the best. Just recently, I read Rodney Marsh said something, the late Rodney Marsh said something like Alan Norton being the best wicketkeeper, and that's because they kept in the red ball format, the longer version, and also that uncovered pitches, as they used to call it. We'll talk about it. Here comes Overton. Oh, well bowled. That's a good Yorker. I mean, we're talking about all these things because Sri Lanka are quite slow and watchful, just 7 without loss, 3 dots. So those have been the strengths of English cricket.
They have, but I think England and the modern world, when I think it changed at the top of the order when I spoke to him on the pitch earlier on, and that was Sanath Jayasuriya. There was an opening batter that came in and attacked the power play. Adam Gilchrist changed the way the modern day wicketkeepers were selected. Quite happy to sacrifice catches.
A good fielding, very good fielding, because that was full and wide, and Mishara went hard at it. It went to the man at cover. That was Bethel. Brilliant piece of work. That was 4. Had he missed it. So again, another dot.
Yeah, good stop from Jacob Bethel. Something that England lacked the other night. I thought their ground fielding was a little bit sloppy the other night. But to continue the wicketkeepers, I think modern day now they don't mind the odd drop catch from a wicketkeeper if he can get you an extra 20 runs.
Here he's Overton. Again, wicket to wicket. England seemed to be bowling differently. I mean, in the first game, it was different. They were back of a length. They were slightly offline. But here, even Overton, if you look at him, he's not really letting himself go every delivery. He's bowling with greater control. So he's starting to build dots.
Yeah, he's bowled fuller. He's bowled a lot fuller, and you're right. I think he has bowled a little bit within himself to give the ball a chance to be pitched up, to give it a chance to swing. I think he was a little bit more effort ball in the first at the start of the first ODI.
Here he's Overton again. Very well bowled. Very good bowling this is. So 3 overs have been completed and Sri Lanka are 7 without loss. Pathum Nissanka 4, Mishara 1. And you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
I think the modern day way of thinking now is they're quite happy to, like we talked about earlier. England have gone for spinning all-rounders, sacrificed that one extra seamer to get the depth of their batting to be the way, I mean, you've got, I think 20, I said to you the other day, 28 first-class hundreds at numbers 10 and 11. But if we need that, then we are struggling. We left ourselves a little bit short. The middle order didn't quite fire and left Jamie Overton too much to do. I still think, the one extra seamer towards the death of the first innings would have helped England.
Curran comes in. That ball swinging back into the right hander, called a wide. He's got a man at short mid wicket. He's moved the slip. That's obvious because Curran brings the ball back into the right hander and he's got mid on. You remember he had Nissanka swinging at a slow delivery. You call it the moon ball, is it?
Moon ball, yeah. We've picked up a tell. I was talking to Sam earlier. Said we picked up a tell on how that, because when he bowls that, he has his mouth open.
Here comes Curran again. Bowls. This is good bowling. This is really good disciplined bowling by England. They're just making sure that they don't let the Sri Lankan openers damage them too much in the power play. But the all-rounders one is an interesting one because Beefy, Freddie Flintoff and Stokes. Who's your pick?
That is such a difficult question.
I know. That's why I like to ask
which one. Which one's your favourite child? I mean,
I'll let you think about it. Here comes Curran. That's quicker. Pushed back up the pitch. Now you can't be biased because they played. I mean, because he was from your county or closer to your era. I mean, Flintoff played with you. So Stokes from your county. Beefy was different.
Yeah, so. Beefy was different. I mean, Freddie was my roommate for the best part of 10, 15 years. Stokes, seen him as a 14, 15-year-old. I think if he had won the Ashes as captain, I think he might have tipped the balance in Stokes' favour as the captain, the leader.
But in their pomp.
In their pomp, altogether, I think a lot of people would argue Beefy.
I would argue.
Yeah,
I would go Beefy. That way. Here comes Curran. Bowls, and that's good bowling. Very, very good bowling, but no reward really. The ball coming back from outside the off stump. Nissanka playing a bit early, or in front of him, his pads, and the ball sliding off an outside edge gives him 2 runs.
Yeah, it just shows you the slowness of the surface, and the outfield is lightningly quick, but England seems to have got their players in the right place, in the right angles. Third is a little bit wider, and deep point is well behind square. Ben Duckett is a long way behind square out there on the boundary, so England have got their angles right here.
He's Curran bowls. He's trying to angle it back into the right hander going round the wicket, and that so far he's succeeded with Nissanka playing it away on the onside to mid-on. No run.
England have got a good energy going. They really have. They've got a buzz going. Joe Root running towards the stumps there as Jacob Bethel comes in and fields it. He made a good stop, Jacob Bethel, a little bit earlier. I thought England were a little bit sloppy their ground field in that first ODI, and it has an effect on the mood. It has an effect on the ring and the group.
There is Curran, and forcing it is Pathum Nissanka. Duckett has a long run on the boundary at point. They'll be happy with 2. That's a lovely forcing shot by Nissanka. To ball just back of a length, looking to hit it on the up. A couple more. Score now goes up to 12.
England will be happy though. England will be happy with that, conceding a single 2. There's no big shot come yet. No big boundaries come yet. England have bowled some good lines, some good length. Sam Curran's mixed not only his pace up, but he's mixed his angle up as well, going over the wicket and going round the wicket to the right-hander and trying the tanker to try and, just to make sure that they keep the batter honest.
Here is Curran, finds the man at mid-off, and that concludes the over. 4 overs done. Sri Lanka 12 without loss. It's a watchful start, and this is to remind you, it's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
I think you're all in their pomp, Roshan. I think you'd have to go Beefy. I think if Stokes had won the World Cup, I think you might have pondered for Stokes, because all 3, Andrew, Surian and Ben, all three have had unbelievable moments in their career. And the effect of their game in the moments is what makes them great.
No doubt at all, no doubt. But see, there's one thing about Beefy is that I think he's won more games for England. He's won more games, but then he's got a little area that he might want to forget. As here comes Overton. Bowls on the leg stump, and that's 4. That's poor bowling. That's the first real bad delivery by Overton. Full and on the leg stump. And Kamil Mishara, knowing that fine leg was inside the circle, just helps it, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, a little bit fuller from Jamie Overton, and he hasn't adjusted for the length he's trying to bowl. When he's bowled to the left-hander from around the wicket, he's bowled a little bit shorter. He's bowled that sort of 5.5, 6 metre length, where there he's gone that little bit fuller. So when you go a bit fuller, you've got to readjust your line, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to do that.
Overton again from around the wicket, forcing away on the offside is Mishara to mid-off. So very quickly on Beefy, he's not getting 100 against the West Indies.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about Surian against Australia, but Australia weren't the powerhouse then. It was the West Indies. In Ben's era, it was Australia. In Andrew's era, it was Australia. I think the moments that England, that Ben had and that Andrew had against Australia, I think that's what makes it closer as a comparison of greatness.
Oh, taken! Yes. Caught. That was full and that was wide, and Kamil Mishara went really hard at it, and it was Duckett at extra cover who had to fumble with it. He did well. He leapt in the air, got both hands, and then caught it on the rebound. And England have got a wicket.
Yeah, good catch from Ben Duckett. To anybody else in the team, it was a comfortable catch in the just about chin high. To Ben Duckett, who's a bit vertically challenged, he had to push it up and grab it on the second attempt. It was good. He got both hands to it. Great awareness, because he pushed it up in the air, and as he's pushed it up in the air, he's had to turn his body, so he's been able to keep clear sight of the ball. If he lost the ball a split second, I think he wouldn't have. If he had lost his bearings for a split second, I'm not sure he would have been able to take the catch. But Overton gets his reward. He bowled a little bit fuller this time. He readjusted and went outside off stump, and unfortunately, the left-handed batter Mishara, he's just plinked it straight to Duckett, and England have got their reward because they've started well. 16 for 1 in the middle of the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a good wicket and an important one, and brings Kusal Mendes. Made a very fine 90 plus in that first game. Well, one would imagine that he was a bit unlucky missing out on 100, but I thought that knock was worth a weight in gold for Sri Lanka's cause, because he batted to the end. He made sure that he just got Sri Lanka moving. He never really let England dominate. The need of a set batter, a senior batter towards the end was fulfilled by him. And his stats, I'm disappointed, because 600s, 35 50s, mid-30s the average. Still under 5,000 runs for someone who's played so much of cricket.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you look at England's number 3 compared to Sri Lanka's number 3, it's a difficult comparison, because Mendes, a wicket-keeper batter, but 148 innings, 149 innings batting at number 3 with only 600s. England, Joe Root 175 has got 1900s, 43 50s. But I thought it was a selfless innings the other day, and I thought it was a match-winning innings from a Sri Lankan point of view.
Mendes on strike. Here's the first ball. That's effort. That's a real effort one from Overton, banging it short. A lot of pace and bounce as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. That's a way of welcoming Kusal Mendes to the crease, somewhat. Bending his back, getting a lot of bounce. It's not easy. It's a hot afternoon. I'll tell you, it's hotter than that first day when we were here. The breeze is all right. It's picked up, but it's quite hot. The afternoon of the first game was very pleasant and nice, but still very good for cricketers. Here comes Overton again, turning in and running in from the far end. Mendes gets a delivery on a length, and no, it's a call as he pushes on the offside, and still he is not off the mark.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day. We've talked a lot about the weather and what what it is like in this part of the world. But it's interesting, the breeze, Roshan, is coming straight down the ground, so it's helping Jimmy Overton, where on Thursday it was going across the ground, right across the ground. So whether that has any influence on sort of shot making later on when they're trying to hit the big shot into the wind, trying to pick the bigger boundaries.
Goes a fuller length, and Mendes is off the mark, pushing. Might want two, but they'll be happy with one because that was good fielding at wide mid-off. But that is a good over, a wicket-taking over for Overton. 17 for 1 Sri Lanka at the end of 5. TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel is what you are listening to.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes, just to keep going on that innings the other night. At the time, you were looking at it and thinking, when he was getting into his 80s, you were thinking, right, England might have a chance here at making a breakthrough and slowing Sri Lanka down, because he might be thinking milestone, 100. Get to 100, England then get a cheap dismissal, and all of a sudden that score from 270 is 250. But I think Kusal Mendes showed his experience and thought, right, I need to be here right at the very end. I'll sacrifice the milestone just to be here. And I thought that was, pretty a selfless innings the way he played the other night. And I think it gave the impetus to the two lads that came in after that.
Curran comes in, starting a new over. That's good bowling, really good bowling. But also it tells you about the surface. That was quicker, but Mendes was pushing a little bit too early that time. And yeah, he's gesturing as he's wondering whether he was looking to bowl a cutter. It wasn't a cutter. It was pace on, but just didn't arrive. He's a wide slip, a short third. A deep point on the boundary and backward square on the boundary. Also a short mid-wicket. As here comes Curran and bowls Mendes into line. Plays it away on the onside. So it's a different approach, isn't it? I mean, you talk of a 50-over game and straight away you expect a good surface. 300-plus score is what you're all planning for. But then you go out, bat your first 6-7 overs, and then you get an idea as to what you should be really looking at. Maybe you immediately keep adjusting your targets.
Yeah, and I think having wickets in hand certainly helps Sri Lanka on Thursday. I think this wicket's a little bit slower, so that total might need to come down.
We're driving on the offside to the man at short extra cover as Curran has looked to pitch the ball up. He hasn't really found too much of swing or seam movement, but what he's done well is that he's been consistently bowling there and thereabout. And well, we've just been shown on the screen in terms of highest batting averages, and Kusal Mendes, no surprises. He seems to be loving the RPS. 55 the average, 26 innings. Here comes Curran. Oh, bowled, very well bowled. Just a bit of bounce, just outside the off stump. But I think credit to Mendes, I don't think he played. He just held his bat. He looked to play inside the line.
Yeah, he did. He came down the wicket. He advanced out of the crease to try and put Sam Curran off what good length he's been bowling. He really has found a length in the 2.4 overs that he's bowled so far. And Kusal Mendes just come out of his crease just to try and disrupt that. But Sam Curran was adjusted accordingly and just dragged his length back. Good bowling.
Oh, bowled again. Very, very good bowling. Now, that time I thought he was comprehensively beaten. That is a good delivery.
Yeah, he played at that one. He definitely played at that one. 80 miles an hour, so it's a seam-up delivery. It's just gone along on with the angle. No swing. Good bit of bowling. Good bit of pressure here by England. We're rewarded with the wicket of Mishara. The ball that was pitched up. Is Curran going to dangle a carrot? He's got to slip in play. Is he going to try and bowl that little bit fuller and entice Mendes to drive him?
Let's see. Here comes Curran on the leg stump. And Mendes works it away on the onside. Only a single. Bethel's the fielder. So he gets off strike. And Curran ends the over. 6 overs done. It's 18 for 1. And you're listening to TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
A very good morning to you. It is indeed TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Roshan Abersinger and Steve Harmilton. We're both looking mighty fine this morning. Andrew McKenna, Cam Steele, the top order batter, and Jared Kimber taking on the commentary. after Sri Lanka won the toss, chose to bat once again. And after the opening 6 overs, they are 18 for 1. Kusal Mendis 2, Pathum Nissanka is 8, the man out. Kamal Mishra, who made 5 from 12 deliveries, caught by Ben Duckett off of the bowling of Jamie Overton. And England are going to go to spin early once again, not as early as Thursday. Liam Dawson bowled the 5th over of the match. He is going to bowl the 7th over of the match on this occasion. So Overton, 3 overs, 1 for 10. Curran, 3 overs, 0 for 8. And Dawson will come into the attack and bowl his left arm spin to Kusal Mendis, the man who made that brilliant 93 not out. Here is Dawson bringing Mendis forward, pushing out in the offside. No run. Very good morning, Cam. How are you doing?
Good morning. Mike's now on. Very well, how are you?
All good indeed. So Liam Dawson comes in, left arm around, past umpire Adrian Holstock. Bit of grip on that one. Up near the stickers on Mendis' bat, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Liam Dawson was very, very good in the first ODI. 10 overs, 1 for 31. Just offers that control that England need and will need throughout this Sri Lanka innings.
He did bowl well, Dawson. 1 for 31 from his 10. In he comes once again. Onto the pads, pushed into the onside by Mendis. And England do well in the field. No run. 3 balls of the over gone. And Dawson, again, he's traditionally sort of more used in the middle overs to sort of glue things up, if you like, or keep things tight, call it what you want. Here he is, inside the first 10 of the power play. In, beats the inside edge of Mendis' bat, goes on the pad, and there's no run.
And the most impressive thing about Dawson is that he is so adaptable. He can bowl in power play, he can bowl at death. His impressive T20 career really helps him in that regard. Saw his stats before. His average of 54 in ODI cricket's probably a bit unfair, really. Been a wonderful bowler for Hampshire and England at certain times over the years.
Well, I would argue that part of the problem is that he goes so long between drinks. Dawson is in once again. It's a full ball that's hit back to him, and there's no run. This is his 8th one-day international. His debut was in September of 2016. He's basically averaging 1 game a year. Before Thursday, his last ODI was in November of 22 against Australia at the MCG. So it's almost as if they realise he's quite good and then go, well, yeah, but there must be someone better. In he comes once again, Dawson around the wicket, pushed into the offside. Harry Brookfield's made an over. Can't ask more than that. 18 for 1 after 7 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Morning, Jared.
I'll put my microphone on as well. I put Cam's on, I was halfway there. Interesting there that with the newer ball again, Dawson's bowling quite quick. That was at 90 kilometres an hour. The other day, when they all realised they had to bowl a lot slower, he was around 70 at times. But I think it's more to do with the new ball, a little bit of lacquer on, field up, and he's just trying to slide it through. It wouldn't surprise me if his second spell is a lot slower than his first spell. We'll keep an eye on that anyway.
But he's such a good bowler, isn't he? I mean, around the county game, like you say, you could almost write him in for 10 overs, 3 and a bit and over. Thank you very much. We'll just, it's obligatory. We know that's happening.
Yeah, I think a lot of county cricketers are very happy to see him back in the Test side. In the summer, that Test at Old Trafford he played. He certainly deserves to be playing this one-day side. He's certainly an experienced campaigner. And I think with his age now as well, he's 35, Adil Rashid's 37. They could both play for another 5 years if they keep themselves fit.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Rashid, and that, of course, is the great problem, in inverted commas, that's coming up. I'll come back to that in a moment, because here comes Sam Curran, starts outside of off. A little bit of wobble on that one on the way down, but nothing too much. Nissanka drives to short extra, and there's no run. And that is, of course, the question is, what do England do after Adil Rashid does indeed knock it on the head, whenever that may be? Because he is going to leave, well, not just a hole, a crater in this England side. He is so dependable, so reliable. There's a decision to be made. Be interesting to see where they go.
Yeah, well, I wonder if that's part of the reason why Rian Ahmed's in the team.
Curran in, swing and a miss from Nisanka. Goes past the outside edge through to Joss Butler, and there's no run. He was aiming well over deep mid-wicket and didn't get close to it.
Yeah, just back to the Rian Ahmed leg spinning thing. Him at the top of the order, I'm sure we'll debate as the day goes on, but England are crying out for a leg spinner to replace Adil Rashid when he leaves the crater that you mentioned, Macca. When he does decide to finally hang the boots up, it'll be a sad day for English white ball cricket.
Not half. 3 for 44 from his 10 on Thursday. In goes Curran. Drive ball. Nisanka will square drive it out on the offside. Out to Duckett at deep point, and it will be a single. 19 for 1 halfway through the 8th over here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Yeah, just to give you a little Adil Rashid stat, the last time he went wicketless in a one-day international. Go on, actually, Cam, you can have a guess. And I'm going to cover my notes up so you can't read it.
Sorry, say that again.
Last time Adil Rashid went wicketless in a one-day international.
Do we have thinking music, anyone?
5 years ago, maybe.
We need some tension music, don't we? Like what?
Well, it must have been somewhere flat. So probably in England.
There's your first mistake. It wasn't a away game.
Oh, well, you just tell me then.
I'll tell you after this ball from Sam Curran. I mean, it's not ridiculous, but when it's the amount of games that they play, it is. Curran goes in, short and wide of off stump. Kusil Mendes guides a square cut to deep backward point, and they'll take a single, and it's fielded by Ben Duckett. He goes to 3 from 16, 20 for 1. The 6th of November 2024 in the West Indies in Bridgetown.
So how many games has he played since then, do you know?
That off the top of my head I didn't note down. I'm sure Gary Morgan, our statsman, will check that one on my behalf. But yeah, he's gone over a calendar year where he has taken a wicket every time he has bowled. Oh, moon ball! And it's been picked by Nisanka.
I think he just hit the moon.
Sam Curran floated that one up there from over the wicket, and Nisanka has clubbed him wide of long on for 6. First one of the innings, 26 for 1.
I think he got Mishara out playing a similar shot, didn't he? Caught it mid-on in the last match, and I don't think that's entered Patham Nisanka's mind here. I think he just went, oh, look at this, 3 runs. It floated up. It did seem to do something, he did put a little bit of work on the ball, but yeah, it was definitely the moon ball. There's no wrist behind that at all, and
goes in this occasion, and this one is tighter, middle and leg, swinging back in, pushed out on the onside. Joe Rutterfield at short mid-wicket.
I did a podcast the other day, Macca, with Robbie Otapa, and we were talking about India lost that game against New Zealand where they got back in and they were favourites. And then Zach Folkes bowled a full toss, got a wicket, and then the next ball bowled a half volley down the leg side and got a wicket. And I was talking to Robbie about, for a professiongoing cricketer, how hard it can be to face a bad delivery sometimes, because everything is, he's at the top of off, he's going to be nipping it away, he's going to be drifting it in and spinning it away, and then suddenly it's like, now it's a full toss at my waist, and what do I do? You saw with Harshit Rana, he got all cramped up and he didn't know what to do, and he spooned it up in the air. And then Mohammad Siraj comes out and he sees a half volley outside leg stump, and he's probably thinking, I'm going to get a Yorker, so I'm going to defend this. And he's like, oh, 3 runs, and he gets a little tickler around the corner. So those balls, and that's probably the thinking behind what Sam Curran does. And if you go back, Ashwin talked about this a couple of years ago. He said in T20 cricket it was probably better to do 6 well-constructed bad balls than 6 good ones. Dawson
to start the 9th over of the innings. Mendes is just slightly inside out of that one. Short extra cover, and there's no run. Well, I was watching a Big Bash game recently, and Ricky Ponting was talking about exactly that, how the thigh-high full toss is actually a great delivery at times, because it's just not where you're expecting it as a batter. Using his feet is Mendes to the second ball as Dawson comes left arm around, punch down to long off, and they will take a single, 27 for 1.
I think Greg Chappell used to coach that you should expect every ball to be a full toss because that's the fastest delivery, and every other length is slower. So a half volley is a little bit slower, a length ball is a little bit slower, and a bouncer is the slowest ball. So if you can handle the full toss, everything else makes more sense for you. I expected lots of full tosses, but that in club cricket you get them. Yeah. It still didn't help.
Nisanka waits. He's got 15 from 20. In goes Dawson inside half of the bat. Jacob Bethel will field going around towards square leg from mid-wicket, but that was, well, not a false shot, but one with not quite the control that he was looking for. 28 for 1 of Sri Lanka. If you are just joining us this Saturday morning in the UK, Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to bat once again. All the numbers say it is win the toss and bat first at the Primadasa Stadium. So they did. They went in with an unchanged side, and Mendes is going back over Dawson's head on this occasion. He's not got it cleanly, which actually might be a bonus for him, because Will Jacks is stationed down there at long off, and he will field, and it's only a single. And by mentioning Will Jacks, you will know that England have made a change. Will Jacks was ill, the old tummy trouble on Thursday, so he's back into the side, and Zach Crawley has missed out. He apparently has a niggle. Sanka pushes this from Dawson to Brook into the offside. No run. And Steve Harmison and Darren Gough were both saying on Thursday that they felt that Luke Wood should be into the side. England are seamer light. Well, they've stayed with the same modus operandi. It's going to be Rayan Ahmed opening the batting later on, with Jacks going in. And the bottom order, and Liam Dawson's just bowled an absolute ripper. Beaten Nasanka, all ends up. He's playing it back foot, and it's turned and bounced and gone past the outside edge by about 3 or 4 centimetres. 2 overs, 0 for 3 from Dawson. 9 overs complete here on TalkSport 2. 29 for 1. Jared.
That turned at pace, Cam. We didn't see many of those the other day. That would suggest this pitch might be a lot trickier than the other night.
Well, that might be why they picked Rayan Ahmed over Luke Wood as well. We saw that stat from the first ODI that said bowling slow, well, shock, bowling slow will make the ball turn more, but quite significantly, I think it was twice as much when you went below 50 miles an hour, and we've seen there that was 56 miles an hour from Liam Dawson. In the 9th over, with a ball that's, which end is that? Is that 5 overall ball? Well, 4 or 5 overall ball.
It's a newish ball.
And it is ragged.
And Will Jacks is going to come on and bowl now. So, going to have him into the equation. Gary Morgan has answered our question, by the way. This is Adil Rashid's 18th game since that match in Barbados, so 17 games in a row, taking at least 1 wicket.
What's the record, Gary, for the most games in a row with a wicket?
Oh my goodness, Will Jacks has started around the wicket. He's pulled that one down short, and it's been pulled to deep backward square. Rayan Ahmed tumbling away to his right-hand side. Mendes got hold of that one, but didn't quite get all of it. I thought that was going to the moon for a minute.
Well, seeing how much those last 2 balls from Dawson and Jacks have turned, I can't imagine Adil Rashid's going to go this game without taking a wicket. So let's call it 19 in a row.
Get that one into the equation now.
He might bowl a little bit quicker as well, by the look of how much time we've seen here. He might not need to slow it down to, grandpa pace on this particular wicket.
Around the wicket though, so he's bowling right arm around off spin to the right-handed batter, so there's a deep long on and a deep backward square. In he goes. Now that's interesting. Nasanka has played that. He's looking on the onside. It's taken the outside portion of the bat and ended up a cover. Cam, you are a spinner. Talk me through what you're seeing.
I quite like the field that Will Jacks has here. He has a mid-wicket up.
Beaten on the outside edge is Nasanka. 86 kilometres an hour, 54 miles an hour, that one. Around the wicket, beats the outside edge, goes straight onto the keeper.
Yeah, with this angle around the wicket, he has a 45 and a deep backward square. So I think the easier shots will either be the slog or the sweep behind square. So leaving that mid-wicket boundary open.
In goes Jacks. Oh, he's pulled that one down short. Hammered through mid-wicket, and that one will go for 4. That's the gap that's been left. But the gap wasn't the problem on that occasion. It was the fact he pulled it down short, and it goes away for 4.
Yeah, I've cursed him a little bit there. But yeah, the problem there is the nature of the delivery, which is a little bit long hoppy from Will Jacks. But yeah, nicely put away to the boundary there.
I think we saw in the Test match that he keeps his line pretty... He's a high-functioning part-timer, right? But we saw him keep his line pretty good in the Test match. It was the length he struggled with.
He's in around the wicket again, on leg stump, turned round the corner to short fine leg. Single taken, 34 for 1, we're in the 10th over.
It's always unfair because he was in a Test match against Nathan Lyon. He's probably the most accurate spinner in the world. But Nathan Lyon has a length, and he then varies the line and how he delivers the ball, whereas Will Jacks was bowling full and short at the same time. And I think that's he's not a frontline bowler, so you have to give something back, and that's what he gives back. Well, I mean, he's not a frontline bowler until England pick him regularly as a frontline bowler.
Until England say so.
He's not a frontline bowler for Surrey.
Well, he is a frontline bowler for Surrey. He's bowled wonderfully for Surrey over the last few years.
Yeah, I don't think he bowls the overs of a frontline bowler.
Final ball of the 10th over. Again, now that is... It's bowled into the pitch hard. It looks like it's short, but he's sort of deliberately putting it in there. It's pulled away to deep mid-wicket where there is a fielder. Just a single. Mendes has got 7 from 21. Nissanka 21 from 27. After 10 overs, Sri Lanka 36 for 1. Which, if I tell you, comparing that with Thursday, after 10 overs, they were 49 without loss. So from an England point of view, they will be pretty happy with how that shakes down. So 1 wicket so far. Nishara was caught by Duckett off the bowling of Overton for 5 from 12 deliveries. That was halfway through the 5th over, 16 for 1. It is now 36 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, the big difference is the pitch does look a lot tougher than the other day, and also Sri Lanka have their 2 best batters in who faced a few balls. So it looks better on the scoreboard at the moment, but the real test is what happens over these next 10 to 15 overs. If they'll try and tick it over at about 4.5 runs and over, I think, and they probably missed out on 2 half trackers in that last over. The other game they didn't miss many of those balls. They were very good at putting away the bad balls when they came, even if they weren't always as good as rotating strike and everything else.
So we've hit 10 overs, which means we can now double the fielders outside the 30-metre circle. We've now got 4 out, and Adil Rashid is straight into the bowling. So here he is. Oh, that's a beautiful leg break. Little bit of flight, turn. Mendes puts it straight down the pitch to long off, and he's underway with a single, 37 for 1. One other little Adil Rashid stat for you. He's on 98 wickets away from home in one-day internationals. So we could see his 100th today. He's got 98 at 29.5 with a best of 5 for 85.
Yeah, one thing I would like to say about Adil Rashid, he started his first 2 deliveries there, 45 and 48 miles an hour. He's bowled very slow over the last few years, and I say as a leg spinner myself, how hard it is to bowl slowly with the control that he has.
And he goes once again. On the back foot is Nissanka, looking to cut it away. He gets it to backward point. Rayan Ahmed can't do anything to prevent the single being taken. 38 for 1.
Not only the control when it's slow, but having the ability to move up and down the gears as well. And it'll be something I'm sure he's speaking to Rayan Ahmed about when he comes into the attack in order to expand his game. But yeah, Rashid's just been pure class for the 15 years or so that he's been playing.
And he goes with another beautiful leg break. Mendes is coming forward, playing it away. And that one, 43 miles an hour, 69 kilometres. That's what Jared's talking about. That's what Cam Steele is talking about, going up and down the gears.
You can drive that ball past the school, can't you? That's Craig Brathwaite out there somewhere going, come on! Even I can bowl quicker than that.
Rashid in once again. Coming forward is Mendes, pushing to long off. And they will take a single. 39 for 1. That one's 79 kilometres an hour. I do realise that some people still can't do the kilometres to miles, so I will try and do both if I mention it for you.
And Fahrenheit.
You don't need that in Sri Lanka. There's only 2 settings, hot and hotter. Completing the 11th over is Mendes with a push down to long off. 11 gone, 40 for 1 at Sri Lanka. Nissanka's got 23 from 30. Mendes 9 from 24 as we end the over.
It is one of those places in the world that people talk about the temperature, and it's not that hot. Like, it's very rarely over 32, 33, right? It's the humidity rate that you want. You want a 20% humidity day, not an 80 or 90% humidity day when you're in Sri Lanka. I think that's the big difference. But it's very similar all the way. Have you ever been? I know you've been in Kandy. You haven't been up to like Mount Aurelia or anything, have you?
No.
What's it, about 22, 23 degrees up in those mountains? That's probably the one. It's like a microclimate up there that is very, very comfortable, and it doesn't get as humid. But everywhere else is quite humid. Even Kandy can be quite humid, even though you're in the mountains.
Well, this is interesting. England are bringing in their 6th bowler into the equation, and
nice spell for Will Jacks.
We're in the 12th over because Jacob Bethel is going to come in and bowl left arm around. My goodness, that was slow. That was sort of dished up there. It's been slapped out to duck it out at deep cover. by Nisanka, and it's 41 for 1.
Yeah, I just wonder whether they're getting Bethel into the attack now to save some overs for Liam Dawson when the ball really is ragging in about 5-10 overs. Looks like it's going to do a hell of a lot and get a lot trickier for the batsman here.
Bethel around the wicket to Mendes, turns and bounces, starts wide, gets a little bit wider, but not wide enough to interest the umpire in terms of giving a wide. It's almost a case that, as we mentioned about the different speeds that you need to bowl at different stages, Bethel is in. Again, that turns away. Now, Mendes is looking to pull that leg side-ish, and he's actually ended up hitting it out to deep cover and duck it for a single. 42 for 1. It's almost like they're therefore trying the different bowlers, say, right, who's the right bowler for this part of the game?
I wonder if this is a Harry Brook thing as well. It's 4 different bowlers of 4 overs. Maybe the Will Jacks over, he just felt he didn't have it.
Bethel in, down the leg side, on one knee, paddled down to fine leg. It was aerial to sort of the edge of the 30-metre circle, but England have the fielder out on the rope. So it was safe from Nisanka, single taken, 43 for 1.
Or it could have been that he was trusting Will Jacks for the power play over.
Yeah, no, that's also fair, I suppose. It's still odd to have 4 different bowlers and 4 overs in a one-dayer, isn't it?
Bethel is in. Oh, no, that is a straight ball that's been swept around. It's an under edge down to deep fine leg. And we'll take a couple. England were interested for an LBW shout until they realised there was something on it.
Sri Lanka's still going with the sweep shot, and Mark will come on and be the expert on that in a moment. But they lost 3 wickets to the sweep the other day. Last year in ODIs, they were sweeping 6% of their deliveries. Yes, in the match the other day, it was at 12%.
Bethel in, left arm around the wickets. Mendes pushes out to point, no run. 12 overs completed. England bowling. Sri Lanka winning the toss, choosing to bat once again, 45 for 1.
And Cam will probably be able to explain this more, but essentially it is harder to sweep when the ball is slower than when you're bowling faster. So, yes, the game the other day, and perhaps this game as well, is not the ideal game to be trying to sweep more.
Exactly right. Yeah, it is much harder when it's slower, but also, I suppose if they're thinking there's no other way to get a boundary. I mean, we've just seen there a couple of balls that are a bit shorter have been punched off the back foot out to deep cover, whereas you saw in Kusal Mendes' 93, was it?
Yeah, 93, yep.
93 not out the other day. He played quite a few shots between point and that short third man.
Well, Rashid is going to get a second over and starts a leg break down the leg side that takes the pad. Nothing happening there.
So yeah, while sweeping might be the most dangerous, it also might be the only way, other than a rank drag down, to get boundaries on this wicket.
Slip in place as Rashid goes in. Now that's a leg break. It's given some air, driven hard, fielded well by Jacob Bethel at short extra cover. He's in there at Tin Can Alley, and that was coming at him pretty quickly. He keeps it in front of him. And Adil Rashid has bowled 8 deliveries that have gone for 4 runs. In he goes once again with another big turning leg break. 46 miles an hour, 75 kilometres, pushed into the offsides. They take a single, 46 for 1.
I do wonder how much seam we'll see in the rest of this innings now, just with how the innings ended the other day on Thursday with Jamie Overton going for over 20 in his final over. Just see Bethel coming in.
Rashid in. Mendes is deep in his crease and going across his stump so he can work it backward of square. They're going to take on the ducket arm for the second, and they make it. 2 more to Mendes. 14 from 29. Here's Sri Lanka. 48 for 1 in the 30.
Yeah, I think Mendes is happy to be running with Nisanka and not Asalanka after Asalanka's sluggish start the other day. I actually thought Sri Lanka made a mistake, and it wasn't their fault. They were so far ahead of the game in the last game, but they ended up needing their seamers to close out the game. And if they'd kept one of their good spinners back, I think they would have won that game way easier.
Rashid in, deep in his crease again is Mendes, trying to yank it into the leg side and ends up hitting it to sort of straight long on more than anything else. He was looking much squarer than that. Just a single, 49 for 1.
Whereas when Overton was hitting, they had their Dhananjaya and Asalanka left, who are both off spinners to a big rangy right-hander. They probably thought that could go wrong. Whereas if they had one over from the wrist spinner or the left arm finger spinner left, they would have been in a much better situation.
Rashid in towards the toes of Nisanka. That one manages to squeeze it out on the offside. No run. 13 overs bowled here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Morning, everybody watching on the YouTube stream. 49 for 1 at Sri Lanka. And Cam Steele and Jared Kimber alongside myself, Andrew.
That last one was 18 kilometres quicker, so that was out the front of the hand trying to skid it through. But that's a big pace differential, right? And that's something that you hear the Indian spinners over the last couple of years have really been talking about. Is it's not just the ability to bowl your best ball at the same pace. It's can you go up 5Ks, can you go down 10Ks? I mean, I can bowl slow, but not on purpose.
By the way, if you are watching on the YouTube stream and you're a subscriber, you can send us any questions or any points that you want to raise or whatever. Can't promise we can get through them all, but if you are a subscriber, whack your message into the chat as Jacob Bethel bowls an absolute ripper of a delivery to Mendes. Left arm around the wicket, turns and bounces past the outside edge, and it bounces so much Jos Buttler doesn't take it cleanly. Cam, that's a beauty.
It's about the perfect ball. It's exactly what he would have visualised bowling as he was in his delivery stride. Let's see if he can get some more purchase and dislodge Kusal Mendes.
Left arm around, he goes, oh, that's wide. And Mendes almost has to sort of jump towards the offside to play that out. Hits it straight to point, no run.
I just want to go back to that the last delivery of Adil Rashid's over where he pushed out the front of his hand. 56 miles an hour it was. Very similar to the delivery he bowled to dislodge Dhananjaya in the first ODI.
Bethel, left arm around the wicket, again inviting the square cuts from Mendes. He obliges, duck it, stops it initially but can't take the pace off the ball and the ball rolls into the rope, so it's a boundary. 50 up for Sri Lanka, 53 for 1, and they've got there in 13 overs and 3 balls.
Yeah, just to go back to my point about Adil Rashid, pushing that one out the front of the hand and dislodging Dhananjaya, it was playing a sweep shot and trying to play that paddle shot. So what we were talking about with Jared earlier about the sweep shots, that is the danger ball for the...
Short ball from around the wicket from Bethel, pulls into the leg side, fielder at short mid-wicket, takes it, no run.
Yeah, when you're looking to play sweep shots, that is the danger ball where someone does push it out the front of the hand and can hit you on the pad.
Bethel for the 5th ball of the over, leg side-ish, and they look to paddle sweep around as Mendes, and it goes fine through fine leg and away for 4, a second boundary in the over. 57 for 1, and Mendes is now 23 from 35 balls faced.
Bethel just missing his line a little bit there, straying down the leg side, potentially a little bit greedy from him after seeing the turn at the start of the over. Mendes is reaping the rewards there. Free shot for him.
They've actually missed, I think, a couple of bad balls from Will Jacks and Bethel. And so if these guys can keep it on the spot, it's going to be very hard for Sri Lanka to score off it.
Bethel is in. That's more like it. Mendes is coming forward. Pushes out on the offside, no run. 14 overs complete, 57 for 1. Now this is Mendes' 156th one-day international. He's closing in on 5,000 runs. He's got 4,844 before today. 600s, 35 50s at a strike rate of 87 and a half. In home games, 71 days. He's got more than half of his runs at home, 2,727 at 45 and a half. 500s and 20 50s at a strike rate of, well, a hair's breadth under strike rate of 90. So he likes home cooking, if you like. Oh, Adil Rashid starts one down the leg side, brilliantly taken by Jos Buttler. With the minimum of fuss, he just went behind the batter, stuck his gloves out, and it went in like butter. Oh, that was smooth as you like. It's a wide ball. But Adil Rashid gets to start the over again. Oh, Nisanka's gone for this one. The top hand comes off the bat, and Will Jacks takes the catch at deep cover. Nisanka never properly went at that one. He was either pushing at it or trying to go over the covers, and he ended up betwixt and between, and he's ended up chipping it out into the offside. Nisanka goes for 26 from 37 balls, and Sri Lanka lose their second.
Strange shot there from Nisanka. It's like he's tried to hit the gap between long off and deep cover but on this pitch, which is slow and turning a lot, it is a strange shot. It wasn't full-blooded, and it looks, he's just picked Will Jacks out there at long off. And again, nice bowling from Adil Rashid, comeback from that early wide.
Well, I think the slowness of that ball, because his hands are in front of him, and that's why the hands come off the bat, right? So he's gone a bit early, which is fine. But I also think it's probably because he missed out on the free boundary of the ball before, right? And he's like, I have to score off this guy. And to be fair, that wasn't one of Rashid's best balls. He probably did overpitch that a little bit. It was generally Rashid bowls on the stumps. It was outside off stump. It was there to be hit. Maybe it was a late decision that he wanted to try and score off it. It was a very odd decision from Nissanka. And it opens up because Dhananjaya De Silva, batting at number 4, hasn't done it a lot in ODI cricket. Coming back into the side after a while. Obviously, look at the posture of the man. It's brilliant. The collar up. Maybe one of the most attractive men in world cricket. I'm sure Mark will agree when he comes on in a little bit here. But he does need some runs.
Yeah.
Too much, Mako?
Oh, no.
It's Saturday morning.
I mean, look.
He's got excellent posture.
Do you know what? He's got that West Indian swagger about him. Do you know what I mean? If he was wearing a maroon shirt, you wouldn't be surprised.
He's a Sri Lankan Keith Arthurton.
Oh, now there's a name. There is a name. Well, he comes in for his 92nd one-day international with Sri Lanka at 58 for 2. And he gets a ball that is sliding onto him down the leg side. He'll clip it away through square leg for a single. So he's up and running. Dhananjaya made 10 from 21 balls in the first game. Yeah, 91 ODIs. He's under 2,000 runs, 1875 at 25.7. Best of 93. He's got to 50 10 times. But oh, that's a beauty from Mendes. There was a noise there. Now, was that bat on the ground? Adil Rashid goes in, and they're going to have a discussion about whether to send this to the TV umpire or not.
Well, after the Ashes, make sure Joe Root doesn't get involved in this conversation, because he loves a bit of bat on ground, doesn't he? I always think you don't review these because there's no way that you can tell, and you don't get the umpire's call back. If the bat is anywhere near the ground, you should just be like, I don't think we just have to let it go.
Well, they're not going to send this one to Rod Tucker, who is our TV umpire today, and Rashid then bowls a googly that Mendes will pull out to duck it at deep mid-wicket, and everyone's eagerly awaiting the TV replay with the technology on that one. There was definitely a sound. We heard that in our ears. Rashid gave that one some air. He brought his man forward. It was a push drive into the offside. Butler was up straight away. And we now see it with the ultra edge waveform, and he didn't hit it. It was bat on floor. Good decision not to review. Dhananjaya punches this to short extra cover. No run.
I think they're just review sappers, those, aren't they? Because you get excited with the noise. You want it to be out. But if the bat is near the ground, I think you just have to let it go and move on and wait for another one.
Rashid to finish the over. Punched by Dhananjaya De Silva. Out on the offside. No run completely over. Some more thoughts from Jared. Cam and I are going to move out of the way because John Norman is coming in alongside Mark Machado to take over the commentary.
Yeah, interesting time here because, as I said, that 15 over period, probably from the 10 to 25 mark, I think Sri Lanka just wanted it to tick over. And unfortunately, I think with Mendes getting stuck a little bit, Nissanka thought maybe he had to take some pressure off, and instead he's probably put them back in it a little bit at the moment. So Dhananjaya's got a lot of work to do, but we saw Mendes, even when he wasn't always fluent the other night, although he played some very good shots, he managed to stay in all the way through. There's plenty of batting. They have proper batting until number 7, and then Walalage, who's a batting prospect at number 8, who was sensational the other night. So there's a lot of batting to come, but I'll let Mark and John try and explain Nissanka's drive there in a moment, because I still don't understand it.
Oh, Jared, how's it going? John?
Yeah, good. It was a strange shot when you consider how difficult run scoring has seemed to be in the first 15 overs to take such a high-risk approach to a bowler of the reputation and skills of Adil Rashid. But there you go. You've got to back yourself. Oh, at first thoughts, I thought he was onto the shot too early. So maybe, I don't know if that's being deceived in the flight, or maybe just something out of the pitch. But, he did take one hand off the bat, and And that was it. Dawson continuing then, and forward is Kusal Mendes, who batted really well in that first ODI. Picked up a little injury along the way. That maybe just slowed him down towards the back end of the innings, because I was a bit surprised, Mark, that he didn't accelerate. You know, his scoring kept at... In fact, he may have actually slowed down, because he was really targeting third throughout the start of his innings, and then England wised up to that, or tried to. And that shot wasn't really an option towards the back end of his innings. But, of course, at the other end, he did have Lianagay and Welalega hitting boundaries. So I suppose he just felt, well, I'll just stay here then.
I was quite shocked by it as well, John.
This is on leg stump and defended. Dawson continuing bowling to Dhananjaya, the new bat, after the dismissal of Nissanka.
I think culturally in Sri Lanka, what you can't do is you can't not bat your whole 50 overs. So I think that had kind of stifled how Kusal was approaching the end of that innings. And then when I thought
Dawson, and he's in again on leg stump. This is clipped by Dhananjaya just to the right of mid wicket, and he's timed that beautifully. It might actually reach the boundary. There's a diving stop. In fact, there's two diving stops. Jared has just looked away. You would have loved this. Two fielders trying to stop the same ball. One dived unsuccessfully, landed on the top of the road, and the other one thought, I'm going to do exactly the same thing, and so followed suit. It was Joe Root and maybe Overton out there on the boundary at extra cover. It was Root who just slid, tried to keep the ball in, and Overton, as the ball travelled to his left, tried to do exactly the same thing and couldn't get down in time. So he's one of the score.
He's one of the worst divers I've ever seen. I don't know if you've ever seen him in the field. His ability to dive is always kind of awkward, and like he's either midway through a fall.
Here's Dawson again, this time off stump, and there's a push drive from Dhananjaya, who moves to 6.
But the reason I was looking away is because Macca noticed that England were told off for being a bit slow between their overs. So there's obviously a time limit between the overs at the moment. They're well ahead of the rate, but I think the umpires are like, well, stay ahead of the rate. We're all like an hour off today. Let's not muck around. But I was just checking to see if there was anything on Cricinfo or Crickbuzz about it. But
here's Dawson continuing. Left armour is bowling round the wicket to Kusal Mendes, who's 25 from 40. This is pushed back to the bowler who fields. No run. The run rate is nothing to write home about, but this looks like a pitch that is going to be tricky to score on throughout the day. So I don't know, Mark, what you think would be a decent score today? A defendable one anyway.
around 200, I reckon.
Oh, that low. Well, England would take that, but yeah, how they go about things is Mendes again comes forward, reaching forward a touch, just opens the bat face, pushes that to point where it's no run. 66 for 2. Going back to the point you made, actually, it's an interesting one because, of course, England have failed repeatedly to bat out their 50 overs.
Yeah, and coming into this series, Sri Lanka had failed to bat out their 50 overs in their 3 previous ODIs against Pakistan at the back end of last year, which is why you've got Dhananjaya Silva back in this squad, because they wanted to put some kind of a few more anchors in to try and drag them all the way through. It was quite a big deal in Sri Lanka that he got recalled because he hasn't played a lot of white ball cricket recently. He's also in the T20 squad for the World Cup at this point. We'll see how that pans out next few days.
Rashid continuing, and Dhananjaya De Silva, the player that Mark Machado was just mentioning, just shows all 3 stumps just for a second, but he's comfortably pushing this through. They're all in front of point, through cover point for a single. Rashid 1 for 12 from his 3 overs so far. He's picked up the wicket of Nissanka, caught at long off for 26. This is given lots of flights, and again goes past the outside edge, and Joss Butler's appeal for caught behind is about as convincing as the last one, and England aren't going to review. But big turn again, Mark.
Yeah, and I'd expect this pitch to just turn more and more and more as we go through the day, which is why I think Sri Lanka would be confident defending a low total.
I'd be interested in Jared's thoughts on that shot from Kusal Mendes, because he's defending this ball. You know, the spinner wants to draw the batter forward, he does do, but Mendes also really reaches forward there, and that's only going to get you into trouble, and he's quite lucky not to have edged behind on that occasion. I think first slip should keep interested. This is straighter on middle, turning a touch, but Mendes comfortably forward and just guiding this through vacant cover for another single. The score moves on to 68 for 2. Jared.
Yeah, we're just seeing the Nissanka wicket there, how far in front of his body his hands were. And some of that is the lack of pace that Adil Rashid is bowling, but it's also the pitch as well. And so you see with Kusal Mendes also just pushing at that ball. We'll probably see that a lot. It's really whether the other, well, I would say Liam Dawson should be fine, but it's whether the part-timers can keep up the same kind of pressure.
That's it. It's just that nagging length, isn't it? Where you're drawing the batter forward and then you're getting him to go a little bit too far forward. You're not going to get many runs for that shot either, as this time stays still behind the crease. Quite upward stance actually, Dhananjaya. It was Dhananjaya that was out. Was it that it was almost out?
When he forgot to sweep.
Well, wasn't it a standing sweep?
A standing
Is that
sweep,
how you
yeah.
described it?
Half a sweep.
It was a bit. He looks a little bit better today, but it's early days. Oh, I say that.
Almost got him.
It's nearly the curse of the commentator. We talk about lack of foot movement. It shapes to come forward there, Dhananjaya, then realises the length isn't there, and so he thinks, I know, I'm just going to try and use my wrist to cut this one through and past first slip with the wicketkeeper there, and also backward point, misses, and he's very fortunate not to be caught behind.
So the sweep isn't a natural shot for Sri Lankan batters. They're taught to play cricket in a much more orthodox way. However, SLC have been trying to get them to sweep a lot more in the last few years, to varying degrees of success. I'm of the opinion that they still quite haven't figured out some of them when's best to deploy it.
When you say SLC, and it reminds me of SL2 on Orangutan for all those 80s kids out there, who do you mean? Do you mean the coach, Jayasuriya, or do you mean above him? Dawson continuing and stepping away from the crease and diving stop by Will Jackson.
Oh.
And there's going to be a run out as well. Oh, there's a poor mix-up between Dhananjaya and Kusal Mendes. I think Mendes has been sent back by Dhananjaya. He's cut to the right of Will Jackson at point. He cooks in the save. He
Can we check
takes
the
the
wicket
ball
keepers
at the
in?
ball, hurls it back to Butler. The stumps are a mess, and Kusal Mendes has got to go for 26.
That's disappointing. Sri Lanka fans expect a run out almost every game. I wasn't expecting it to be these two though. Two of the more senior players.
It was almost as though Mendes thought that shot deserves a run.
I think we'd have to see it a few more times. He's out by a mile,
Thank
by the
you.
way.
I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
I think the issue was he got the short ball outside off stump. He hit it quite well, and he did what tailenders and children do around the world of like, that's a good shot, there's a run there. And Dhananjaya's at the other end going, no, it's not. It's quite obviously not a run. You've hit it straight to the fielder. And unfortunately for Mendes, he's a very nimble, short athlete. He turned around quickly, but he wasn't even close. He was about 53 centimetres out, I think, there, Mark.
Yeah.
52?
Yeah. Maybe 51? Yeah. I think it's interesting. England have just slowed the run rate down. They've got Sri Lanka's two best batters out by basically frustrating them. If you're a Sri Lanka fan, you're going to be kind of disappointed in that because this is exactly what you'd hope the batters would have been expecting at this stage of the game. The Pathan Nissanka wicket is kind of understandable. I think a run out though at this level of cricket is almost kind of unforgivable. That when it's one of your better batsmen is absolutely horrendous.
I mean, it didn't go straight to the fielder, did it? He did have to put in the dive. I mean, he would have done well not to have stopped it, but I think the fact that he caught it on the flush and then could hurl it back in, if he parries it or just partially blocks it, then Mendes has got time to get back. But
we'll have to look at the full thing, but it felt like to me that Kusal Mendes just thought it was through and left, and Dhananjaya was waiting, rightfully, and has realised straight away, that's not going to work. Look, it's one of these things. As I said, there's, most batters are pretty good at not running off the shot, but occasionally you can't help yourself, and that might have just been one where he's like, I've got that through, and then he has found out he has not.
He hit it hard, he hit it true, but one of the aspects to England's disappointing first innings, or rather first ODI defeat, was their fielding. It actually wasn't quite up where you'd expect. They looked a little cold, But that was a fine bit of work from Will Jacks, who of course is in the side today after missing that first ODI.
Yeah, that was a great bit of fielding. You know, in benefit of the England players, it's really hot out there. It's really humid out there. It's very different to the conditions a lot of them would have been in Australia. They've only been there a few days. It's going to take a few days to acclimatise. I suppose this is part of the reason why they're there ahead for the ones who are playing in the T20 World Cup. It is to kind of acclimatise. It's very difficult to turn up in these conditions in Colombo and be good from the get-go. That heat is something else.
They're in the Gabba for a week. They're at Noosa. Noosa's quite Sri Lankan weather, so they had plenty of chance.
What's humidity like in Noosa?
Yeah, Queensland's a bit more like Sri Lanka than the rest of Australia, I would say. Not quite at the same level, but you get a sticky day in Brisbane. Once you get up north in Queensland, it's very similar to Sri Lanka.
I think they were dehydrated in Noosa, though, mainly, weren't they?
They were, yes. It's also slightly north of Brisbane as well, so you know maybe that was the issue, that they don't like the humidity. I've just been looking at the stats here for you, Mark. So in the last couple of years, Sri Lanka have been sweeping the ball at roughly 6% of the time. So when I look at my stats, if someone sweeps more than 5% of the time, I call them a sweeper. So they're like right on the verge of being a team that even thinks about the sweep. Whereas England has been 10%, 13%, 30%.
And it's Sri Lanka. First ball is on the sweep. This is actually quite a wide delivery from Dawson. That slip is in place, but Sri Lanka first ball just makes a big step across and sweeps the one to get it off the mark and underway. 69 for 3 here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to bat, but England have struck 3 times early in the innings, and boy oh boy does run scoring at times look difficult. Jared.
And if you look at Sri Lanka, they used to sweep at around 8 and 9% about 4 or 5 years back. So it's the modern guys that haven't been doing it. We know this is an issue in India as well. We broke the story on TalkSport of Rahul Dravid basically telling the Indians that they need to sweep more.
Here's Dawson on the pads of Dhananjaya De Silva, who clips this away for a single. You know, politics in Sri Lankan cricket is never too far away from each other, is it?
Of course.
Mark, and at the crease, maybe you can give us, and the listeners and viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, an idea about, well, when I started doing my stats and prep for this series, I wasn't actually sure that Sri Lanka was going to be the captain.
Yeah, so Sri Lanka have opted to have 3 different...
Here he is again on the sweep, Sri Lanka, and this is finally hit towards the boundary at deep square leg, but Ben Duckett running around will prevent that from happening. Well, there would have been overthrows there, potentially, or I don't think New Zealand, Sri Lanka too keen for another run out, but essentially wasn't taken cleanly by Butler nor by their fielder backing up, but no damage done. 2 runs added to the score. Sri Lanka moves to 3, I think. Or did they only take a single there? No, they did.
No, they got 2.
They did get 2. Sorry, quick info did me there.
I know Sri Lanka's out there, so you assume he would have knocked back the second, but in this case he did not.
72 for 3. Mark Machado is going to give us a little bit of insight about the machinations surrounding Sri Lanka's captaincy, as Dawson is in again, defending this time. Sri Lanka, no run.
Yeah, so going into that Pakistan series, Chowth Sri Lanka was a captain on both the white ball formats. Then when the terrorist attack happened in Pakistan when they were there, Chowth Sri Lanka said he wanted to go home, and SLC.
Here is Dawson again. Last ball of the over, and there's squared up there is the Sri Lankan captain for now. End of the over, a wicket coming from it from the first ball. Mendes run out for 26. Smart fielding from Will Jacks, but poor running. And communication from Mendes. Sri Lanka 72 for 3. Oh, is there one more ball? Is there one more ball? Guys, have I gone early?
I think so.
I'm being done, I think, by the graphics. No, I think that is the over. Continue, Mark.
So there was a terrorist attack in Pakistan when Sri Lanka were there. Sri Lanka went to management, went to Sanajaya and the other coaches, and said, me and a number of other players don't feel safe and want to go back to Sri Lanka. We're worried. SLC basically put their foot down and said, no, you're not going back, or if you go back, you're not playing for Sri Lanka ever again.
They use that one a lot.
Yes, that is a big threat for Sri Lankan players. So Chowth Sri Lanka mysteriously at that time got an injury.
Here is Will Jacks. It's start of his second over. I didn't see a huge amount of off-spin from him in the Ashes, despite him being...
Is rightful fear an injury?
Right, well, possibly.
Dhananjaya De Silva is tempted to come forward. There's a little collision between Asalanka and Will Jacks, who's trying to field, and Asalanka, who's just kind of standing there. But no harm done, and a single. 2 dot balls at the start of over number 19. Will Jacks second. His first over went for 7. Sri Lanka 72 for 3 on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. There's Harry Brook at first slip. Oh no, it's not a first slip anymore. This is very wide from Jackson. This is cut through extra cover, and it'll be 4 runs. Poor ball from Jacks, but well struck from Dhananjaya. And Sri Lanka move on to 76 for 3. Continue, Mark. Sorry, the spin overs mean chat almost impossible.
That's okay. Asalanka has to go home to get treatment for his injury, at which point Dasan Shanaka takes over the captaincy for the rest of the tour.
Jacks again. This time he's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Dhananjaya De Silva. No run.
We were a bit unclear who was going to be captain for what, but it turns out now Charith Asalanka is the ODI captain and Shanaka the T20 captain.
Dhananjaya De Silva, huge importance on his wicket now. Steps forward and looks a little quizzical there. He's trying to play to leg, but the ball just dribbles out to the offside. No run. 76 for 3.
With
Jacks again, and this time decent step forward from Dhananjaya, but can't beat the fielder at short mid wicket.
Within Sri Lankan cricket the last few years, you've heard the class of 96, who obviously are World Cup winners, come out and basically say the current squad, the current crop of players need to take personal responsibility and make decisions for themselves. And what happened when the captain decided to take some personal responsibility and make decisions for themselves is he lost the captaincy for one of the formats that got sent home. So maybe sometimes the messaging you get from your kind of senior former players isn't quite the right messaging, and you're maybe misinterpreting it, was the lesson we all learned from that.
Okay, 76 for 3. It sounds complicated. And,
who would have thought a country where you have to have the touring team signed off by a government official would make things complicated, though?
I've got another question for you. Jared, I'll ask both of you in a second. As Dawson continuing, thick inside edge, and it's squeezed out to square leg from the bat of Charith Asalanka, who made a duck-on debut against England back in the day. Slightly different conditions, as Steve Harmison is finding. And that game took place in Durham. No slip in place. Oh, this is definitely done from Asalanka. Nice shapes to leave this, and then at the last minute darts. Sticks the bat out and just tries to guide this down to third. Rashid does a smart bit of fielding to prevent a boundary, but it's another couple of runs. Very quick feet and hands there from Asalanka.
Yeah, he's
that very late.
He's a wily old batter, isn't he? He reminds me a little bit of Arjuna Ranatunga. Kind of maybe same kind of shape as well.
No.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that comparison. Dhananjaya De Silva, 12 not out from 16. Just readies himself, and technically very compact there with a kind of a check push through and past Harry Brook and extra cover for a single. Ranatunga would probably take that. I'm not sure Asalanka would.
Ranatunga's quite fit these days, isn't he? He's done very well. Yeah, but I think he's very similar in he plays very square of the wicket, and even behind square against balls you wouldn't expect to go in those directions.
Dawson on leg stump, and he's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Asalanka. He can't direct this ball past mid-wicket. 80 for 3 Sri Lanka as we approach the 20-over stage.
On Asalanka, I'd say he's desperate for a big knock here. It's been a little while for him.
He's got a good record though, hasn't he, at the Pre-Madasa forward, and pushing this out into the covers for another dot ball. One of the things that impressed me about Sri Lanka in that first ODI is they seem to get kind of bogged down a little bit between, I don't know, 25, maybe the 30 over to 40 over stage, and they didn't seem to let it rattle them. Dawson again on the pads, clipped away, no run. That is over number 20, down and dusted here on TalkSport 2. Lanka 6 not out, Dhananjaya 13, the score Sri Lanka 80 for 3. Okay, here is the question. Mark, you host a Sri Lanka cricket-based pod on YouTube and podcast called Murali End.
Sounded like you were going to go out of your way not to say the title there, which I had so much respect for, and then you just said it.
And another part of the TalkSport cricket family is Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, and he hosts his own excellent podcast based on Caribbean cricket. Now,
is that called the Caribbean Cricket Podcast?
There you go. Who do you think mentions players of the past more? Sri Lankan cricket podcast host and is forced to mention them, or a West Indies cricket podcast host? This is a dive and a stop from Liam Dawson at square leg, and it's a single, 81 for 3. How often do you think the likes of Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardene, yada yada yada, get mentioned, as opposed to the likes of Viv Richards, Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, yada yada? Which of those two get mentioned more in conversation by other people when talking about either Sri Lanka cricket or West Indies cricket, do you think?
That is a really good question. What I would say is a lot of those Sri Lanka legends are still active.
Jax, is it? Oh, this has just popped up a touch. Maybe just gripped in the surface there. There was a couple of instances in the first ODI when England could have picked up at least 2 caught on bowled. The ball just died on the bowler. This was nowhere near Jax, but again, just showing that this is a spinning pitch. Beats him this time past the outside edge. Ripper from Will Jax. 81 for 3. Sri Lanka has cause for concern.
So a lot of Sri Lanka legends like Mahela and Kumar, obviously key figures in the kind of IPL at the moment, so they get talked about quite a bit. Where I think the West Indian legends might be slightly older.
Yeah, I suppose they're a generation before, aren't they? As this is cut and misfielded this time. I think it's Dawson at backward point. Either way, what should have been a dot ball actually turns into 2. 83 for 3. What do you reckon, Jared? Which era gets mentioned more often?
I think that if it's a casual fan, it's the West Indies former players, because they are cultural parts of cricket in a way that, as great as Sri Lanka have been, I don't know if they quite entered that chat on a global area. But I think if you're talking about cricket fans, yeah, I think it's probably the Sri Lankans now. And part for the reason that Mark just said, they're just always hanging around. They're there, right? Like, no one mentions Aravinda de Silva. No one even. I can't remember the last time I saw him.
This is touch fuller from Jax, and that would be called a release ball in Test cricket. It's comfortably dealt with, just clipped away for another single, 85 for 3.
What kind of cars does Aravinda collect?
So he was the first person in Sri Lanka to have a Ferrari. So
and probably the second.
Yeah, and yeah, he was the second because he had at one point he had 2, which was very exciting for everyone in Colombo.
I had a great story about this. I'll tell you.
Here's Jax bowling around the wicket to Dhananjaya de Silva, who again just a little bit of a leading edge there. The ball has been fielded at point. It's not where the batter is trying to hit the ball.
When Virat Kohli got very good, he bought a bunch of cars. And Delhi's a weird place. They don't like pump Kohli up the way that some other regions do. They're very chill about it. And I said to one of his neighbours who lived in the same building, I said, did all the kids come by because Kohli was here? And he said, to be honest, most of them came by because of the cars. Because Kohli had like 6 cars and they had this tiny garage and he couldn't fit all of his very expensive, I've got the list of, I don't know anything about cars, but they seem like nice ones. He couldn't fit them all in his garage, and then even when they were in the garage you could kind of look through. So there were more kids looking at Kohli's cars than there actually were chanting for Kohli at certain times. And I'm sure Aravinda now, like in the local area, probably more people know him as the guy that owns the Ferrari than...
Yeah, probably. There's a lot of nice cars in Colombo now, but there definitely wasn't when he was buying them in the late 90s.
Colombo roads are better than most than roads in some other subcontinental places, but can you drive a Ferrari comfortably?
To Gaul?
Well, the Gaul freeway is okay.
Yeah. To Gaul would be the only place, really.
Yeah, Rain Ahmed's been brought into the attack. The big question that Jared Kimber asked about 25 minutes ago was, essentially, can I'm not calling Ryan Ahmed a part-time spinner, but can those spinners that aren't Adil Rashid essentially, can they keep up the control and get as much out of the pitch? And can they bowl as consistently as Adil Rashid has? We'll find out. Ryan Ahmed's first ball is a little bit too full and has dealt with quite comfortably. This time, touch wide, and Dhananjaya De Silva can't cut the ball past backward point. Puts in a diving stop. I don't know anything about cars either, but aren't second-hand cars attacked right off? Isn't there something to do with Dhananjaya's forward and defending? Something to do with you don't have to pay something. There's some reason why people who buy cars, second-hand cars, buy 200 of them.
Bringing cars into Sri Lanka is very expensive.
Oh, this just pops up as Dhananjaya De Silva is forward, and I think it's an inside edge onto the pads, but there's no fielder close enough to take advantage, so he survives. 85 for 3. Ryan Ahmed continuing, bowling over the wicket, stepping away this time. Dhananjaya De Silva, big gap through cover point, and he'll take a single.
I wasn't expecting to talk about Sri Lankan cars, but at the moment, if you go there, there's loads of Indian and Chinese cars because they're tax-free, or there's a much lower tax to pay. But all the fancy people with all the fancy money want to drive European cars over there, but that's quite pricey.
You've got the new Chinese and Vietnamese electric cars too.
Yeah, BYDs. Yeah.
This is bowling round the wicket this time to Lanka. He steps forward and eases this through extra cover. Overton running around on the boundary. There's another couple. So a little bit of licorice all sorts there from Ryan Ahmed's first over, but having to bowl over and round the wicket. Dhananjaya De Silva moves to 15. Lanka is 12 not out. And Sri Lanka just in the rebuilding phase after that dismissal of Kusal Mendes, who was run out for 26. 68 for 3 at that point, and Sri Lanka have moved on to 88 for 3 at 22 overs in. That's the car chat done, probably. I mean, we do have quite a long time to go, but before we can get back involved in a bit of car chat, let's cross over to Colombo. Steve Harmison, former England fast bowler, alongside Roshan Abisinga.
Thank you, John. Yes, it's been an interesting contest, I'll tell you. England spinners have been very good, relentless. They've been at the Sri Lankan batters. And that also talks a little bit about the complexion of the surface, as here comes Jacks. And that's played fine by Dhananjaya De Silva. Will get off strike, get a single. So they haven't really been able to break free, so to speak. It's just been singles, knocking into gaps, and that's all.
Yeah, I think England bowled really well. There was a little passage, there was a little lull, a couple of overs where Sri Lanka got a couple of boundaries away, and you're thinking, right, they might just kick on here. England part-time spin bowlers. Adil Rashid came on and just stemmed the tide a little bit.
Well, and I can tell you, looking at the way as that ball is pushed to the man at short extra cover by Lanka, that it's not the easiest surface, because he is treating Jacks with a lot of respect. As here comes Jacks again, bowls, and Lanka. There you are. That's what I'm talking about. Not looking for the slog sweep, not looking for the sweep. Rather nudge it behind square leg and get a single.
Yeah, I think these two, Dhananjaya and Lanka, they both succumbed to the sweep shot on Thursday night. So I think that the wicket being a little bit slower and lower.
But it also tells you that Sri Lanka would have altered and adjusted their target. I think 240, 250 might be on the cards for them. Nicely driven through mid-on, down towards long on. That's another single. So far just 3 singles in 5 balls. And in fact, that's the end of the over. It is 91 for 3, 23 overs done. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think you're right, Roshan. I think it probably isn't as good a surface as the other night, but I think if one of these batters can hang in there and do what Kusal Mendes did and bat all the way to the end and bat deep, what that does is it gives you a little bit of freedom. That the way the sort of tail came in that middle order on Thursday night, and Welliger really sort of like the blue touch paper with 4 overs to go, and that 240 that you're targeting turns into 255, 265, and the other night got 272. So I think that will be mindful that at this moment in time, yes, it's a little bit of a slow burner, but I think it's important that you set that up with the right people coming in at the right time to give yourself the best chance to utilise in the full 50 overs. The last thing you want to do is them coming in with possibly 16, 17 overs to go and getting bowled out within 5 overs to go.
Rehan Ahmed starts a new over and will be happy with a single. Just down to deep extra cover. And also, see, I also like to see the skill level of England spinners. I mean, you did see Rashid. Rashid, the way he bowled, he slowed it up, he understood the surface. But the likes of Rehan Ahmed, who's bowling now, it'll be very interesting to see the pace he bowls and how he understands the surface, because it's a learning curve for him.
Yeah, huge learning curve, and I think that's what hopefully he's learned from Thursday night. He bowled 10 over 61 the other night, hoping that he'd be bowling a lot more tight and economical.
And that's driven, that's a full toss. Should be cut off on the boundary, I think. Yes, well done. That's Overton. They'll get a couple of runs, but that was a gift. But it's still Rehan Ahmed. I mean, flighting doesn't seem to be natural to him. He seems to be the one that comes in and pushes it through quicker.
Yeah, it's a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, more googlies than anything else. He tends to bowl the wrong and a lot more than what Adil Rashid done. I would see Rehan Ahmed as a frontline spin bowler. Adil Rashid is definitely a frontline spinner. He's a great frontline spinner. But Bethel and Jacks are more part-time.
Rehan Ahmed bowls. That time turns a little bit, turns it away on the onside. Now we've seen different types of spinners emerging in the modern game. The leg spinners, if you look at Rashid Khan, now he's not a wrist spinner. He is a more finger spinner but turns from leg to off. But Rehan Ahmed, who's now bowling right arm leg spin, comes in, bowls, and I think plays it away on the offside, no run. One of the reasons why he's bowling more wrong uns is because of the point of release.
Yes. Yeah, the point of release, it's a great point.
Rehan Ahmed bowls and back up the pitch. Rashid would be slightly lower, so he could bowl that leg break, the side spin.
Yeah, and I think the pace that Rehan bowls and the release point that he's got, I think it is more suited to bowl the wrong end.
Bowls the ball of full length, then he finds the man at extra cover. He ends a good over, and Sri Lanka 95 for 3 at the end of 24. And just to remind you, this is TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
A good passenger player for England. I think from Harry Brook's point of view, it's using his spin well. I thought his captaincy the other night was very good when it comes to changing the ball, and up until possibly the 45th, 46th over, and then he seemed to run out of spin options, knowing that he was going to be 1-2 overs short, and he had to bowl the seamers at the end, and I think that's when it went a little bit awry for him towards the end of the first innings on Thursday night. But it's been very, very good. He's mixed these bowlers up, not giving Sri Lanka a chance to settle in. A lot of these bowlers, Will Jacks has bowled from both ends, so's Liam Dawson. So again, Harry Brook is, while searching for and keep trying to get wickets, he's making sure it's not predictable for the Sri Lankan batters to keep waiting for that one bowler that they can sit on, line up, and then try and get the boundary off.
Jacks comes in and pushes on the offside for a single. Now, I'll be interested to see how Harry Brook's captains from here. I mean, we do know generally what they would do is they'll try to look for fast bowlers to bowl at the depth. And that's how it goes with most teams. But on this surface, I would rather go with a spinner and look to bowl those fast bowlers in the middle overs to try and get through some overs. As here comes Jacks bowls, and Dhananjay gets a ball wide of the off stump and just pushes it or drives it square down to deep extra cover. So, you think that will be a route he'll take? Or
yeah, I think Roshan, we've seen Curran and Overton bowl quite well in the middle on Thursday night, but I think largely down to the fact that Liam Dawson had bowled so well and bowled his 10 overs out, I think he is probably the one that, if it was going to be a spin bowler that bowled at the end, it probably would have been a Dawson. His experience, the trajectory, the way he bowls. But he had already bowled out, and he had bowled very well, 10 overs for 31, so he had to go back to his seamers I don't think he wants to bowl his leg spinners at the end.
This is Jacks again and played defensively away on the offside. Now this is over number 25. Now that's a little bit unusual, isn't it? I mean, within 25 overs, you've got someone bowling his 10 overs out.
Yeah, I think that was. I mean, Liam Dawson the other night. I think he had bowled his 10, so he's 5 in now. That could be an option at the end. Will Jacks could be an option at the end.
Yeah, that time it bounces a little bit. And and that is a single. Yeah, you're talking about Friday night. Yeah, that's right. I just misread you that time, but yeah. So into the 25th over, you'll expect to hold them on and maybe bring the faster bowlers in. And because this surface, with a slightly older ball, with hopefully some reverse, maybe after the 34th over, as here comes Jacks. And that time, Dhananjay looking to try and nudge it, could have easily played on to his stumps.
Dhananjaya there, he just got a bit lazy, didn't he? He's got a bit lazy for around the wicket, back onto off stump for the right-hander, and he's just got a little bit lazy. Didn't get in a good position at all.
Again, a single. Sri Lanka has been dried out of boundaries. See, that is becoming a problem for them. That's another good over. 25 overs at the halfway stage. It's 99 for 3. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, very good again from England. But I think having Zach Crawley out and Will Jacks in gives Harry Brook an option of another 6 to 8 over bowler from a spin bowler. So I think because of that, you can sort of move Dawson's overs to a little bit later. You look at trying to break a partnership. Normally in England it would be a big fast bowler. Over here it'll be Adil Rashid. So you have to use him when you feel as though the game needs to be broken up from a wicket point of view.
So Sri Lanka will now, as Rehan Ahmed tossing it up and driven away on the offside. I won't be surprised if Sri Lanka looks to go after Rehan Ahmed a little bit, because the style he bowls, a little bit quicker, fuller. The 100's up for Sri Lanka. But Jacks, yes, he's been bowling. He's not been consistent, but he's found turn. And Rashid has been very difficult to get away. As here comes Rehan Ahmed tossing it up and nudging it into the gap at cover. He's the captain for another single.
Yeah, I think the thing with Will Jacks is, his bad ball's gone to his field, his set of field, so that if he does drag it down, the men in the deep are in good position, so it's not costing him a boundary. And the rest of the time, he's found a good pace and a good length. It's been very difficult to come out of the crease to get at.
Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. That's a very good delivery on a length, turning just enough to find the outside edge or beat the outside edge. Rehan Ahmed comes in again, bowls. That's shorter, bounces a little bit. Dhananjay found that just popping a bit as he pushed it away on the offside. You think a slip in at this stage?
Possibly a slip. Is it going to carry to slip? Is there enough pace in it? Rehan Ahmed is creating the pace. The surface doesn't suggest that the pace is in it.
This time, Dhananjay De Silva. Only a single, but there was a lot of risk in that shot because he was looking to play it from wide to the off stump. Needed the right length to do that, and he found it, but just a single.
Yeah, again, the fielders are in the right spot. The slowness of the surface. Dhananjay got the bottom of the bat, clossed it really just over the top of mid-wicket. Didn't get anywhere near enough on the in the middle of that.
That's pushed through by Rehan Ahmed. The sweep is missed. We haven't had a boundary for 44 deliveries. It's 102 for 3 at the end of 26. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Another great over from England, and I think the way England have gone and the bowlers that they've had on show, the sort of part-time bowlers that they have, nobody, Roshan, has really come out of their crease, and I'm not sure if that's because of the inconsistency of England's bowlers when it comes to sort of lines and lengths, and possibly the inconsistency of spin on the surface. Spoke to Joe Root at length before the game, and he talked about, he did talk about the frustrating thing about Thursday night was there was spin, but it wasn't consistent spin. One would turn a little bit, then one would sort of turn big and bounce, So it was harder to sort of come out of your crease and milk the bowler by coming down, or using the sort of your sort of full wingspan if you were obviously a big tall guy that some of the England lads have got. So I think that is not helping from a batting point of view, a consistency flow of trying to rotate strike. You're having to play from the crease, off the back foot, or trying to sort of guide it into gaps. So the boundary's not there because the singles aren't there, and the bowler's allowed to really put the batter under pressure.
Right, short extra cover slip in as here comes Rashid now, tossing it up on the leg stump, and allows Dhananjay De Silva to just nudge it to short fine leg. The point you made about Joe Root, I mean, he made batting look so easy. And then after that, if he just told you what he said, I mean, it speaks of the quality of the player.
I also think he might have been talking about everybody else.
That's possible. That's possible.
I think he might have been talking about everybody else. He made it look easy because he's unbelievable at playing spin. I think England made it look difficult because they're not as good as him.
He's rushing short and wide, but can't find that gap on the offside. Lanka looks to thump it away, and the man we're talking about, Joe Root, at short extra cover, just making sure that he knocks it, doesn't let the ball go past him. No gaps. Fielders have come in as here comes Rashid again, tossing it up, and a little nudge, half push to long on for a single.
I think that's what England have done really well as well. They've identified that it is very difficult to score off, so they've closed the angles down, they've got in on the singles. The guys that are in the ring have saved one. There's been a buzz there. It's been a real effort to stop Sri Lanka getting rotational strike.
Another single, just pushing it. Well, Sri Lanka will play like this as long as they can. And we've seen Sri Lanka struggle against spin a lot, though they are brought up on surfaces that are spin friendly. As here comes Rashid with the leg slip, and Lanka watches it very, very closely. Pushes on the offside, no run.
Again, a good from England's premier spinner. Sri Lanka just seen him out. They were a field players waiting for the sweep.
Right, so place to the man at short mid wicket. That concludes the over. It's 105 for 3, 27 done. And let's join Andrew McKenna up there and in a cold England.
It's actually quite nice today, Roshan. Thank you very much, boys. Great spell. It's sort of a clear blue sky, but there's a bit more of a chill in the air than what you're experiencing in Colombo at the moment, which is considerably warmer. Yes, 27 overs gone, 105 for 3. Sri Lanka winning the toss, just under 3.9 an over so far. Dhananjaya, 23 not out from 39. Lanka, 20 from 28. I've got Mark Machado, the Sri Lankan cricket podcaster, and Cam Steele, the Surrey all-rounder, next to me at the moment, and it's going to be Jacob Bethel, who is going to bowl his third over of this innings. 0 for 13 to his name. And he will be bowling left arm around to Dhananjaya. So short third, backward point, short extra cover inside the ring on the offside. And it is the man at short extra who will do the fielding.
Can I just say, Jacob Bethel looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't he? He looks like he just strolled in off the beach.
Absolute bleach blonde mullet going on. He's slightly back of a length on this occasion. Dhananjaya is forcing past cover, and there is no run. I mean, if only there was a clue he'd spent some time in Australia recently.
I was going to say, he's a couple of months too late with the dyed bleach blonde hair. Should have done that at the start of the Ashes. Just on Bethel coming into the attack now, it looks as though they're trying to save Rashid, Ahmed and Dawson for the back end of the innings here.
I think that might be one of the learnings from how Sri Lanka approached it in the first test, right? Try and get your part-timers out of the way early.
Bethel stays left arm around to the left-handed Lanka, who plays to square leg, no run.
It's actually it was interesting noticing the spell before, comparing Adil Rashid and Rehan Ahmed, their different styles of bowling.
Bethel, left arm around, deliberately pulls that one down shorter and a bit slower. Lanka has helped it around the corner, And Tom Banton, who's on as 12th man, can't do the fielding down at short fine leg, and it's a boundary 4. Lanka goes to 24 from 30. Sri Lanka 110 for 3 in the 28th over.
Just to continue on that point with the difference between Rashid and Ahmed. Rashid's best ball is a very slow leg spinner, and he's extremely accurate, as we know, bowling over 50% of deliveries full. Notice that Rian Ahmed was going quite often to his wrongen or googly. It seems to be his strongest ball, and that was his way of trying to bowl fuller. And if he's looking to step into the shoes of Adil Rashid one day, will he have to get better with his conventional leg spinner, or will he stick with his wrongen style?
Bethel gives this one some air. Lanka turns past the aforementioned Adil Rashid at square leg. Duckett will come off of the boundary and do the fielding for just a single. Well, the other factor, of course, is, as we touched on earlier, Rashid won't be around forever. You've got to give these guys this experience now, because if you bowl Rashid in all of the main moments and all of a sudden he's not there, well, good luck to the next bloke following him, because if you haven't got that body of work behind you, how are you supposed to know? Dhananjaya de Silva will complete the over as Bethel bowls to him, and it's pushed down to Sam Curran down at long off. Comfortable single, so that is 7 from the over. The boundary and 3 singles. 112 for 3 after 28 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel this Saturday morning. Dhananjaya has 25 from 42. Sri Lanka 25 from 31.
Cam, this is a very spin-friendly pitch, which in theory sounds great, but if you've been brought up bowling on pitches in England, how difficult is it to kind of adapt to that?
I'd imagine it is pretty difficult. Bowling in England, especially in white ball cricket, with bowling spin, you're often looking to bowl shorter and get hit squarer, and on these pitches where it is turning, you want to get as full as you can. So I think especially for leg spinners, it is harder to get fuller. Well,
here is Rashid to bowl his 6th over. Push drive from Dhananjaya de Silva down to long off, where Banton does the fielding. 113 for 3.
I suppose with one eye on the T20 World Cup here, this will be wonderful experience for the likes of Jacob Bethel and Rian Ahmed, having the experience to bowl on a pitch such as this, where they do have to err a little bit on the fuller side.
That's why these games are being played, to get the players used to India's Sri Lankan conditions ahead of this T20 World Cup. Adil Rashid very wide on the crease, gets it to spin back into Sri Lanka, who just waits for the ball to arrive and then guides it down to third. Sam Curran will chase after it, and they have taken a couple. Sri Lanka, it almost literally put the bat there and let the ball run off of the face. Takes a couple. 115 for 3.
Clever little shot there, and interesting that Rashid has just come around the wicket. I wonder if they're trying to tempt Sri Lanka into a big shot here. I mean, he's played a beautiful little deft touch down there, down to the 3rd man boundary.
Rashid stays really wide on the crease, bit fuller on that occasion. Sri Lanka punch to long on and take a single. The previous ball, by the way, that turned back into Sri Lanka did go quite a long way, and off of the pristine part of the pitch. There was no footholes involved in that, so there's turn out here. There's definitely turn available, as you would expect.
I just enjoy watching Rashid bowl. I mean, he's somebody who steps into the game at just the right moment, isn't he?
Rashid in, he's dropped this one a little bit short, been tugged out into the leg side. Duckett will go around from mid-wicket out towards long on, and will haul it back in after a couple of runs have been taken.
In terms of, as the game was exploding in terms of franchise cricket, and he's learned how to bowl on all these surfaces, isn't he? So there's nothing that kind of throws him in the cricketing world. It's incredible.
Rashid in once again, gets a leading edge from Dhananjaya de Silva, who's looking leg side, and it goes to Bethel, a short extra no run.
Mark, who's your favourite Sri Lankan spinner to watch?
Hasaranga makes things happen. Deekshana is quite interesting, but I'm going to go with Wani, who's not playing today.
Rashid hurries this one on to Dhananjaya, who's deep in his crease, plays out on the leg side. 29 overs gone, 118 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. And England, I'll quickly run you through the bowling figures, because they've used a few of them today. Overton's bowled 3, 1 for 10. Sam Curran 4 overs, 0 for 16. Liam Dawson 5 overs, 0 for 17. Jack's 5, 0 for 22. Rashid has now bowled 6, 1 for 21. Bethel 3 overs, 0 for 20, and Rian Ahmed 3 overs, 0 for 11. So 7 bowlers used in 29 overs. We actually went through a spell earlier of 4 overs, 4 different bowlers, as we got to the end of the initial power play towards the 10 overs. So England changing things around, getting the experience in, trying different people out. And so we're now almost at the 30 over mark, and we're about to get our 8th bowler, because Joe Root, and I've got to be honest with you, I'm a massive Joe Root fan. I think he is under bowled. Anyone who can take some of the wickets that he's taken down the years, he's a proper bowler. Didn't bowl himself enough at times. Here he is. Oh my goodness, that's an absolute ripper. First up to Lanka. Looked like it was going a foot and a half down leg side and straight into middle and off. Pushed no run.
I agree with you, Macca. I think Joe Root's a wonderful bowler in these sorts of conditions. He bowls quite quick, flat.
That's beautiful first delivery. Second one beats the outside edge of Lanka, who's trying to dab it down to third. I think his knee problems have sort of maybe restricted him a little bit at times, but as captain I always felt he underbowled himself.
I think because he bowls so full, he's extra useful in these conditions.
Root in once again. Lanka's coming right forward to that one, playing out on the offside, no run, 3 dots in a row.
It's often funny how injuries can disappear when the pitch is spinning.
I thought of a quick cheeky 2 or 3 for all of a sudden, yeah. Root around the wickets. Little bit of air. Inside edge of the Lanka bat on this occasion. Through square leg. Will be just a single, as Harry Brook will do the fielding. 119 for 3.
I think it was quite an inspired move to bring Root on, to be honest, because Lanka and DDS were looking comfortable with England spinners. Change it up a little bit. They had to slow down, don't they?
Joe Root has 28 wickets in this form of the game. That's 61. Best of 3 for 52. He's taken 1 wicket against Sri Lanka as Dhananjaya uses his feet to come down the pitch. Root going around the wicket still to the right-hander. Pads it away, no run. So 5 balls, 1 single. To complete his over, Root with that sort of slingy arm action. Fires it through. Dhananjaya de Silva pats it out quietly, and that is 30 overs completed. 119 for 3.
That's exactly the over they were looking for as well, wasn't it?
Absolutely. So that's 39 for 0 between 20 and 30 overs. That is incredible stuff from England. They've totally put the brakes on there, haven't they, boys?
Yeah, we saw earlier Sri Lanka give away kind of 2 wickets, or lose 2 wickets. I won't say give away because the batters were frustrated. That's exactly what they're trying to do here now. I felt like Lanka was kind of getting into it. His strike rate was slowly creeping up, but they put the brakes on after that over. So it's all to play for. Let's see what happens.
Well, the old maxim was get to 30 overs and double it. It's slightly changed with fielding restrictions and obviously different white balls and all that, but it's never the worst kind of indicator. So if we're doubling it from here, then you're looking at 240. As we mentioned on Thursday, the par score on this pitch is more than that. It is it's actually 247. So you are about right. As Rashid starts his new over and beats Lanka outside of his off stump, there's no run. So it's 247 overall. In day games it's 246, and in day-night games it's 247. So it's basically 250 is your par score at Primadasa Stadium. Rashid in, over the wicket to the left-handed Lanka, reaching forward, pushing into the offside.
What do we think par score is today?
See, I think anything over 200, Sri Lanka would feel confident that they can defend. This pitch is going to get drier. It's going to have a bit more turn.
That one does turn from Rashid back into the left-handed Lanka, who defends no run.
Sri Lanka have a lot of part-time spinners. Jeffrey van der Say, probably somebody to watch. They're going to bring him on late to try and break it up like he did in the first ODI. Sri Lanka would be confident, as I say, just over 200.
Rashid in with a big loopy leg break. Turning back into the left-handed Lanka, turns it to backward square leg. Brookfield single taken, 120 for 3. It's interesting because we're 2 pitches across from where Thursday's game was played, and it feels like we've moved miles, because that pitch felt more 270, 280. Now that might be weather conditions, whatever it may be. But it feels this is definitely not as high scoring a pitch. Rashid to the right-handed Dhananjaya, hammers to Bethel at short extra cover, no run.
With 30 overs into 100 over game, England didn't go with the extra seamer. That seems like a good choice at the moment, right?
Final ball of the 31st over. Adil Rashid is in, runs this one in, and Dhananjaya pushes to Bethel's left hand, and they're able to take a single. 31 overs have gone 121 for 3. Remember, in 3 overs time, England will get a choice of which of these white balls they want to continue with. For 34 overs, you have a white ball for the even overs and a white ball for the odd overs, and then at 34 overs the fielding side choose now which one they want to continue with. Generally speaking, you go for the soft one so he doesn't get swatted to all parts, but then that one ball will be used for the rest of the innings. So again, that's just a little marker to keep an eye out on going forward. But 121 for 3 after 31 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel is where we are in this game. 1-0 up Sri Lanka in this 3-match series. Final game on Tuesday. And here we are in the second game, and Joe Root is continuing to bowl. And that one has been, let's say, flipped by Dhananjaya. Over square leg, it then runs away for 4. And Joe Root has gone for a boundary for the first time in this match. 125 for 3.
Just seeing that ball bounce a little bit lower. It's actually quite short there from Joe Root. The pitch is dying already. It's going to be intriguing to see how the Sri Lanka bowlers bowl in this, with the likes of Wellalega bowling so well. Is that how you pronounce Wellalega?
Wellalega.
Root is around the wicket. He's gone for back-to-back boundaries now. Dhananjaya de Silva gets him fine through fine leg. Dhananjaya takes it to 129 for 3, and he's got 37 from 52 ball space now. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, my apologies to the Sri Lankan fans out there for my butchering of Wellalega. Yeah, just shorter there from Joe Root. Not a great start to the oval. Sorry, sweep shot there. Not a great start to the over there by Joe Root.
What can he come back with? This one is, again, round the wicket. He's targeting that leg stump line to turn it and keep it straight. Dhananjaya hits it to the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Root is straight back to the end of his mark, in and bowling again. Dhananjaya pushes into the offside, wide of the short extra cover fielder, so can take an easy single out towards the boundary. 130 for 3.
This is maybe that kind of pressure releasing over Sri Lanka's batters we're looking for, I think.
Asalanka, the left-handed skipper, is on strike. Turns Root to fine leg and will amble through for a single. He's got 31 from 42. Asalanka made 17 on Thursday, which was his highest score actually against England. He's only played 3 times previously before Thursday, but 17 his highest score, so he's gone past that today. Root in, slightly shorter. Dhananjaya is punching to Rayan Ahmed, who's 3/4 of the way back at mid-on when he fields that one. Single taken, end to the over. 32 gone, 132 for 3 of Sri Lanka. And Sanath Jayasuriya, the Sri Lankan coach, is merrily clapping his hands at the end of that particular over. We mentioned earlier Mark Machado, who is host of the Murali End podcast. They're all about Sri Lankan cricket, all about the legends of the game. They don't get much more legendary than Sanath Jayasuriya in white ball cricket in Sri Lanka after that incredible World Cup. So was he an easy appointment as head coach, or was that actually a tricky one, because there's always that, can he then do as a coach what he could as a player?
So Sanath Jayasuriya, I always refer to him as the kind of soul, not just of Sri Lankan cricket, but of Sri Lanka. He's one of the most loved people on the island, partly because he's one of the first cricketers who didn't go to a big Colombo school or Kandyan school to come in and really make a difference. He's from the right southern tip of Sri Lanka, and he's just so loved in the way that, because he was such a pivotal part of '96 and the way he played the game. So appointing him was an easy PR win for Sri Lanka cricket, and he wanted the job, so they gave it to him.
He's watching as Liam Dawson's back into the attack for England. Left arm around, bowls to Dhananjaya. Punch back at the bowler. Oh, they're going to take a quick single because Dawson wasn't able to stop it cleanly. And it rolled past him, but I've got to be honest and say, not by very far. Harry Brooks come round, done the fielding. Overton's close by as well. There's a shot at the stumps. And the batters have managed to complete that single. Brook was, wow, he wasn't far away. And, well, it would have been out by a metre. I mean, that's a horrendous call, really.
Look, Sri Lanka is one of the most hospitable places on earth. If you're playing them, they've always given you a run-out opportunities. You might as well have a go, right?
So you genuinely bowl for run-outs in Sri Lanka, then, essentially, is what you're saying?
Keep an eye out for them.
Dawson, left arm around to the left-handed Asalanka. Turns to Harry Brook at mid-wicket and takes a far more comfortable single on that occasion. Of my many memories of Sanath Jayasuriya, most are bat in hand, but I do have one ball in hand. If anyone remembers the Gaul Test match in 2001, where he got Alex Stewart LBW with the worst decision I have ever seen. Dawson left arm around the wicket, Dhananjaya pushes to short mid-on, and there's no run. So he's bowling left arm over to a right-hander, and it pitched, and I'm not joking, 8 inches outside of leg stump, and was given out. Dawson in, bowls. Dhananjaya hits it to the leg side, and he's caught. Joe Root takes the catch, and Dawson has his wickets. Dhananjaya just got a little bit sloppy then. He thought there was an easy picking into the leg side, and Dhananjaya goes for 40. 4th wicket for Sri Lanka. Just as these two were really putting a significant partnership together, it's 134 for 4.
It was brewing. We almost saw a run out at the beginning of the over. And then also noticing that mid-on being up. Just punched one the ball before to mid-on for no run. And it just looked as though he was looking to really release the shackles and get a boundary that over, and has spooned one to Joe Root at mid-wicket. Lovely bowling from Liam Dawson. Sri Lanka now 134 for 4. Just built a nice little partnership there, and again they've just given one away.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Sri Lanka fan, you would have been hoping DDS was going to stick about a little bit. This is what happened in the first ODI. Kept building partnerships and they kept losing wickets just when you think they were about to go away. They've got to rebuild from here. I think Liana Gay will be next into bat. He's been fairly consistent for Sri Lanka in the last year or so hopefully he can kind of continue that consistency. At this point though, 32.4 overs in, Sri Lanka probably need one of these two, who, you know, Liana Gay or Asalanka, to kind of carry their bat all the way through the end or get as close to it as possible.
Just to finish that Alex Stewart, Sanath Jayasuriya story. So Chris Cowdery and I actually bumped into Stewie in the hotel bar, either that night or the night after, and I'll never forget this phrase. When we sort of, do we mention it, do we not mention it? In the end, Cow decided he was going to mention it, and Stewie replied with, "If that's getting given out, I don't know which end's up anymore." That was before we went fully neutral umpires. One of the umpires in that series was Asoka De Silva, the Sri Lankan, and it was him who gave it, and he earned the nickname. I'll come back to that in a second, because Lianaga has come straight down the pitch to Dawson and whipped him over wide long on for 4. First ball, thank you very much, down the pitch, bosh, off you go, 138 for 4. And yeah, Asoka De Silva was the umpire who managed to earn the nickname within the English fans and off the record, the England setup, as a shocker De Silva, because some of the decisions that series were, shall we say, not the best.
Presumably though, this was a time before DI.
Oh yes, 2001. Dawson is in, Lianaga pushes into the offside, no run, and that was one of the reasons we then ended up with the spat between Kumar Sangakkara and Michael Atherton at Kandy in the next game. The spat which has been called the most intelligent cricket argument of all time, when you consider the two people involved. Check it out on YouTube though, the highlights are there. I mean, it's the worst decision. When you see Stewie next, Cam, seriously ask him about that one. It's an absolute horrendous one.
I'm sure there'll still be a few expletives, knowing Stewie.
Oh, I'm absolutely certain of that. Morning, Stewie, if you're listening. 33 overs gone, 138 for 4.
should say Sanjay Jayasuriya is stepping down as Sri Lanka coach after the World Cup. So he's kind of entering his last few weeks for the job.
Has the replacement been announced? Or is it a succession plan job, or are they going to actually wait and see?
I think wait and see. If it goes well, you never know. They might extend him, or he might want to stay.
Yeah, if you win a World Cup, all of a sudden you've got a blank cheque, haven't you? Rayan Ahmed is going to come back into the bowling attack and bowl his 4th over. He is bowling over the wicket to Asalanka, the left-hander, who guides down to short third, and they'll take a single. 139 for 4. Rayan has gone for 11 in his previous 3. Now this could be interesting. Lianaga's going to bring Happy Hour forward. Rayan Ahmed is in. There's a bit of loop on that, and Lianaga plays with a nice wristy drive down to long off. Takes a comfortable single. 140 for 4.
This will be a good challenge for Rayan Ahmed because his safest ball is into the pitch with lots of overspin on it. So given he's having to bowl fuller on this pitch, it'll be a good test for him against guys who are fairly accomplished at playing spin.
And he goes, turning back into the left-handed Asalanka. Turns on the onside and will stroll a single. 141 for 4. I mentioned saying a few minutes ago that the run rate was just under 4s. They've got it up to 4.2 and over. 3 singles from the first 3 balls of this so far. And now Lianaga has taken a ball from well wide of off stump out to Overton at deep square leg, which again just implies we've reached that next phase of the game now where we're going to start ticking it over a little bit more. Lianaga's come in and now got 7 from 4.
So with Lianaga, he's currently in the T20 squad, and there's a bit of criticism around that because his strike rate isn't maybe T20-esque.
This occasion, Rayan is in, and again, Lianaga is outside of off stump and paddling down the leg side, and Adil Rashid isn't able to cut that one off, and it will go for a boundary. 147 for 4. Now all of a sudden this over has gone for 9 with 1 ball left to come. And that, I mean, he's taken that off stump. It's one of those that you say, well, if he misses it, he's in trouble, but he doesn't miss it.
Well, I know Lianaga's the right-hander here, but Rayan did get Asalanka out in the first ODI, playing a similar shot, but it's spooned up to Harry Brook at slip. I suppose now that it's later on the innings, they're not going to have a slip.
Final ball of the over is Lianaga coming forward. Harry Brook will field it short sector. Lianaga is looking for a single. Asalanka is standing there like an old-fashioned policeman, hand up at the non-striker saying, no, not on this occasion. 147 for 4 at 34 overs. So this is now the point where England choose which ball they want to continue with. Cam Steele and Mark Machado will continue the analysis of the game.
So I think with both these two Sri Lankan batters, they're quite good at kind of rotating strike and just kind of keeping the scoreboard ticking over, which is why they're kind of in this side. They're not, in theory, they're not going to take risks or not expected to take risks. So in a way, this is kind of exactly what I would expect from these two at this moment.
Do you think that Asalanka will try and bat through here and Lianaga will take more of the risks?
I think so, just because he's a set batter, and as I said, he's kind of needs a big innings, I feel.
Dawson to continue, and will be bowling left arm around to the left-handed Asalanka. Defensively played back to the bowler, no run. By the way, we mentioned that Adil Rashid have now taken wickets in 17 consecutive ODIs. The record is Sandeep Lamakane, who managed it between September 21 and May 2023. I'll leave you in suspense for a moment. Here is Dawson, slightly shorter. Asalanka pulls into the leg side, straight to the deep sweeper Bethel for a single, who managed it in 29 consecutive one-day internationals. That's some going. That is some going. By getting to 17, Rashid joins Ian Botham, Darren Goff, whatever happened to him, Kyle Mills, Nathan Bracken, Mitchell Johnson, Harbhajan Singh, Jimmy Anderson, Zahir Khan, Akil is saying. So a decent list and a varying list of styles of bowlers in that as well. Liana Gay is waiting for Dawson, who's around the wicket, pushing to the offside, and there's no run.
You mentioned Nathan Bracken. Whose hair do we prefer out of Nathan Bracken and Jacob Bethel?
I'm going to be honest and say Nathan Bracken's Alice band never really did it for me. So I think Jacob's more au naturel. I mean, if bleach blonde could ever be considered au naturel, obviously, but it's running freer, shall we say, more wild. Dawson in, bowls left arm around. Liana Gay is getting a leading edge out to short extra cover, and there's no run. What was I was talking about? I can't believe we got onto hair today. What were we talking about with Goffey the other day? Something completely random came up as a topic. I never thought I'd be discussing it. Oh, it was skincare. That's right, because Goffey. I'll come back to that in a second. Dawson bowling left arm around. Liana Gay punches to long off. Overton will field just a single second. It's because Goffey decided that Jeffrey Van der Sey, I mean, he's 35, he's 36 in a couple of weeks' time. He thought he looked about 23, 24, so we thought he must have a very good skincare regime. And again, I never thought I'd be discussing skincare regimes during a cricket commentary with Darren Goff when I was a kid. So, you know, I'm ticking him off this week. Dawson to complete the over. Lanka drops into the offside, takes an easy single, and the 150 is up for Sri Lanka. 150 for 4. 35 overs to get there. The 150 came up 32 overs and 2 balls. Also 4 wickets down on Thursday for just a little comparison purposes, so they're taking a little bit longer to reach there in the pretty similar conditions. So 150 for 4, and that actually is the quickest 50 of the match so far in terms of balls. 59 balls to get from 100 to 150. 81 for the first 50, 69 for the second.
I obviously live in London, but I spend a lot of time in Sri Lanka, or have done for the last few years. When I'm there, I do realise I do eat less processed food and a lot more fruit and veg, and I wonder if that's what keeps the skin glowing. Not that my skin ever glows, but I can only dream.
The vitamin C and collagen involved in fruit.
And the sunshine, of course, as well, right?
I mean, that's going to have an effect, you would have thought. Also plenty of fresh fish.
Fresh prawns, lobsters, crabs.
I mean, if you are listening in Sri Lanka, then Kumar Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene have got their crab restaurant. So we stopping you over. Jamie Overton is back for a bit of seam up for the 36th over. Lanka drives him out to the cover sweeper, and there is just a single. 151 for 4.
What's this main Sri Lankan beer?
Lion beer, and it is superb. It is perfect for those conditions. Slightly less gaseous than the average lager in the UK, but drunk cold, it really does quench the thirst.
My first year, I remember there was something called 3 Coins, but it disappeared when we went back a few years later. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I think 3 Coins has gone. The business went out. It went out of business.
I maybe should have gone back a bit more often. It might have helped him out. Overton in. Liana Gay is turning out on the onside, no run.
There is a new beer as well that's just come out called Elia, which is the singular word for elephant, to rival the Lion. But if you are in Sri Lanka and you are into drinking beers, you should try and hunt down a Lion Stout. There's a famous beer writer called Michael Jackson, who's no longer with us, but in the 1980s he said that was the best beer, mass-produced beer in the world.
Oh, mate. Okay. Liana Gay is waiting for Overton. He's gone across his subs, flipped it down to fine leg, and Adil Rashid has taken a fabulous catch. Well, Liana Gay has made 12 from 11 balls, but he's gone. 151 for 5. That is a tremendous catch from Adil Rashid. It went quickly, and it only just carried, and Overton has got a 2 for 11.
Adil Rashid's done brilliantly to get to that ball, tumbling forwards off the fine leg boundary. His specialist position down there at fine leg. After bowling the amount he has in the heat that we've seen in Colombo, it's a brilliant effort to remove Liana Gay. And England in a good position now, with a few more overs from Rashid and Dawson. But it's Jamie Overton that's done the trick. He's been good today. 2 wickets for him now.
What do you think they'll be thinking? They can get all 10 wickets, or will still try and kind of contain them a little bit? Oh, sorry, they were reviewing this decision, or was it?
I think they're probably just making sure that it was taken cleanly. There was never any doubt for me, and indeed Rod Tucker has had a look and he's happy with it. So Lianagay is off. Of course, it's one of those that officially, once he steps over the boundary edge, they can't call him back if there was an issue, but they are just double checking. Yeah, just so how do you see England looking for an all-out, do we think, here?
I think at this point Sri Lanka basically got to try and score runs, right? So there should be opportunities here to kind of get them all out, possibly within the kind of next 10 overs, you'd hope, right?
Yeah, the only thing is the tail generally gets a lot worse playing spin, so I think England will be really pushing to see if they can keep them below 180, maybe 190 here, if they can bowl them out. I mean, if they can get Lanka here, they're right in.
Well, in at number 7 is Pavan Ratnayaka. He made 12 from 14 before he was caught by Overton off the bowling of Dawson on Thursday.
Pavan's had quite a strange career for Sri Lanka at this point, because he's not played, he's not had an opportunity to bat too often, even though he's come in as a batter. So this is quite a big opportunity for him if he wants to kind of cement his place in the ODI squad. There's a kind of thinking in Sri Lanka at the moment that because the ODI World Cup is quite far away, that the ODI squad is where you put the players who you think could do bits in T20 or could even develop into test players. I think that's a group I'd put Pavan Ratnayaka in. They want to have a look at him at this level. How's he going to do? Can he score runs? Can he? He's in a kind of tough position here, right? The pressure's on. If he can stick about a little bit, he'll do his prospects for a long Sri Lanka career quite a lot.
I'm guessing that we're in a drinks break because they've taken the wicket, and therefore it's fallen at an appropriate point. So got a bit of time to talk about Pavan Ratnayaka. He's only 23 years of age. It's his third one-dayer. Before Thursday's match, his debut and only other game was against Pakistan in Rawalpindi back in November. So again, relatively young, but he's one of those that can bowl both off breaks and leggies, isn't he? I don't think he bowls both hands, but every now and again he can sort of wheel out something if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect him to be a kind of frontline bowler. I mean, Sri Lanka have a tradition of having these part-time spinners, with the idea being that you can kind of throw someone in for an over here and there to try and break up a partnership, something they weren't expecting. I put Pavan Ratnayaka at this stage of his career into that kind of bracket. The kind of problem is it's always quite difficult with players that come into the squad as bowlers, particularly spinners in Sri Lanka.
Well, Overton, after the drinks break, is going to continue. And Ratnayaka gets his first ball and turns on the leg side. It will be a single. No, it won't be a single. It will be a dot ball. Overton, therefore, got 2 more left in the over. 2 for 11 in his 4th.
In domestic cricket, spinners take a lot of wickets in Sri Lanka, and some of the levels of domestic cricket aren't maybe as high as they should be, because there's too many first-class teams.
Overton goes in down the leg side. It's a freebie, really. Ratnayaka can just help that one on its way, and it'll go down to fine leg for a boundary. 155 for 5 with 1 ball left of the 36th over. Actually, I want to talk to you about Sri Lankan first-class cricket, but we'll do that later on, because we've only got 1 ball left of this commentary stint. Because I did notice, looking at some of the numbers, there seem to be a lot of draws in Sri Lankan first-class cricket, and I'm just wondering, is that pitches related, is that quality of game related? But we'll get into all of that later on, Mark. You are our Sri Lankan expert on that one. Final ball of this Overton over goes in, bowls, and Ratnayaka just not backs away, gives himself a little bit of room, tries to guide it down to short third. He's not able to beat the fielder. So that is 36 overs gone. So let's get to our next commentary team. It is Steve Harmison and Roshan Abisinger to take you through the next few overs.
Thank you, Andrew. Yep, it's interesting. 155 for 5. England haven't really let Sri Lanka off the hook, so to speak. Sri Lanka hasn't been able to break free, and 37 not out to Asalanka. And Pavan Ratnayaka just in, he's made 4. Lianaki, I thought, threatened a bit, but England have really made sure that they knocked over batters when partnership started to threaten. Dhananjay De Silva so far the top scorer, 40 or 58. And 6 spinners used by England. Now that's a first, Harmy. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 spinners, and they've all predominantly bowled very, very well. I think they've been very, well rotated as well from Harry Brook.
Jack's bowling the first delivery, tossing it up, and it's pushed on the offside by the captain. So, see, from a Sri Lankan point of view, it's very important that one of these two, they bat deep as possible. As here comes Jackson, that's played with soft hands, away on the offside to the man at short extra cover.
Yeah, you look at the current run rate at 4.27 gets them 213. 6 and over gets them to 236. Somewhere in between that.
It's turn and pushing on the offside is a single. I think the problem, mostly more than real turn, is the slowness of the surface. It's not coming on, so batters like a bit of pace on the ball. And when that's not there, obviously you're going to struggle. You've got to kind of play your B game.
Yeah, and I think you've got to. I think it's getting in on this surface and a rotation of strike, trying to put the bowler under pressure, not letting them allow to sit in. I think England have been allowed to sit in for large patches of this first innings, and I think that's why England have been able to keep the pressure on.
Jacks comes in, and Pavan Ratnayaka just pushing again. You could see that the ball's not really arriving. It's getting stuck in the surface a little bit. It's a dry surface, and Ratnayaka has to wait for it and working it away on the onside. Here he is. That's that time tossed up. Can't time it. Can't beat that short mid-wicket. No run.
Good again from England. Harry Brook there. Short mid-wicket, closing down the angles, keeping the pressure on the new batter.
He doesn't bowl that time. Jack sometimes they do it willfully or they just miss it. I know of a few guys who try to break the rhythm of a batter.
I actually think the batter was moving towards his leg stump, and I think that put Will Jacks off. I think it was the batter that put the bowler off there.
Yeah, there's so much of fun and games. Now Cow Point comes in to save the single as here comes Jacks bowls, and that's slightly short of a length, allows the batter to knock it away on the onside for a single. 157 for 5, 37 overs completed. It's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, they go at 4.5 and over, gets them somewhere in and around that 220 mark. 6 and over gets them to 230, 235, and then anything more than that, I think, is above par score. In relation, Roshan, I think, to 272 the other night, I think in relation to that, I think it's 245. I think it's 245, so if that would be par to above par score. So England will be hoping to keep Sri Lanka down to well below that, because unfortunately I think this wicket is only going to get slower and lower and more difficult to bat on, and England might have to think outside the box. They're very good, McCullum thinking outside the box and utilising that first 10 overs, that power play. England might have to rejig their batting order and look to try and put a hole in that first 10 overs with more power players.
Morton bowls a full toss on the leg stump. That's a gift. That will run away to the boundary. That's not good bowling. That is not good bowling. You straight away release the pressure. You got a spinner at the other end looking to build up dots, and Overton runs in and bowls a friendly full toss on the leg stump.
Yeah, it's a poor ball from Jamie Overton, and not just that, it's to the new batter as well. Ratnayaka's gone back in his crease, both feet well behind the crease, possibly expecting a shorter delivery with 2 men out on the leg side boundary. And unfortunately, Jamie's gone for the double bluff, tried to get the Yorker in and missed his by a long way.
Also that delivery, hitting the bat hard that time. That a bit of pace, bending his back. Boundaries have been at a premium in this game. It hasn't been easy. It's a lovely evening, isn't it? The lights are on for some reason, but I think the light is all right. We got the blue skies ahead, the sun's still shining. And I can tell you that England fans have been very patient, and they're here in their numbers. I know the Barmy Army is here, and then also different tour groups from all over England enjoying themselves.
Yeah, we're in the same hotel as the Barmy Army. We had them, a few of them last night.
Doesn't get a single again. But that's an interesting concept, isn't it? Barmy Army. I mean, I don't know how it started, but it's grown.
It's grown massive. I think early sort of mid-90s was the start of the Barmy Army. A few people went on an Ashes tour. They congregated in the same area, sang a few songs, and from there the environment just got bigger, and it became a business. It's now a fully fledged, well-run business.
Here comes Overton, bowls. Again on a length, pushed back up the pitch. That was my question. My question was, how do they operate? I mean, with all those numbers, how do you manage? So now you've given me the answer straight away. It's a business.
It is a business, yeah. We, Chris Mellard, who good friends with Joe Root. They went to school together, I think. Chris and Joe, and Chris is the MD of Barmy Army. Seen him before the first game. And a lot of them have come straight from Australia.
Ratnagar gets another quicker delivery, which is pushed down to third for a single.
Two guys that bumped into last night. Sunderland supporters, but forgive them for that.
Whom do you support?
Newcastle.
Okay.
They came over and asked.
Thank God we don't have any Man United people here.
No, well, good job we ain't got any Sunderland supporters in here as well. That's fighting talk, that, Roshan. Fighting talk to Sunderland, because they beat us a few months ago. So we'll not go there. But they came straight from, they've been away since November.
Upish, but over extra cover goes Lanka and gets a single. So 6 runs of that over. It's 163 for 5. There are still 12 overs left. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think the Overton experiment, pick up a wicket, I think that should possibly end now. Might go with Sam Curran for an over or two, just taking a bit of pace off it, different type of angle, different type of trajectory, with the odd one that's a little bit quicker and seam up, possibly running his fingers across it. But I think looking at the bowling, what England have got up their sleeve, they've got 3 overs of Adil Rashid, and I think that's going to be crucial in this contest. When does Harry Brook think, right, Adil Rashid is going to be utilised at his best? Possibly when Lanka gets out. I think if Lanka gets out, then you'll see Rashid's 3 overs get bowled from that moment.
First delivery from Jacks, just pushed away on the offside for a single. But what happens if Lanka bats through? Where would they use him?
Yeah, I think then you're looking at possibly 3 overs time, 4 overs time. You try and get Rashid to bowl. What will he bowl? You bowl the 44th, 46th, 48th over, or the 42nd, 44th and 46th over. I think that could possibly be a plan if Lanka's still in, and the potential trying to get the said batter out and put pressure on the guys coming in towards the end.
Here comes Jack's bowls, and this is played fine by Pawan Ratnaik, only a single. That's an interesting thing, because you're reluctant to bowl your prime bowler against a left-hander, but I would back Adil Rashid to dismiss Lanka, because he's that quality. As Jacks comes in, 7th over, bowls slow and full toss, and very lucky that the man we're talking about, Adil Rashid, covers it at deep square leg. That was a friendly, juicy full toss, and Lanka will be kicking himself.
Yeah, that should have gone out the ground. He should have gone from 40 to 46 in one clean hit there. Trying to keep it down. Again, the negative mentality of not having sort of free-flowing boundaries.
Pawan Ratnayaka that time just looking to come down the pitch to a ball that was tossed up. And good fielding by the captain at short mid-wicket, Harry Brook. So England just relying so much on spin. Jacks into his 7th over. Seemed to be just a bit disturbed by the fact that Pawan Ratnayaka just keeps moving around his crease. He stops and doesn't bowl, goes back to his mark and comes in again. Once more, Ratnayaka down the pitch and gets another single.
It is good from Ratnayaka just to put the bowler off. He's well within his rights to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. On this surface, I'd be quite happy if I was Will Jacks that the batter was moving around, because I think on this surface you need a stable pace and to make a good connection with the ball.
Will this be called a wide? I think it is. Just going for that glory ball, I think. Looking to pitch it outside the leg stump and spin it behind Asalanka's pads, or he simply missed out, I don't know, but that's a wide, just sliding down the leg side as here comes Shaks again. And Asalanka drops it and runs quickly. And Ratnayaka responds and they get a single. And 39 overs completed, 169 for 5. Asalanka will be on strike. It's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, 11 overs to go, 169 for 5. Sri Lanka will want a total in excess, I think, of 230. England have got 11 overs to bowl. Dawson's got 3 left. Rashid's got 3 left. So there's 6. They'll guarantee will bowl their 10. It's just how Harry Brook goes about getting the other 5 and where the other 5 fit in. Does he have 2 overs of seam options to bowl the last 2 overs? Rashid's going to bowl his 8th over now, and it's which way he goes to sort of try and marry up. Does he try and get Asalanka out, or does he keep his best 2 spin bowlers for the onslaught towards the last 4 or 5 overs? It's a challenge for the England captain.
Here comes Rashid from over the wicket, bowls, and Asalanka wants a single. You'll expect a lot of wrong uns from Rashid. That delivery short goes to short third. I'll be tempted to use Sam Curran. I feel that he might be perfect because he can run his fingers over the ball as he runs it. He could bowl cutters into the pitch, can be very, very handy on this surface. As here comes Rashid, bowls another wrong un and doesn't beat the fielder. There is confusion. And they get a single. Needed a little bit more sharpness and agileness at that point. Loving the left-hander to get a single. But Rashid wouldn't mind it because the right-hander is on strike.
Yeah, and it was good batting as well, because they realised it was Jacob Pethel and he's pushed it towards his right, knowing he's left-handed. So he's had to run around the ball. So the single was a little bit easier to take. It might have been a bit more difficult if it actually went to somebody who was right-handed.
Here comes Rashid, bowls, tossing it up, and Pawan Ratnayaka. He loves to go inside out, but this time he goes through mid-off for a single. Remember getting out in the last game too, because he generally picks those extra cover areas. It's interesting that England have kept that area open, just keeping him interested in it. Even that last shot, just watching on the screen, you could see him coming down the pitch and just opening himself up a little bit. As here comes Rashid, bowls a wrong un. He's bowled predominantly wrong uns to the captain, Asalanka, who gets another single down to deep cover.
Yeah, I think he's setting Ratnayaka up for that wrong un. He's setting him up. He's saying to him, right, you come down the crease, out the crease, and you can come inside out, and you can hit it on that offside. I'm giving you whatever you want, but you make a slight mistake, and that ball's going to go between bat and pad. And if it hasn't hit the stumps, Joss Butler's waiting for you.
Rashid comes in, 2 deliveries left. Ratnayaka on strike, tossing it up, and he takes the challenge, hits it hard, but doesn't beat the man at short extra cover. That's the captain, Harry Brook. Well, love this contest, love the way Rashid's bowling, not afraid to loop it. And it's not just tossing up, it's the loop, it's the revs on the ball, it's a drop. It's a real skill shown by Adil Rashid. Comes in again for the last ball of the over. Tossing it up again. Clever. Very, very clever bowling. Only a single. 173 for 5. We're down to the last 10. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's a master at work, isn't it? When you watch Adil Rashid bowl, he bowls the right pace and the right line and the right length. Where you watch somebody like a Will Jacks or a Jacob Bethel or even a Rian Ahmed, who's probably more of a frontline bowler than the other two, and you go and you think, well, they get 1 out of 3 right, or they might get 2 out of 3 right, which gives the batter a chance to readjust. But Rashid, because of the sort of quality bowler he is, he nails line, length, speed perfect. Where that's the challenge for an education and a development of Rian Ahmed to watch and learn from England's finest spin bowler and try and take over the mantle whenever that time comes about. So again, Rashid showed his experience there. He bowled at the right speed. Said to Ratnayaka, you can come out of the crease if you want, but I'm going to get the googly to go through. I'm going to get the wrong one to go through, and you have to be on your mark, and you have to nail your timings right. If not, I'm having you.
Dawson coming in from the far end. He's got 3 overs left and starts off with a quicker delivery. Very different bowler, isn't he, to Rashid. Start with left arm, right arm, and the pace he bowls.
But I think he's got his pace right as well. Showed his experience on this surface.
Here comes Dawson. Round the wicket, tossing it up. On the back foot goes Ratnayaka, works the way on the onside for a single. See, the difference is that Dawson is generally 89, 90, 91 kind of pace bowler, and he slows it down to about 85. But Rashid is generally in the low 80s, and he now is settling in quite beautifully in the 70s.
Yeah, you've got 2 experienced bowlers who have bowled a lot of cricket balls throughout their time and understand what ball to bowl, what pace to bowl. Where you look at some of the part-time and some of the younger ones, they're still trying to work out what the optimum speed is and how they go about utilising their skill sets on this surface.
Here's Dawson again, and no is the call as Lanka on the back foot just plays it away on the onside. No run.
And good from Dawson, very good from Dawson and from Brook. Tight in leg side on the one at mid wicket, controlling the swapping the angle.
Here comes Dawson, bowls a quicker one, and all he could do is just drop it. The ball trickles away on the offside for a single. So at the current rate, 215, that's not enough. I think you're right when you said 245. Sri Lanka needs a score around that. I'm not so sure that they're aiming at anything bigger unless when they get to the last 5 overs, depending where they are as a batting unit. As here comes Dawson, tossing it up slower, and that's hit away behind point. Speeded in the deep by Rehan Ahmed, couple of runs. Those are gifts on the surface. Anything more than a single is a gift to me.
Yeah, I think what Sri Lanka have got to do, we've got to do well. You've got another 2 overs from Rashid and 2 overs from Dawson. The rest have got to go. Sri Lanka have got to put pressure on the rest.
Single off the last ball. So it is 41 overs completed. It's 178 for 5. And it's time to join John Norman. Well, take it away, John.
Thank you, Roshan. Brilliant stuff as ever from Roshan Abasinger and Steve Harmison in Colombo. And here we are. Myself, John Norman, Cameron Steele, Surrey spinner, and Jared Kimber, ready to take you through the last 9 overs of the Sri Lankan innings. 178 for 5 with you. I don't know if you're on.
Oh, yeah. Am I here?
You're on now.
Do you identify as a spinner or as an all-rounder?
I like to identify as an all-rounder, but it depends on the day, I guess. Depends on my performance.
Because I think John's called you an all-rounder and a spinner today, and I just wondered.
I'm just mixing it up.
No.
Both are correct.
I appreciate all of
Jared, we had a conversation off air about whether Jared is the same name as Jarrod.
It quite clearly is.
Well, it absolutely isn't.
I don't understand how you've got this in your head. There's something happened when they took the H out of your name, and it's really affected your personality.
You say spinner, I say all-rounder. Rashid is definitely a spinner, although he has scored a run or 2 in cricket, and this is punched away for a single. Lanka 45 from 61, and Pavan Ratnayaka at the start of his career, really, 19 from 22. Saying that, it's not the start of his career in terms of first-class cricket. He's been playing for a long, long time, but relatively. But new to his international career. Top-order batter, and that was a shot of a top-order batter as well. Lanka, though, left-hander, facing now. Rashid's picked up 1 wicket. He's only gone for 28 from his 8 overs as well. This is turning in a touch. Ooh, Lanka sets off, and he's got to hurry back behind the stumps. Brook has dashed the ball at the stumps, I think. It's been fielded by Butler. Couldn't claim the ball and take the wickets down. We're just going to see a replay here. It's just pushed into the leg side, and there's no run there. Brook has run in, and he has fired the ball at the base of the stumps and missed. Not sure whether Lanka would have got there. A bit more loop here this time from Rashid, and it's another dot ball. 179 for 5, but producer Ollie Hunter has just whispered in my ear that, you know, Sri Lanka kind of feels like Sri Lanka have got themselves out rather than, you know, they've been victims to really good deliveries. We have seen some good deliveries. So on the sweep, this is aerial, and it's gone straight to Ben Duckett. Just as I say that, Charith Asalanka, the skipper of Sri Lanka, pressure possibly getting to him. He's gone on the slog sweep, and he's perished in the deep. 179 for 6.
Wonderful piece of bowling there from Adil Rashid, as we're accustomed to seeing. Just bowls that beautiful, slow, looping leg spin of the ball before. Almost just brings Sri Lanka into that shot. Slog sweeping out to Ben Duckett on the boundary, who takes a very simple catch, and Sri Lanka in a bit of trouble here. Interesting to see how many they think they need in order to defend, because the pitch is only getting tougher to face the spinners on.
Interesting. Was that a wrong in? It was outside off stump. I thought it was a leg spinner originally, but it really went up and came down on him. But again, you know, we've talked about this in the first inning. The first match as well. Them sweeping and not being as skillful in the sweep as some of the other teams around the world are. But again, that slow delivery and trying to whack it away. Ben Duckett have to move?
Only to put his hands above his head and take the catch.
Jamie Overton would have been putting his hands down if he was in the same position.
He would have just opened up his pocket and just let the ball land.
Is it like, is Overton like 1.6 ducats?
In old money. Right. New batter at the crease. Dunith Wellalage. Well, I tell you what, he's got a bit more time today. It didn't take much time in the first ODI to get into his innings. 25 from just 12 deliveries, and he was hitting the ball around all parts of the field. But unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they have lost their skipper, Sri Lanka. So another wicket going the way of Rashid. What is it about Rashid's game that, you know, looking on as a spinning all-rounder yourself?
Thank you again.
That you look at and you think, okay, you know, I'm not saying you're sitting and learning from Adil Rashid, but what parts of his game do you admire? You know, slip in place. This is on the pads and clipped away by Wellalage. He'll get off the mark at first ball. 180 for 6 Sri Lanka.
Well, I mean, I was waxing lyrical before about Adil Rashid. I mean, there's so much of his game that I'm incredibly envious of. Just his control of the leg spinner, cross seam, straight seam, slider, pace, length. It's just his control is like no one else that I've ever seen. And also he doesn't bowl it very often, but his wrong and or googly is one of the best in the game as well. So can't speak higher really of Adil Rashid. And longevity. He's playing 37 and he's got a long way to go.
Last ball of the over. Down the track comes Pavan Ratnayake, and this is steered away down to Sam Curran at long off for a single. His hands behind his back as Rashid. He's not the insolence of the youngster to come down the track to me in an over where I've already taken a wicket. 181 for 6 then. Storm clouds appearing in view. We did get mentioned that there might be the threat of rain in about 45 minutes time, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Colombo looks a picture as day turns into night. So yeah, so his all-round game then is something that you really admire. It's not just, you know, one delivery or, you know, attitude or whatever. I mean, it sounds like a complete package.
complete package. I mean, his batting as well doesn't get the attention it probably deserves either. I saw on Twitter, obviously you can believe everything you see on Twitter, but I think his first class average is better than Zach Crawley's.
Batting average.
Well, again, if I'm taking Twitter for face value, then...
It is. We checked it for the other game, so you are correct.
Jacks into bowl. This is pushed to square leg. No run. Sri Lanka have got themselves into a little bit of a pickle here. They started pretty slowly. England have bowled well today. They've caught everything. They've also effected a smart run out. So they've fielded well. They've bowled well. Sri Lanka just seem to have been stuck a little bit. They've always, this is clipped away from another single, they've always been 1 wicket behind where ideally, well not ideally, 2 wickets, 2 or 3 ideally, but they've always been at least 1 wicket behind. A position where you felt that they were in control of the game or in a position just to kick on. And that dismissal of Sri Lanka has just set them back again. They did escalate in the first ODI. They were 191 for 4 after 40, so they put on 80 from the last 10. This doesn't look like a pitch. This is going to yield 80 runs in the last 10 overs though. It's a patch. Oh, what a delivery. That is spinning and turning from Will Jacks. It's a left-hander and the ball is pitched on leg and it's turned away from the batter, hit him on the pad in front of off, and it's just a question of whether it's actually doing too much. Beautiful delivery there.
Joe Root seems to have come in with a lot of opinions. Maybe it hit him high, and maybe that's what he's saying.
To the umpire, to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feed, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Or not high, perhaps. But it's quite interesting because I would have thought the biggest question was, is that actually hitting the stumps? Because
almost did too much.
Yeah, it pitched on... Oh, Jesus, pitched on leg stump. It might have actually even pitched outside leg stump.
There's no bat.
Ridiculous.
Close to the bat, though, so we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
It does hit him on the thigh, but on the back foot. So it should still hit the stumps, but that's doing a
Ultra Edge
lot.
coming up now. Yep, I've got a gap between bat and ball. Clearly nowhere near the glove, so it's gone through to impact on the pad, so we can check ball tracking when it's ready.
It's a fantastic delivery.
Understand how
ball tracking coming up now, Adrian.
And it's pitched outside.
Pitching outside leg stump. So you'll stay with your original decision of not out. Let you know when you're on screen.
We're not watching. They always stop the replay.
Adrian, you're on screen now.
As soon as the ball is shown to be pitching outside leg.
It could have missed off as well.
Interesting to see whether it would have gone on to hit off stump or clipped or gone past. And that also makes me wonder, why did the umpire give that not out? Because I wonder if he gave it out because he thought it pitched outside leg or he thought it wasn't going to hit the stumps. Either way, lovely delivery, correct decision by the umpire. And Wellalage on the sweep. Third ball. And misses it by about a foot.
Friend of the show, Rob Barron, has sent through a scorecard from their women's T20 Blaze in the Caribbean.
There's a lot of blazes in cricket, isn't there? Blazes in rugby, blazes in cricket. Pushed into the offside, no run.
Windward Islands, 62 for 9 in their 20 overs. Struggled a lot in that game. Jamaica women went out, and in the first over they scored 44 runs.
And I wasn't expecting that. This is another decent delivery from Jacks. He's getting his lengths and his lines spot on. Just 1 run coming from his 8th over. And that draws Wellalage forward, playing defensively, no run.
Weirdly, it took them 3.5 overs to get past the score of 62. So they slowed down after the first over.
Can you break down that over?
I don't have the full statistics here. I think it was a lot of wides. I don't think it was off the bat. I think it might have been a couple of 5 wides might have been thrown in there. But yeah, 44 runs off and over.
Well, I don't know if Rob's
What's
listening.
the most you've been hit for, Cam?
It was a lot. 32 by Johnny Bairstow, maybe.
Okay, we'll check that.
What was that in the blast? I take it.
It's been in a one-day game when I was in fact a batsman and not a bowler.
Rashid is in, and this is tossed up. Ratnayaka comes down the track again, and hits it straight back to the bowler, and has to dash back behind his crease. No run. 182 for 6. We've got 6.5 overs remaining in Sri Lanka's innings. What kind of score can they muster? Find out. Again, step forward this time. Ratnayaka stays with back leg behind the line and pushes it out to Joe Root for a single.
I still think anywhere over 200 here will be a tricky chase for England. It'll be a good test of the batters.
It's going to be a fascinating start to the innings, no matter what, because Rayan Ahmed's in the side. If you're unaware, Zach Crawley picked up an injury, so his place at the top of the orders is going to be taken by Rayan Ahmed, as Walalage just rides the bounce a touch and helps this square for a single. And you imagine Rayan Ahmed is going to go out there and just try and thump every ball. And it's either going to be brilliant to watch, or he's going to be out early, and England are going to be under pressure, and then it's going to be spinning everywhere. And we shall see. But 10 overs of Rayan Ahmed, that score could come into view very, very quickly as Ratnayaka runs this first very quickly and manages to bisect the field. Dawson running round from fine leg fields.
Gary Morgan has found the ball by ball of the Blaze game.
This is what the audience wants.
Wide, 2, wide.
Okay, so at this stage, 4 runs from 1 legal delivery. That still doesn't indicate it's going to be a 44 run over, does it?
5 wides.
There we go. Okay, now we're starting to wonder.
No ball.
Ooh,
so I'd like to mix up the extras.
So they were concentrating so much on it not being a wide, they've overstepped. Here's Rashid. This is a leg break, which pitches on leg and then moves across towards off stump, and it's just defended really by Ratnayaka, who fancies a single, but there isn't one there. It goes straight to a fielder. 1 ball left of Rashid's 10 overs, 2 for 34. He's an absolute banker. And can he see it out? Ratnayaka facing 24 not out, and he's on the sweep, but there's a fielder 45. So end of Rashid's 10, 2 for 34. Sri Lanka 186 for 6 overs remaining, but really we want to know how this over panned out.
So wide, 2 wide, 5 wides, 1 no ball, 4, but just not a no ball,
just a normal 4. So hang on, I've lost track. Is that 3? That's 2 legal deliveries.
That was the second legal delivery of the over. Then it was wide, no ball, single. It's another legal ball. No ball, wide, no ball. I do like the fact that we're going between no balls and wides here. 2 wides, 2 no balls, 5 no balls, 2 wides, 1 no ball, 4, 1, 1 no ball, 6. So she really pulled it together by the end of the over, didn't she?
Do you know what? I was hoping there wouldn't be a 6.
She was probably thinking the same. She had 38 runs off the first 5 legal balls, and she's like, I'm just going to get past this one last ball, and it gets whacked. Jack's
continuing. He's bowled a decent quota of overs today. He's bowling round the wicket to Walalage and clumps a single through the offside. 187 for 6. That would be a great quiz question, wouldn't it? How many sixes were scored in the over that went for 44?
Well, I want to know whether she bowled the 3rd over.
Gary down the track, and he's dragged this one, has Ratnayaka, and he's dragged it all the way for 4. I thought that maybe long on would have been a touch straighter. Jamie Overton down there. He's just about managed to direct this ball towards a part of the field where there was no cover, so a much needed boundary for Sri Lanka.
Brilliant batting as well, because he came out and realised it was outside off stump, but he had the boundary picked that he wanted to go to, and it was a very good strike, and he was completely in control of it, even though there was a bit of a cross-bat element to it as well. It was really good batting.
Flags flutter as Jack's batter moves. I think the batter moved and that put the bowler off, rather than the batter saw something behind the bowler's arm. Jack wants to bowl it again. Here he is, down the track comes Ratnayaka, and can't steer this past mid-wicket, so stays where he is. 191 for 6. Jared, do you think the score of 200 would be a testing one for England?
Yeah, I suppose with England, they didn't bat like this in the first game, but if you look at England, I think lower scores...
There's a single to the leg side.
They can create a bit of chaos, like, someone like Rayan Ahmed, Overton. They only need one of those guys to make a 40 off 20, and suddenly that looks good. I think really anything over 180 I thought was always going to be a tough chase on this wicket. Even though it's not Sri Lanka's first choice spin attack, I think they've still got a lot of talent available to them. and the way that Asalanka and Danajaya bowled the other day as well.
This is another single to square leg. Fielder coming in from the boundary, and Walalage fancies a second, but he's sent back. It's the right decision by Ratnayaka. 193 for 6. One ball shy of 45 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, where at the break it's going to be us three continuing through the mid-innings break. We're going to be essentially talking about down the track, and that is a leading edge. It's gone in the air. Is there enough on the ball? No. Dawson settles under the ball, wide long off, and Ratnayaka has got to go for 29, and Sri Lanka lose their 7th, 193 for 7.
Well, Jackson deserved that. He's pulled it back very nicely after his first couple of overs. Change of angle around the wicket to Ratnayaka after the first ball of the over went down the ground. Ratnayaka looks shocked as it goes up and into the safe hands of Liam Dawson.
Yeah, it's just professional cricket by Will Jacks, isn't it? He bowled the ball outside off stump, and Ratnayaka ran outside off stump and hit over mid-wicket, or actually it was straight, wasn't it? It was almost through long on. And then he bowls wider because of the angle, and he tries a similar kind of shot, hits it straight up in the air. And as you said, it looked like he wasn't seeing the ball well in the end. His helmet was all over his face. He had these wide eyes, like he wasn't sure what happened. But that was after just praising him for a brilliant shot. That was the opposite of a brilliant shot.
Yeah, I think actually just poor execution. It was the right shot. He's the only player that's really looked to target the bowlers down the ground today, and even with great gusto as well. We saw that check drive. Who got out with the check drive at the start of the innings?
It was Nasanka.
Nasanka got out with that check drive, and it was just a bit
half-hearted.
half-hearted.
The one that was spooned up on the offside, yeah.
Spooned up, but it was good to, good to see Ratnayaka go for it there.
Gary Morgan has confirmed that the Windward Islands opening bowler just bowled the one over.
How I'm sort of trolling the poor person, but start of career,
I don't know. I couldn't find, because it's not it's not the women's CPL, is it? It's not even their T20. I think it's the regional tournament, so it's the one beneath that. So it could be someone just starting out and having a go, and these things happen. 5
overs remaining then on TalkSport 2, with the second international between Sri Lanka and England being played at the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo, and it's Liam Dawson to bowl his 9th on the sweep. Wellalage's gone and picked. Oh, he's been dropped. Well, Jacks is running from square leg. He's got 2 hands to this. It was in the air for a long time, but he's actually put it down. So a life for Wellalage, who moves to 5, and Sri Lanka 194 for 7, and that's a rare blemish today in the field from England.
I looked over at Mark Mercado there just to see, because at the moment it doesn't seem like Sri Lanka can sweep or drive spin. Now, it is a tough wicket, but again, the minute he went for that shot, I was like, he's not in control of this ball. His best chance was an edge over the wicketkeeper's head, I think, when he was playing that, and he's very lucky to get away with it.
Dawson again, this time defended by Wellalage, and possibly, just possibly, Will Jacks has just finished his over and he's just gone out there, possibly distracted slightly. But you've got 2 hands to this, and you've seen him take far more difficult chances than that in the outfield. Took a very famous catch for Surrey, didn't he?
He dropped that easy one in the Ashes, though, didn't he?
Yeah, down the track. This is a single to square leg, with Pramod setting off well, actually, for the second. Comes back for 2. Didn't Will Jacks take that catch in short leg against Lancashire, was it? To win Surrey the championship in 20...
Mornay.
Yeah.
He did. But he also took that hanger at Brisbane as well, off Steve Smith in the pink ball test.
He sort of takes great catches and drops simple ones. He's got that sort of Ben Stokes catching profile.
Struck on the pad, but this is going down the leg side. Another dot ball. Dawson's been as difficult as ever, really. He only went for 31 from his 10 overs in the first ODI, and this is looped up and just dropped short of extra cover. Oh dear. Sri Lanka looking like they might be bowled out inside their 50 at the moment. Wellalage dropped at the start of this over, and I think go too far short of Brook Dawson again, and Pramod comes forward, tries to beat extra cover along the ground this time, picks out the fielder. No run. It's starting to go a little bit horribly wrong for Sri Lanka here at the Premadasa. 1-0 up in the 3-match series. They're 196 for 7 with 4 overs remaining. But Cameron, I mean, the point is that if Will Jacks, who's a decent spinner, can bowl the kind of deliveries that we see today, then you imagine that Sri Lanka might fancy their chances of doing something similar.
100%. I think England's middle order will be fairly nervous going into their innings, seeing the spin that Sri Lanka have, the way Welalage bowled in the first ODI, will be fairly intimidating for that middle order.
Got a bit of breaking news for you. This is massive as well. Don't go anywhere. Will Jacks continue. He's probably going to bowl out here. In fact, he is going to bowl out. Cut away. Welalage moves to 6. He's gone for one big shot and has been dropped. But we know if he connects, the ball will travel. So a lot is resting on Dunith Welalage's young shoulders as things stand. Can he get Sri Lanka up to a score around 220, 230, where possibly the score they've got now is going to prove a testing one for England? And this is the breaking news as Jacks is in. Down the track comes Pramod Radishan, and he'll take a single. Bangladesh have been replaced at the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in 2026 following their refusal to play in England. And Jared, you might want to get on the phone. Scotland will replace them. I mean, that is astonishing. We talked about it the other day. On the reverse swing, up and over Sam Curran, who's inside the circle at short third and away to the boundary for 4. 200 up for Sri Lanka, 202 for 7. And that is a massive, massive bit of breaking news. And, of course, directly affects England because Bangladesh were in their group. They're going to be replaced by Scotland, which you'd feel would work very much in England's favour because it's between them and West Indies, you'd feel, for the top 2 positions. With respect, it's a big ask for Scotland to come in at this late stage, pushed away backward at odd point for a single. Welalage moves to 11.
I don't think Scotland have played since September. I think this particular issue, though, is much bigger than just this World Cup. We are seeing a fracturing of world cricket, and we saw it in the Champions Trophy not that long ago. We've seen it with Asia Cup games and everything else. It's getting very untenable for...
Down on one knee again. This has helped over his shoulder, but this time it's Joe Root who's at short fine, really, and he runs around. He's alert to the danger. He can see the batter move and fields this. So it's just a single, 204 for 7.
Yeah, it's getting untenable for certain countries in the subcontinent to be hosting other countries, right? This is political interference. The Bangladesh government trying to make a big statement, and obviously probably on their way out.
Well, this is part of the point, isn't it? As Welalage will take a quick single. Fielder Bethel running in from mid-wicket, but another run added to the score, 204 for 7.
It's my understanding that players wanted to play. So this is a political thing. I don't even think it's the BCB, so I don't even think it's the cricket board specifically. I think the players all wanted to play in it. There's obviously issues. There's political issues on the Indian side. There's political issues on the Bangladesh side. But when it comes down to it, I just think it's getting harder and harder to host international tournaments. The further we go, there's so many unresolved issues at the moment. And when politics gets involved, you end up with a Scotland team who hasn't played since September or October in a World Cup by accident.
Let me ask you this, Jared. Do you think if this problem had occurred a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, do you think the ICC would have handled it any differently?
I think one of the big issues was, well, some of the stuff the ICC has said is nonsense. They've said that the Mustafizur Rahman decision by the IPL has nothing to do with this, and it's like literally the entire inciting argument of it. But I do think if this had happened 6 months ago, I think the ICC would have worked out a way to make it work. I think their issue was it happened so late. I still think they're wrong in what the ICC have said, but I understand why they're saying we can't make the changes to the tournament at the moment.
Dawson to bowl his 10th over, and this is quite wide of the left-hander Welalage, who steps across and just paddles it towards the leg side for a single. 206 for 7, Sri Lanka.
When it comes to Pakistan and India and Pakistan in those sorts of tournaments, quite often 4, 5, 6 years in advance, people start talking about how those tournaments will go ahead. This one has sprung up very, very quickly. Mustafiza Rahman was in the IPL auction and was drafted, and 2 different teams wanted him. And then suddenly from there, it's flared up because of political issues between the 2 countries. And now we're in a position where Bangladesh aren't going to a World Cup they should be going to.
Down the track comes Pramod. Really get hold of this. Fielder out at long off, Sam Curran. So even if he had travelled straight to him, it's just a single, and he's really struggled as Pramod Madhushan. I mean, he's got a batting average of 8. So over to you. Don't know if Welalage need to start hitting the boundaries. Full of delivery, and this is pushed away through mid-wicket. Just be a single though. It is a real shame. I mean, it was 10 years ago, I think, that of course Bangladesh failed to beat India in that historic game in the T20 World Cup in India, when I think they needed a single for the last 3 balls or something, and they managed not to win.
Yeah.
Two runs in the last. MS Dhoni affecting a run out to what turned out to be the final ball of the innings.
Was it Raheem who cheered the victory before?
He cheered. No, what on the reverse swing, and again it is well done actually from Pramod Madhushan. He's not going to get a boundary. He does get more connection on this reverse sweep. Manages to scoop the ball really, and he moves to 7. He scored 210 for 7.
Just wonder how slow this delivery will be from Liam Dawson. Pramod's tried to hit everything behind square. See if Liam Dawson just chucks this one up to the moon.
It's a touch of club cricket about some of this, isn't it?
He does look like a tail-ender who's seen a reverse sweep being played before, but he's not quite sure how to play it.
He actually got that off the toe end of the bat, didn't he? He actually did it well to get it over the fielder. Back for 2. So here is Pramod. Struck on the pads, and they'll come through for a leg by. Need to get Welalage facing as many of the final 18 deliveries after this over. 12 overs, 12 deliveries after this over as possible. 210 for 7 has become 211 for 7. If they can add 20, 230 might be a testing score, but there's so much unknown about this England batting order, which we know bats deep. But with the likes of Ahmed and Brooke and Butler, they can make a small run chase. This is swiveled and pulled by Welalage to Ben Duckett on the boundary. We're about 10 yards in from the boundary at mid-wicket. So single added, 212 for 7. And 2 overs remaining in this second ODI between Sri Lanka and England on TalkSport 2 on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
It's an odd batting lineup because they've got a couple of guys batting at number 6 and number 7 who are genuine frontline batters, which a lot of teams don't have, but that's because they have all-rounders further up the order. And then they have Welalage, who obviously, as I said in the first one day, might end up being a batter rather than just a bowler, or certainly bat higher up in the order. So you're like, oh, the batting goes down to 8. And then Pramod comes in, who has made 48 international runs before today, who has an average in first-class cricket of 11. So there's a very steep drop off that it's a very good 8 batters, and then suddenly not so much on the other end there.
Rayan Ahmed, we haven't seen a lot of Rayan Ahmed today. We've been talking about him as a batter, but he's going to bowl the penultimate over in the innings. He hasn't picked up a wicket. In fact, he hasn't taken an ODI wicket for a while. As Welalage steps away, and this is a touch aerial, but the fielder at point is back on the boundary. So it's just a single. It's not really what Sri Lanka need. They need boundaries now, and they need Welalage on strike. Not neither at the start of this over. It's Pramod Madhushan who is about to face.
Interesting to see what Rayan Ahmed bowls here. He'll be bowling wrong-ins to Welalage.
Well, he's bowled the ball that's turned away from the right-hander. Pramod Madhushan down the track. He's been beaten by a distance, and Rayan Ahmed has picked up his first ODI wicket since December 2023.
Beautiful delivery there from Rayan Ahmed, turning away from the right-handed Pramod, and crucially keeping Welalage off strike. Nice tidy work from Jos Buttler as per usual.
I have done, sorry Cam, I have done Ahmed a disservice. He picked up a wicket in the last ODI, so he has had one since December 2023. But that was kind of coming, wasn't it? Madushan looked ill-suited to batting.
He was.
You just have to wonder how bad are the batters who are about to come in.
Yeah. He was in Gaul, wasn't he? And the ball was in Colombo. He was quite a distance away from it. They do say, though, Cam, never bowl a wrong-un to a swinging tail ender. So he went with the leggy, which was the right idea. He doesn't usually spin his leg spinner that much. I know this is a different kind of surface, but he really got nice purchase on that delivery.
I know he has been working on it. He's been working on it very hard. But yeah, interesting choice of shot from Pramod there, because
the run and
when
push.
You're not picking at it, when you're not picking the ball and then you're running at it, it's maybe not the best option, but.
Yeah, he didn't even really commit once he came down, did he? He was just... It was a bit like what Harry Brook did in the other game, where he wanted to show that he had intent, but he didn't always go through. Van der Sey is in.
The right-handed Van der Sey. And first ball is squared up a touch by another leg spinner from Rayan Ahmed.
Are you a Seinfeld guy, John?
Yeah, not when it was first aired, but I watched the entire series, or entire 9 series. Always gone up for a caught behind there, has Joss Buttler, but Rayan Ahmed doesn't look interested. Harry Brooks thinking, well, I do have a review. Shall we go for it, lads? Hand in the air. Butler suddenly. No, they're going to go for it.
It didn't look like he was close enough to hit it, but maybe it was one of those ones where the bat was going in the direction of the keeper.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Seinfeld. While we wait for this review.
So the fake company that George Costanza works for is Vanderlei Industries. And every time Jeffrey Van der Sey plays, all I have is like Seinfeld reference.
Check Ultra Edge, please.
Say Vanderlei Industries.
Let's have a look.
Ultra Edge coming up now.
That will tell us. It's not hit the bat, it's whether it's hit the glove. Has he caught up with the ball?
Yep.
No, he hasn't.
Rolling it through. Yeah, I've got a flat line as it goes past the glove and a gap on the left-hand side there. So we'll stay with your original decision, Adrian, of not out.
I wonder what Butler thought he...
You are on screen now, signal now.
I wonder whether, because he really did, it was on the reverse and he threw everything at it, and I just wonder whether there was a little noise from something hitting something as Van der Sey does get off the mark. It eases this through the covers for a single. Seeing a replay of the run and push from Madushan, which brought the end of his final wicket. Down the leg side from Rayan Ahmed, and this is swept fine by Lage, and he will pick up 4 through. It's gone past the fielders at short fine. It's gone to his right. It's almost gone to a long leg. But, 218 for 8, and that's exactly what Sri Lanka needed at the end of another over, which has seen a wicket fall, just 6 runs from it. That means that Van der Sey will face the first ball of the final over. Who will bowl it though?
I wonder what the thought process was there, Cam, because it's a weird delivery to bowl to Lage. I think Lage was looking for a single and then suddenly just got a terrible delivery down the leg side and went, I'll just take a boundary.
Yeah, I'm going to say it didn't go where he was planning it to.
I hope not.
Yeah, he was obviously bowling a wrong in there to try and go across the left-handed Lage, but yeah, not well executed from Rayan Ahmed, which is a shame because that would have capped off a pretty nice 49th over.
I wonder if you had actually said to Rayan Ahmed before this game, like a week ago, so by the end of the series you'll be opening the batting and the death bowler.
I'm not sure any of us had Joe Root bowling the final over of the innings.
We did say they don't have a lot of death bowlers, but they're really proving it.
I mean, they've got 8 bowlers and Joe Root's bowling the final over. So I don't know if something's gone wrong there, or whether it's all part of the master plan. We're going to find out. This is on the pads of Van der Sey. And Butler shies at the stumps, and I think Van der Sey absolutely would have been short of his ground if Butler had managed to throw the ball down, or the stumps down, at the non-striker's end. But it's actually quite a poor throw, and Joe Root misfields it, and it means that Van der Sey gets through for the run, and that brings Lage on strike, the left-hander, and he's going to be facing Joe Root, who I imagine is bowling the final ball, the final over of an innings for the first time in his professional career. Certainly international to me, I don't know. Gary Walker returns. Down the track comes Wellalage, and he's picked out Sam Curran, who saunters round the boundary edge at long on and takes the catch with some comfort. What a master stroke. Joe Root strikes late in the day.
England have a new death bowler. Nicely done from Joe Root. I'd be happy to pick up the wicket of the dangerous Wellalage there. As casual as you like from Sam Curran sauntering around the boundary.
It's very rare that you see Joe Root bowling this slow as well. Even normally he's a fast off spinner, and you'd think him bowling at the death he would come in, but that first ball to Van der Sar was so slow, and that one again. And Wellalage, I think, just went, well, if he's going to do that, I'm going to have a big heave at it. But you could probably hear through the effects, Mike, he didn't get it anywhere near the middle, and did well enough to get it all the way out to the boundary, but it was never going to clear.
I saw Tom Benson on the field before. I wonder if one of the death bowlers is actually injured. Do we know who he was on for?
No, it's a good call, actually. We'll try and find out.
Macca will be on it. Macca just nodded at me. Macca's not on it. You could be right. It could also just be conditions. Hasaranga is out there. Well, if they can get a concussion substitute, bring him out as a bowler.
Well, we've got 4 balls left in the innings. 219 for 9. Roshan Abhasinghe, part of that commentary team, seemed a bit gloomy about Sri Lanka's prospects when he was last on air. He's feeling 240 as a minimum ask. Down the track, and it might be another one for Joe Root. It is 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Asita Fernando has tried to smash him out the park. He's only managed to top edge it into the sky, and Sri Lanka's innings comes to a sorry end. 219 all out. Joe Root picks up 2 quick ones, and England need 220 if they're to win the second ODI and draw level in this 3-match series. Cameron, I'm not going to ask you about that shot. Don't worry. But
That's a shame.
Your thoughts of the innings and where England find themselves at this halfway stage?
I'm interested to see what you guys think, but I feel it's probably even Stevens. England have done well, they've fielded well, bowled well, but Sri Lanka have also done well to get up to what could be a competitive total with 220. Probably 10 or 20 short, if we're really honest, but God, they could defend it with the attack that they have.
I mean, it looks like a tougher wicket than the other night, doesn't it? It's hard to tell because it's tough to score, but at the same time, it did feel like Sri Lanka kept giving wickets to England. So at this stage, I suppose if you got a big Duckett and Root partnership again, but they didn't fall behind the rates, perhaps it would be a little bit easier. Or you've got Rehan or Overton or Butler going on a bit of a spree. But it does feel like a tough surface. But I don't think Sri Lanka are going to come. It'd be interesting to see what Sanachaya Surya says about this performance, because he did look like there was a lot of very angry posturing in front of the dugout at times, going, "What are we doing?"
Well, I can tell you 2 things. Firstly, CricViz have Sri Lanka at 12% to win this match. Secondly, that was the first time Joe Root has bowled over number 50 in any List A game. So there you go. You can comment on both of those things. Are you surprised that CricViz are only giving it as 12%?
I am, yeah. With how much the ball's doing already and how much it's spinning, I am. And I'd say where Sri Lanka have messed up mostly is stalling with the back end. I suppose they've got a longer tail than England. And one thing that England will be very happy with is, I mean, Adil Rashid at number 11 is pretty handy, but Liam Dawson at number 10. The depth that they have, it means they can really attack those first 10 overs. Rehan Ahmed can go out and take it on in his debut at the top of the order. And the other guys can do what they do in the middle order.
I also think after the other day they went the opposite, right? They played a more traditional ODI style and it didn't work. So I'd be shocked if we don't see some kind of fireworks at the front. We're not expecting probably Root to bat that way, but certainly Rehan Ahmed and perhaps a Duckett as well. But it did feel that, to be fair, anytime Sri Lanka tried to play an attacking shot, they went out. So I think the wicket has to be playing a part in that, even if they did gift a couple.
Okay, so 219 all out Sri Lanka. They haven't batted out their 50 overs. England have really had a grip on this game from the early stages, where Nissanka and Mishara really struggled to get going. 36 runs scored from the first 10 overs, and Cameron Mishara was dismissed in that period as well. I suppose the only partnership where it looked like Sri Lanka might get ahead of the game was when Kusal Mendis and Dhananjaya De Silva were at the crease. Mendis then got himself run out badly for 26, and then when Lanka came in as well, Sri Lanka looked like they might be in a position to build, but it became 68 for 3 when Mendis was run out, and it was 134 for 4 when Dhananjaya De Silva was dismissed. From that point onwards, it looked pretty painful. The bowling figures, Jamie Overton and Sam Curran did open the bowling today. England came in with just one change. Rayan Ahmed is opening the batting because of an injury to Zach Crawley. Will Jacks is back in the side. So they've gone with two-man pace attack like they did in the first ODI. 6 spinners used. That was quite something. Overton 2 for 21 from his 5. Curran only bowled 4 overs, but was relatively inexpensive. 16 runs coming from it, and that pretty much was it for the pace attack. Liam Dawson 1 for 41. Will Jacks 1 for 47. Rashid, as ever, 2 for 34. Bethel was actually expensive from his 3 overs. He went for 20. Rayan Ahmed took 1 wicket for 26 from his 5. And then Joe Root nipped out 2 wickets and 2 balls in the final over of the innings to end up with figures of 2 for 12. The first time he's ever bowled the 50th over in a List A game. In terms of the batting, not much to really talk about. Sri Lanka top score with 45. There was 40 for Dhananjaya De Silva, but apart from that, 20s to Nisanka, Ratnayaka and Welalaga, and that was pretty much all she wrote. So 219 then. England, when we come back after the mid-innings break, we need 220 to win this second ODI, square the series with 1 to play.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. It is TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and we are about to get the second innings of the second one-day international underway. It is a lower target for England in this one because they bowled Sri Lanka out for 219, 3 balls short of the 50 overs, so 220 needed is 4.4 and over. There are still some clouds around in the sky, so there is a threat of a shower, but in Sri Lanka that can mean many, many things. It can go past without actually arriving, or it can deposit like the end of the world. I remember when we finished the series in 2018, we were the day we were due to leave, generally speaking, downtown Colombo to the airport, about 45 minutes. Took us 4 hours because of the rain and the traffic carnage that it caused. It closed roads everywhere. We got to the airport 30 seconds before they closed check-in for the flight. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely snookered.
I'm sure they, knowing you were coming back, they would have kept that open for you, I'm sure. VIP when you turn up in Colombo.
Oh, so yes, that was fun. So let's keep our fingers crossed. And because we want to see how England go about this with this new-look opening partnership. With Rayan Ahmed opening the innings. Zach Crawley's missing today with a bit of a niggle, we understand. So it's Rayan Ahmed and Duckett. Rayan Ahmed has never opened in List A cricket before. Now, he's not played that many games, so it's a bit of a misleading thing to say. I apologise for that. But it is factually true. He's never done it. So will it be interesting to see his approach, Cam?
I'd imagine it'll be rather aggressive. It's an absolute free hit for him, really. Usually batting in the middle order to lower order in white ball cricket for England. So, yeah, replacing Zach Crawley, and now is the best time to bat. So I'd imagine he'll go fairly hard at this Fernando over, but we shall see.
Well, interestingly, he's going to take first ball, so there's no messing around. Straight in. And Adrian Holdstock has said, let's play. So let's begin the run chase. Asita Fernando it is, with ball in hand. Took 1 for 64 from 8 overs on Thursday. In he is. And Rayan Ahmed, well, just playing quietly into the offside. Ring of 4 in the covers. A wide slip for Asita Fernando. No huge swing. Overton got an enormous swing of first ball of the match earlier on today. There was a hint of some shape on there, but nothing really outrageous.
I just want to talk about the Rayan Ahmed opening bit at this moment, because he's been the common man in English cricket for a little while. Is this the massive vote of confidence that he's getting from the management here?
It'll be interesting, certainly. Be interesting to see if Zach Crawley's available on Tuesday and where he slots back in. Wider, swinging away from Ryan. He throws his hands at it and guides it down to wide third. So he's underway with a single. England won without loss after 2 deliveries.
Well, I think the most interesting part about it is that Will Jacks hasn't gone to the top of the order. I mean, obviously England have their reasons, but I mean, I would have put Will Jacks at the top. But it seems that they are giving a big vote of confidence to Rian Ahmed over the next few years. I mean, obviously he is 21 years old, so it could be an investment.
I mean, it feels like Jacks is fulfilling a role. He's got a specific thing to do, and just because Crawley's not playing, they don't want to move him away from there. So if Crawley were available on Tuesday, does that mean Ryan would be the man to miss out, potentially? I mean, look, we're surmising. We'll find out in due course. This whole series exclusively live on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Ben Duckett's about to face his first delivery. In goes Asita, and Ben Duckett is hitting into the cover region. No run on that occasion. Malalaga is the man to do the fielding. 1 without loss. 2 men of the East Midlands batting for England.
Yeah, I just think, Rian Ahmed, they've talked about him for so long now. We've been discussing him since he was a teenager. He's gone and they've basically gone, right, there you go, there's 50 overs. Show us what you can do. Huge vote of confidence in the kid, isn't it? It's incredible.
Absolutely. Been playing with Hobart Hurricanes down in the BBL in recent times. Now, to Ben Duckett, they're going to station a deep backward point as one of the 2 out. So third's coming inside the circle as well as fine leg. So Sita Fernando cannot get his line wrong here. And Ben Duckett tries to force one off the back foot. Swish and a miss through to the keeper, and I can't repeat what Ben Duckett's just said to himself. Even on TalkSport, where we're not that loose, but trust me, I can't repeat this one without Ofcom giving me a tap on the shoulder. Ben Duckett was not impressed with himself there.
Asita Fernando's been a kind of a fixture as the seamer in ODI cricket for Sri Lanka for a few years now, and he kind of loves these big duels and confrontations.
In he comes. He's not the tallest. He's a bustling fast bowler. And this one's roundabout leg stump. Duckett turns to the fielder at short mid-wickets. And there's no run. England 1 without loss in this run chase.
Yeah, Asita Fernando doesn't come from a kind of traditional cricketing background in Sri Lanka. He comes from an area just north of Colombo which hasn't produced a lot of cricketers traditionally. But that's often where Sri Lanka finds seam bowlers. Malinga came from a kind of more rural southern beach community, and Asita, a slightly different part of the island, but the same kind of background.
He's coming in for the final ball of the first over. Duckett waits, right arm over as Asita Fernando. Again, he's tight, middle in leg, middle stump, and can only be pushed up to mid-off. And that will conclude the first over. England trying to make 220 to win this game and square the series at 1-1. 1 without loss after the end of the first over.
Nice little bit of shape there from Asita Fernando. Interesting to see how many overs he does bowl. The purchase that this pitch was giving to the spinners. It'll be Pramod to open the bowling. Rian Ahmed on strike.
Yeah, got 3 for 39 in 5.2. So he took the wickets, but he was buying them a little bit, so a bit of a trade-off.
He had a bit of a kind of disaster 49th over, didn't he, last time out? I assume they'll be trying not to have seamers have to bowl the death overs this time.
Or deal with the wrath of Jamie Overton's bat.
Yeah, Jamie Overton looked sensational at the bat last time.
He's been in incredible form in recent times. I mean, he had that incredible series in New Zealand where he got he batted 3 times and made 40 in each of them, which going down the order is such a good effort. Here then, Pramod Madashan is in. Rian Ahmed has taken that from off stump and maybe even just outside and plays it wristily through mid-wicket, gets a single first ball of the over. Rian's got 2, England have 2.
Yeah, Jamie Overton's last scores in ODIs have been 46, 42, 68 and 34. impressive returns. In New Zealand, he was one of the only ones who came out looking good with the bat.
It's a stunning effort. What is slightly concerning is that England are needing their number 8 to do that batting. I mean, it's a good news, bad news, like the old-fashioned joke, isn't it? Yeah, great he's doing it, but should he have to? It's a bit like, I mentioned this a lot about Adil Rashid, the amount of times he's had to bat. I'll mention that in a moment. As Ingles from Madashan beats Duckett, and he's given out LBW. Duckett was actually going to try and take a leg by, and on his way down has collided with Pramod in his follow-through. Then the finger goes up from the umpire. Kotahachi,
TV umpire to
the
director.
Local umpire has
we have
given
a
it
player
out.
review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet. It's a fair delivery.
And as you can
Go
hear,
to front
Ben
on,
Duckett
please.
has sent this one to Rod Tucker, our TV umpire, and cleared his throat. So it's swinging
coming up.
back in. Well, the line looks good. The only
Here's
question will be
bat.
height.
We'll
Is
confirm
my
that
first
with
thought.
Edge, please.
Yeah, I mean, in real time, it did look high. Ben Duckett's a small man, but I mean,
Coming up
that
now.
still probably does look high.
Yep, I've got
He
a
reviewed
gap between
straight
bat
away
and ball.
as he was running down
So
the
I've got
wicket.
no
Looked
bat
perplexed as the
involved.
finger went up.
We can go to ball tracking
So
when
it
it's ready.
clips the top of the flap of the back
Ball tracking
leg.
coming up now. Pitching in line, impact in line, and missing the wickets. Kuta, I'll get you to overturn your decision to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Change your decision.
So Cotter makes the signal and says, actually, in reflection, it was going over the top. So Ben Duckett survives, but there was a little bit of shape in there, something for the bowler to work with, which is interesting. So Duckett's still yet to get off the mark. 0 from 5 balls he's now faced. England 6 without loss, though.
So Ketarama, where the stadium is quite a residential area. If Sri Lanka get going and get early wickets, this stadium's going to absolutely fill up.
In goes Madashan. Taken off around about middle and leg, whipped to the fielder inside the circle on the leg side at mid-wicket. No run. I seem to remember there's a load of little garages and workshops around the outside. So if you need any part for your tuk-tuk, and I do mean any part, there's a row of about 300 different stalls and little shops which are open until all hours of the night. I mean, if you need the front part of an exhaust of a 2-cylinder tuk-tuk, I know your man.
It's amazing seeing it kind of fill up if they do well, and if it starts to flip the other way, they start to filter back out again. It's quite funny.
Madashan prepares to bowl to Duckett on his way in. Past the umpire. Duckett's gone outside of off stump, trying to flick it leg side. Misses, and it misses off stump width-wise by about 10 or maybe even 15 centimetres. So Duckett went right across, but didn't get anything on it. He remains not out. England 2 without loss.
Don't actually mind that option from Duckett. With the swing that's been shown, Pramod is always going to go full. And Duckett just trying to scoop it, getting outside of the ball. Probably moving slightly too far. Doesn't get any bout on it, and still yet to get off the mark. It's a shot he plays very well. You know he's fantastic behind the wicket and square of the wicket against the spinners.
Duckett stays at home this time, sensibly and solidly in behind this one. Pushes back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. 2 without loss it remains. By the way, just to make that point on Adil Rashid. So today is his 160th one-day international. And before this innings, he's batted 87 times. Now, obviously, he's slipped down the order. He was, generally speaking, around 8-9. But he's got a lot low. I would argue you don't want your tail, your lower half of your order, batting in 50% of their one-day internationals. Pramod in to complete the over. No, he's not. He's not going to complete the over this time because it's swung down the leg side and it's going to be called wide. 3 without loss England with that final ball of the over to be bowled.
In Adil Rashid's batting defence, though, surely as kind of we've embraced more T20 cricket, just the value of the wicket has kind of decreased, so you're going to end up batting more, and that's just a trend we've probably seen across all sides now.
Absolutely. You know, that was Owen Morgan's thing, wasn't it? I'd rather be bowled out in 44 overs than moving on. But you'll always ask the question, well, how many could we have got had we seen it out? Duckett will get the final ball of this over from Pramod and does push it back down the pitch. 3 overs gone here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 in our exclusive commentary of this second one-day international. England trying to make 220 to win the game and square the series. 3 without loss after 2 overs. Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? If you get bowled out in 44, you've left 36 balls unused. How many could you have got? And that's the intangible. I don't know.
Cam, when you're playing, when you're in the changing rooms, how much do you guys talk about that kind of intent, and how much does it matter to the teams you have been involved in about batting your whole 50 or batting your whole 20?
I think certainly in the change rooms that I've been in, 50 over cricket, we've sort of played the traditional way, and seen it's worked for a while for a reason, and you never want to leave any balls out there. And I mean,
Asita Fernando will start the new over. Rayan Ahmed, lovely shot inside the ball, gets it through points. They will take 1. Duckett looks at a potential second, but it's not available, and it will be just a single. Rayan goes to 3, England 4 without loss.
50 over cricket in England has obviously changed since the introduction of the 100. I think it's only really changed in terms of a skill level and personnel more than anything. I'd say that the fundamentals of 50 over cricket, at least at domestic level, have stayed the same, where you get anything above between 270 and 350, you can always defend it. And you try and build through the middle, go 4 and over, and then double your score after 30. I think the same applies. Obviously never played international cricket, but I imagine it's not a million miles away in terms of tactics.
Asita in once again. Again, Duckett across his stumps, trying to play the flick over short fine leg, and Asita responds with an off-pace delivery, and Ben Duckett looks down at Rayan Ahmed and makes that universal signal for bowler's gone out the back of the hand there, which is why I didn't get anything on that. That was actually well bowled and well disguised, and the conversation you've just been having with Jared and John Norman there, Cam, that was exactly what that was all about.
Yeah, I wonder if he's seen Ben Duckett go early there and then decide to bowl a slow ball, or just premeditated in general. But yeah, nice piece of bowling, and Duckett's just struggling to get going a little bit here.
I've got a feeling you and John are going to be carrying on this conversation, but I do want to pick up on something you just said there after this from Asita. In goes Asita Fernando, bowls square, driven by Ben Duckett. Really good looking shot, very well fielded. Well, Alagat is the man out on the boundary edge doing the fielding that will enable 3 to be taken, 7 without loss. Just on that, you say about did he respond to it? With the way that bowlers now, it's not always held in the fingertips, it's into the note. How much can you change what you're planning at such a late stage? Because if you've got to alter your grip on the ball, how much chance do you get to do that?
I can't really speak for the seamers, but I know as a leg spinner I certainly can't. I can change the delivery, but I can't change the grip that I have. But I don't know how seamers would do it. But I'll come back to you when I can ask someone.
So when do you decide what ball you're going to bowl?
I'd decide at the top of my mark, and then if a batter moves, I'll alter my line or length.
Asita Fernando is in. Back foot punch from Rayan Ahmed for a good ball on off stump into short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to change drastically, but it's if a batter moves early enough you can change. But sometimes batters move so early that they want you to change your delivery. Let's say if it's someone much better than me, someone like Rashid Khan, he's probably not going to change the ball that he bowls because he's the best in the world at it. So if someone can force him to change the deliveries that he's bowling, then it's a big win.
Because there is a case for if you're going to move, go early and then you're set in the new position. Asita Fernando is in. Rayan Ahmed gets one full and straight. He's playing it defensively to mid-on. Because that's always the great argument, isn't it? That as a batter you want to be still, so your head and your eyes are still. So if you're going to go, almost having complete your movement and then play the shot, but obviously that then gives the bowler time to readjust.
Yeah, different ways of skinning a cat. I think, but in general, the main rule is if you have your head still at the point of release and can keep your eyes level, then you can generally get the best results, have the best chance of striking the ball how you want to.
Final ball of Asita's second over will be hit in the air briefly through point from Rayan Ahmed. There is no fielder there, so it's a safe enough shot out to deep backward points, and he'll take a single. 8 without loss for England. And the third over, trying to make this 220 to win the game. Don't forget that this isn't the only sport coming your way. If you're listening on TalkSport 2, then there's going to be rugby union commentary later on. Sale Sharks against the Northampton Saints. 5:30 kick-off up in Salford. Alfie Reynolds and Brian Redpath going to be on commentary duty for that one. So once the cricket is done and dusted, we will be heading for some oval ball action. So plenty of live sport. And then I think I'm right in saying that there's then PGA golf coverage after the rugby. So it is wall-to-wall live sport today on TalkSport 2, and of course it's a Saturday, so over on TalkSport we've got all the football covered as well. So you do not need to go anywhere. Just get yourself the app on your phone or your tablet, and you can just swipe left or right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Pramod Madishan's going to start a new over, and Rayan Ahmed will just push out into the offside, inside edge onto his pad, but just rolls out there, and there is no run once again.
Just going back to the discussion about 50 over cricket, Mark, what's the debate around 50 over cricket in Sri Lanka? Is it still a very popular format at domestic level and international level?
At domestic level they play a lot of it. At international level I feel they kind of don't know what to do with it. Sri Lanka cricket isn't big enough to dictate who they play, when they play, how they play them. So it's kind of got to be, the only thing they've got to go around.
Madishan is in. Back foot punch from Rayan Ahmed through point. Gets it through the fielder. Through the ring, past the fielder. And the sweeper will end up going around and collects 2 more to the total. Rayan has 6 from 9, England 10 without loss.
The only thing they've got to go on is kind of the World Cup cycles, because it's every 4 years opposed to T20 cricket. World Cup's been every 2 years, and because of the proliferation of franchise leagues, players are obviously being sucked into playing T20 cricket, which I think has kind of left the 50 over game in Sri Lanka kind of slightly neglected. As I said earlier, there's a lot of players involved in this who I think Sri Lanka cricket don't think they might be international class, but don't know what to do with them, so they chuck them into their squad.
Madishan in, bowled, wristily whipped away by Rayan Ahmed down to long leg off of middle stump really. 7 from 10 as he takes the single. England 11 without loss.
The kind of wider issue in Sri Lankan cricket is that they don't play any, if any, or much, if any, T20 cricket till they kind of end up playing domestic T20. So there's no youth T20 cricket, which is has resulted in batters being produced who are struggling to find the boundary compared to their kind of counterparts in other parts of the world, which is why I think 50 over cricket could actually be quite important for developing those players and getting them to that kind of boundary finding level.
Pramod runs into a bowl. It's a slightly slower ball and it swings a little bit more, but into the toes of Duckett, who's able to clip it down to long leg, and they will take a couple more. Duckett goes to 5, England 13 without loss. It's interesting how 50 over cricket kind of goes in cycles. It goes from being very out of fashion, and then everyone suddenly goes, oh hang on, there's a World Cup coming up, we better start playing it again. I've got to say, I really enjoy 50 over cricket because it's got more time for the nuance than you get in T20, and it's that halfway house, if you like, between red ball cricket and T20s. Pramod in, bowls. Duckett takes this from off stump, beats the fielder at short mid wicket, but mid on will get round and prevent the single from being taken. I mean, if you believe the argument when it was first put out for the 100, it was to attract new fans. We need something that takes them between the 100 and T20 that enables them to watch a test match, because they are light years apart. So actually you need something. And 50 over fills that gap for me perfectly. In fact, you get some shots played, but actually you get that essence of having time in the game as well. So for me, it feels really important part of it, but it gets ever more sidelined. Marajan in for the final ball of the over. Full swinging ball, Yorker length. Duckett can't do anything with it. Well bowled, Pramod Marajan. 2 overs complete for him. He's cost 7. England 13 without loss after 4 overs here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
I think the problem with it, though, Mac, from a Sri Lanka perspective, is the money is in T20 cricket, and even increasingly for some of these players in T10 cricket. You don't need to be a starter or even in the Sri Lankan T20 squad to be able to go out and get T10 and T20 contracts around the world, which are, you know, financially massive for a lot of these players. So because of that, I think it's just, look, they have no time to play 50 over cricket. If you're a bowler, you're increasingly developing into just bowling 4 overs or even bowling 2 overs. And I think that's the issue that a cricketing nation like Sri Lanka has in the future.
Asita Fernando to start over number 5 with England 13 without loss. By the way, I mentioned that there's plenty of football going on today. Over on TalkSport at the moment, West Ham Sunderland. West Ham have just gone 2-0 up after 27 minutes. Jared Bowen from the penalty spot. Somerville got the first earlier on, so West Ham 2-0 up at home to Sunderland.
That's a bit of a shock result. Well, not result, but, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jared Bowen's in my fantasy team, though, so that's...
Oh, well, you know,
obviously.
Every cloud.
Potato farming background, isn't he, Jared Bowen?
Good knowledge.
Don't ask her about that.
Asita Fernando is in. Big drive from Rayan Ahmed, no timing into the offsides. And as you can hear, the throw back in. Ricochets off at the stumps and goes away for buzzers. 4 of them. 4 overthrows. It was a bit of an unnecessary throw to start with, but all of those players and pundits and commentators will say it should be dead ball as soon as it hits the stumps. Will be infuriated by that, because, and bowlers I should add, because Rayan Ahmed has basically clocked that one to extra cover. It's been fielded, thrown back in, back towards the keeper's end, ricochets off the stumps, keeper's got no chance, and away it goes for 4 more.
Look, it's the most hospitable country in the world, just giving out runs here.
I think that's an interesting one there. Like, might just get England going. They've struggled to get going a little bit at the start here. 4.2 overs gone.
Was just the 4, by the way, for that, because they didn't take the initial run. So they went back and got 4 anyway. Rayan Ahmed swing and a miss at the next ball. 17 without loss for England halfway through the 5th.
Yeah, especially in low run chases. 4 runs can count for a lot. And Rayan Ahmed just swinging at the next ball, swing and a miss. Looking as though he's going to maybe try and put his foot down a little bit as we move into the second half of the power play.
Yeah, we were kind of wondering whether Rayan would come out and just swing like a rusty gate. But he's not really done that, has he?
I think they've set quite a good field to him. They've got the field is quite square on the offside. They've got an extra cover just on the edge of the square, and then one just on the edge of the ring. They've obviously done their research on him. He plays quite square.
Halfway through the 5th over, 17 without loss. Rayan gets this one full and straight. And again, can't do anything with it. It's straight down the pitch. Lianagate fields at mid-on. And there is no run. Now the question, of course, is when does spin come into the equation? On Thursday, when England were bowling, they turned to spin in the 5th over. Today they turned to spin in the 7th over. No, it was the 9th over, wasn't it? It was 4 overs from either end. We're in the 5th now. When does Sri Lanka go to spin? Because we've got a funny feeling the Sri Lankan spinners may have some joy with this. This is a pitch that has seen some balls turn very big earlier on. Rayan Ahmed got a couple himself. He's there batting. And he's deep in his crease. Turns this one to the edge of the 30-metre circle on the leg side. Feels like he steals a single there. England 18 without loss. Rayan 12 from 15.
I feel like Asita and Pramod are kind of doing all right, and I wonder if they just fancy keeping them on for a couple more overs just to get your best spinners spinning in the most key parts of the game later on.
I mean, the ball is still swinging, and we were talking at the break. Jared Kimber made a great point about the swinging knuckleball. They bowled a couple of them, and they're still going. So they're using their variations, but not with cross seam, just with seam up.
They're almost waiting for that sign of England trying to take them on. It's like, right, that's the moment. We'll keep them going. And then, as soon as there's signs of danger, then they get whipped out the attack. Final ball of the over from Masita. Duckett can't do anything with it. Turns it to mid-wicket. He's looking a bit frustrated, Ben Duckett. That's the end of 5 overs. England are 18 with that loss. Duckett has faced 15 balls. He's got 5 runs. And I remember saying in commentary on Thursday, as Duckett was going on, and he was confident. He looked like he was happy in his move. And I remember saying, this may be the innings that he needs. It feels like a lot of that confidence and that positivity, he's starting to now just shade into frustration today, because he's not quite timing it. He's not quite finding his gaps. Would that be fair, a reading of his body language, Cam?
I'd say so. I mean, it's been a frustrating few months for him. He's had one score of 50, other than the 90 he scored against the Lions in the warm-up for the Ashes, since maybe about November. So I mean, he's still looking for form, and I just wonder whether... Oh no, they're bringing on Dhananjaya now. I was going to say, I wonder if they keep on pace, because Duckett is a highly accomplished player of spin, but Dhananjaya bowling his off spin.
Do you have any other West Ham players in your fantasy team out of interest?
No.
If you had Matthias Fernandes, I've got some good news for you. West Ham have just got a 3rd, and he scored it. So Dhananjaya bowls the first ball, pushed by Rayan Ahmed into the offside no run. Matthias Fernandes, that's 42 minutes in. He's hit that from 25 yards apparently as well. Oh, Jared Bowen got an assist on the first goal, I'm being told, so that's good news for you. Rayan Ahmed turns Dhananjaya de Silva on the onside, out to deep long on. Single taken.
Cam, we've seen Rayan Ahmed face spin here. Do you think if you're a spinning bowler, you have an advantage facing other spinners?
Generally, yeah, because I think you have an idea of what they're trying to do and what fields they're trying to set. But I suppose you've still got to execute the shots. And Rayan Ahmed played beautifully against spin in the first ODI on Thursday. He got kind of unlucky to be caught on the boundary.
3rd ball of the over. Dhananjaya de Silva, right arm around, a sort of slingy action. Duckett has a lash at this one out to the leg side, gets it deep, will take a single. 1 more to the total, 20 without loss.
Duckett is looking frustrated. I hope he can just keep going here and just give himself some time to really put an innings together.
Yeah, you've done this work, don't give it away. Dhananjaya over the wicket and bowls Rayan Ahmed with a beautiful delivery. That was almost like Waqar Younis. It's suddenly shaped in. He's flicked it out of there. And it arcs back in and takes Rayan Ahmed's off stump. What a bowling change that is from a Sri Lankan point of view. Dhananjaya de Silva gets the breakthrough. England lose their first, 20 for 1.
We're talking about bowling variations at the break, and I'm not sure what you call this one other than just an in-swinger, a perfect in-swinger that hits the top of off. Dhananjaya's gesturing as though he's flicked it out the front of his hand. Oh, that is a wonderful delivery. And Rayan Ahmed, he's played a big shot at the ball, but he can't feel too hard done by. And that's a beautiful first wicket for Sri Lanka. And will they be tempted to keep seamers on with the amount that ball swung?
What a start. What a start for Sri Lanka. I mean, there was a bit of debate at the innings break about whether or not this was a good total. Sri Lanka get another one, and it looks good, right? I wonder what that crick of his win percentage is now. I know it's very early. There's a lot of cricket to play.
Very early, and one of the best batters of all time coming to the crease, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, that's just shock and awe, that delivery, isn't it? The way that it, just out of nowhere, suddenly hooped back in. I mentioned Waqar Younis. I mean, it kind of had that sort of momentum and movement on it. Blimey. Wow. OK, Joe Root then. Wandering to the crease. Made 61 from 90. He was LBW to Dhananjaya on Thursday.
Before he gets going, we're going to have a chat about Rayan Ahmed's 12-15 and what that means about if Zach Crawley's still injured, does he keep his place as opening bat?
questions. Yeah, absolutely. What did we learn? Did we learn enough? Yeah, fascinating. I'd be inclined to say that you keep it going for Tuesday. I mean, Harmy said after Thursday, you brought Zach Crawley back in after all this time. You might as well play him for all 3 games, otherwise it makes no sense to play him for 1. And then, of course, we found out he got a bit of a niggle or whatever, so now that you've given Ryan a go, are you almost obliged to keep him going for Tuesday as well?
I agree with Harmy that you if you hadn't got the niggle, you'd have to keep him going, but I think now that you've brought Ryan into the side, but you need his bowling now.
Dhananjaya started into bowl around the wicket to Joe Root, and we've got a problem with the bails.
A popping bail.
Oh, I'll tell you what it is. It's the zing bail is just flashing every now and again. It's in the grooves, so it shouldn't be going off. It is your problem.
This happened in the first ODI as well, didn't it? I think they'll have to get a replacement for it. Presumably there's a bag of zing bails somewhere.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, while we're talking about zing bails, there's a lot of South Africans complaining about the zing bails in the SA20 this year, in the fact that about 3 or 4 times the balls hit the stump, but the zing bail didn't come off. And there is a comment that zing bails, because of the technology in them, are heavier than your ordinary wooden bail. Therefore, is there an issue with that?
Well, I was about to ask the question, do they have heavy zing bells? But you've already answered it. You don't even need them.
They can't surely be significantly heavier than your normal kind of bail. Anyway, same again, was it, lads? And a packet of pork scratchings, please.
The most important questions we are asking here on TalkSport.
Right, Dhananjaya de Silva can bowl, and Joe Root straight away is pushing to mid-off. Oh, and I was about to say we'll take a single, but I'm afraid mid-off as Sydney Harbour Bridge, that one. Dive right over the top of it, and it's away for 4. You do not want to give Joe Root a gimme, and you've done it first ball. 4, not out Joe Root after 1 ball, England 24 for 1.
Sri Lanka were wonderful in the field in the first ODI, and that's a big gimme from them. It's not ideal to give Joe Root a head start.
Dhananjaya de Silva goes in. Joe Root whips this one through mid-wicket. Should be 1. I do pause before saying anything else. Yes, it will be 1. The fielder's picked this one up cleanly this time, and that is the end of the over. 6 gone, England 25 for 1. Trying to make 220 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Given that we're asking all the important questions, should go back to 50 over cricket. And Mark, I was wondering whether, because in England in the domestic game, the strategies and the templates, as it were, until Owen Morgan came in and changed things, have always been pretty similar. Is there a different template when it comes to Sri Lankan domestic, Sri Lankan 50 over cricket or Indian 50 over cricket?
I can't speak for India, but I can. In Sri Lanka, a lot of these pitches are quite similar to what we're seeing over here. So it's quite often you look at a scorecard and there'll just be no seamers whatsoever. Just spin, which is, been one of the reasons why they've not been winning so many games in a row, because they're not producing players who can play. And what
Asita Fernando starts the new over. Joe Root pushes to cover no run. So a great team in Sri Lankan conditions, but as soon as you get overseas, oh, hang on, we've got a problem. Yeah,
like critics of Sri Lankan cricket say that part of the problems that we might be having is that we are only playing on what are referred to as paddy fields. So they often refer to as not true wickets, which is why a lot of people are quite critical of the way pitches are being curated.
Well, overall in one-day international cricket, Sri Lanka have a win percentage of 46.2. They've won 435 games out of 941 ODIs. Asita Fernando is in. Joe Root clips wide of long on. Oh, Joe Root's in good touch today. That's another boundary, and that's a ball that he's barely lent on, but he's timed the cover off it, found the gap, and Joe Root is off and running once again. 29 for 1 are England in the 7th over. Root is now 9 from 4.
Shot of the day there from Joe Root. Almost a back foot shot, top of the stumps, and he just whips it. Punches past what would be mid-wickets left hand, but the open region allows it to just run off quickly to the fence and beat the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, so Sri Lanka in ODIs win 46.2% of their games. At home, it goes up to 59.3%. 185 out of 312. Sita Fernando is in. Joe Root is playing with the bowler at the moment. He's hitting it exactly where he wants to. He's gone to deep mid-wicket on this occasion. He's working his way around. He's done mid-off. He's done wide mid-on. Now he's going mid-wicket. That one, though, just for a couple. 31 for 1.
Would England's record be pretty similar at the moment, given that haven't they lost the last 11 away ODIs?
Yes. One win in their last 11 ODIs away from home. That win was in Antigua. It then turns into 2 wins in their last 15 away one-day internationals. Yeah, away from home is not great. Overall, England win 46% of their games. 407 wins out of 821 games. Oh, Root is beaten. Sita Fernando seemed to cut across that one, and that got a little bit of bounce through to the keeper. Root was trying to guide it down to third. No run. Away from home, England win 40.3% of their games. So it's a bit lower. 131 out of 345. Against Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka, England have a problem. Played 27, won 9. So England do not fare well in Sri Lanka. To be fair, not many sides will.
Other South Asian sides can be quite competitive, Bangladesh and India in particular. But yeah, if you don't play much there, it's a very difficult place to come and win.
Joe Root waits. Bat raised. Plays it back to the bowler in his follow-through. In their last 19 home one-dayers, Sri Lanka have won 16 and tied another 1. They've lost only 2 of their last 19 completed ODIs.
There was a lot of criticism about this run. So the first series Sanjay Surya head coach was against the West Indies, and the West Indies were absolutely furious at the state of some of the pitches and kind of just said, what's the point? You're not going to play in pitches like this outside Sri Lanka. What is anyone learning from this? Because it's so political, there's a win now element to Sri Lankan cricket. You can't build.
Final ball of the over. Joe Root is coming forward to Sita Fernando. No run to complete the 7th over. 6 runs from the over, the 4 and the 2. Root's got 11 from 8. And it's interesting, he's overtaken Ben Duckett already. 11 from 8 from Joe Root. Ben Duckett 6 from 16 balls faced. 31 for 1 are England after 7. So they're going up more than 4 and over. They needed 4.4 at the outset. They were set 220 for victory in this second ODI. Cameron Steele.
Yeah, on that point, Mark, about Sri Lanka being so good at home compared to away, this question for both of you. Who do we think is the best international team, home and away? Is there a way of quantifying that? In recent times, anyway.
I guess in some ways you almost have to start splitting hairs on that one, because let's say if you're taking India, Sri Lanka will be an away game, but it would still kind of be subcontinental conditions. Tricky. Dhananjaya to start a new over. Ben Duckett off the back foot, forcing back towards the bowler. Fortunately lands a few metres in front of him.
So I think it's almost like a cultural thing, right? So Sri Lanka, in the same way that you hear England say, judge us on the Ashes.
Dhananjaya de Silva gives this one a little bit of room. It's still curving in the air back towards Duckett. No timing out towards extra cover, no run.
Sri Lanka and other South Asian sides basically don't have the luxury of being able to say that. The demand is always win today, don't worry about tomorrow, which is why...
Dhananjaya around the wicket. Duckett waits for this one. Turns towards mid-wicket and takes a single. 32 for 1.
Which is why you quite frequently, and we're saying this as Dhananjaya de Silva's bowling, you can suddenly get these call-ups that kind of feel out of nowhere, because it's like, right, we've got to bring someone in who can solve this immediate problem. So instead of turning to youth, they end up turning to senior players. That becomes much more acute.
Dhananjaya bowled right arm around the wicket. Joe Root comes down the pitch, hits to mid-on, and then takes on the arm from the fielder, who is Mishara. Beats the throw anyway. Throw misses, single taken, 33 for 1.
that feeling becomes much more acute in a home series. England coming to Sri Lanka is absolutely massive. It's all anyone in Sri Lanka is talking about is England being here and then the World Cup afterwards. Everyone's super excited. Sri Lanka can turn up to Durham and get hammered by England.
Dhananjaya in around the wicket. Duckett pushes back to the bowler, no run.
And Sri Lanka fans in Sri Lanka just say, well, we never win in England. They cannot get hammered by England in Sri Lanka. So that's why I think there's a totally different mindset to the way they approach these games.
Dhananjaya de Silva in around the wicket. Final ball of the over. Ben Duckett has launched this one into the leg side and clears the leg side. Goes all the way for 6 over long. And it wasn't the cleanest of hits, it has to be said in all honesty, but he's still got enough on it to clear the rope. And after 8 overs, England 39 for 1. 2 fours, 1 6 in the innings. That's us done and dusted for the time being. Picking up the commentary, the former England fast bowler, and Roshan Abasinghe, your commentator.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, England making good progress, I must say. They're not chasing anything frightening. Sri Lanka made just 219, so England will fancy their chances despite the surface looking a little bit slow. And so far they've enjoyed their little stint out there with Ryan Ahmed, the batter, dismissed. Duckett and Root has looked very good. 12 of 9, Duckett 30 of 21. It's it's Pramod Madhushan being swung around to the opposite end. He's going to bowl over number 9 with a backward point on the boundary and backward squalling on the boundary. Those are the 2 fielders that are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Root on strike. Here comes Madhushan, and Root, as he always does, just gets onto the backward, picks length so quickly. That's an amazing ability he has, and plays it away on the onside. No run, but very well played.
Yeah, he does. He not only does he pick up length quickly, he knows the areas he's looking to score from the way he shapes his body. So if he's looking to play through mid-wicket, he gets across his stumps very, very early. And his ability, like you say, Roshan, to pick up length early, he can get into that position and use the full face of the bat and still get it as though he's playing straight, but he's actually playing it through mid-wicket.
Here comes Madhushan again. Root, he's struck on the pad. They're asking the question. They're very confident. Now, they may refer it. They're going to have a little conference amongst them because it's Root after all. Well, they're thinking about it. Kusal Mendis is gesturing. I'm not sure. They got to make... Oh, yes. No surprises because it's Joe Root.
They've got to. It's Joe Root. They've got to. I think this is straight, but Joe Root's a long way out of his crease. So, from an angle point of view, the point of impact, has it hit him in line? If it's hit him in line, it could be going down for how far he is out of his crease. So, yeah, it's high. I think it's high. It's straight, but I think it's high.
Yeah, height can be a concern for sure. Well, Sri Lanka will be hoping that at most, if he's not out, it'll be an umpire's call because they won't lose the review.
You got to, if you remember in the first game, Duckett was given. Oh, it's just gone over. It's just gone over. Actually, on this wicket, it's comfortably gone over. Good decision from Adrian Holstock. If you remember, Duckett got given out off review, and it was a great review after the umpire said not out in the first game. But I think you had to go for that. You really did. I'm not saying it's Joe Root and game over, but I think if you were to get Joe Root now or before he gets 30-40, I think that will go a long way of putting Sri Lanka in pole position.
Yeah, Root on strike, and in fact Root has gone across to the other side. But is that run allowed? Because it was on a review.
Yes, I think it is allowed. I think it is allowed, which is strange because when Duckett was review in the first over, it went for 4.
Yeah, they didn't give the boundary. Here comes Madhushan, Duckett on strike. He's driving straight to the man at mid-wicket. There is no run. There's no doubt that the surface is slow, and you could see that timing is not easy. We're getting another look on the screen available to us, and Sri Lanka would have thought they had their man.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difference between the Duckett in the first couple of overs to that one, it was given out on field. So once it's given out on field, game stops. Because Adrian Holstock made the right decision and give it not out, you had to play and see where the ball went to. Joe Root goes to the other end, and then it becomes dead ball.
Here comes Madhushan again, and working it away on the onside. He's Duckett. He gets a single. This is a good approach by England. I like what I see in them. Duckett is not looking to try and take the fast bowlers on. Root, on the other hand, looking to open up areas. So good through mid-wicket. I mean, he looks so good, Joe Root, every time he bats. And how long more do you think he'll play for England? 34 now, right?
He's 34 now.
Yeah.
Well,
3 years?
I don't see there's anything stopping him to play until he's 38, 40. Yeah, he just turned 35. Yeah, I can see him playing until he's 38, 40. Doesn't miss many games.
Here is Madhushan. Root works it off his stumps. He's so good. See, I think the strength of any good batter, a couple of runs. I mean, you judge a batter by the way he picks length. And I think Root is brilliant with that.
Yeah, there's no surprise that the greats of the game pick up length brilliantly. You look at Virat Kohli, he's another one that picks up length very quickly. Steve Smith, unorthodox technique, but his ability to pick up the line and length, and Joe Root is another one. And I can see I can see him comfortably taking over, going past Sachin's record in Test match cricket.
There's Madhushan. Root, he's getting runs behind square leg, and he's going to get 4 of them. Nicely done on the pads. He's moving quickly, Joe Root. And 9 overs done, England 47 for 1. They're going at better than 5 runs an over. It's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, they're starting to make up in this power play just by, not losing any wickets and being there. Sri Lanka's power play was 36 for 1 off their 10 overs. England are already 47 for 1, and England are, especially Joe Root. You talk about there, Roshan, about him playing through mid-wicket. He's very, very good in knowing that he's asking the bowler to bowl a little bit wider because he's comfortable scoring outside off stump and through extra cover, and wants the bowler to go there for the drive. The bowler then sometimes gets sucked into bowling a little bit straighter. And Joe Root, because he's got great balance at the crease, and yes, he picks up line and length very well, his ability to hit the ball straight through mid-wicket is what makes it more challenging for the bowler.
The last of the power plays. Here comes Dhananjaya, and Duckett drives failed out a long off. Only a single. Root wants 2, but just a single. So it's a nice tempo that the England pair has at the moment. They're just making sure that they're picking boundaries, just like that last one by Root, and then the rotation of strike.
The rotation of strike is key, but they've got the boundary. They've had the boundary option the minute Joe Root walked in, especially with a seam bowler in the legs through the leg side.
Ball slower. Gets Root once more on the front foot and working it behind square leg with whatever turn that Dhananjaya De Silva would have had. Dhananjaya is not a big turner of the ball, but he's someone who mixes it up. Very clever with those subtle variances or variations as a bowler. And he's bowled his first 2 deliveries and conceded 2 runs. As he comes in again, bowls and Duckett. He's forward. He's bowling slower now.
And that's what England did, didn't it? England did really well when they got the optimum speed and the optimum line, the optimum length. They stuck at it, especially Rashid and Dawson.
Reverse, not in control, but he's going to get runs. Duckett, that was premeditated. England 50s up in the 10th over. You could see that he was itching to go there. Dhananjaya slowed it up, but Duckett went through with the shot. So a couple more.
I think Dhananjaya's just teasing. He's teasing with Duckett. He brought his man in, didn't he, at deep point, basically saying to Ben Duckett at the end of the power play, this is the risk. Do you want to take the risk? This hard sweep I've covered. I've got the one along the floor. Do you want to go in the air? 3 men on the outside of the circle.
Here's Dhananjaya bowling to Duckett, who comes forward, checks his shot, plays it away on the onside. So what will be interesting is how Sri Lanka will use their resources in terms of the bowling options. I don't think they'll bowl too many seamers. So here comes Dhananjay bowls, and again attempted reverse. He will get a single, which concludes the 10 overs. It's 52 for 1, so England clearly ahead in the power play. It is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, good power play for me. Good power play for England. I was thinking in that first innings, do England, risk sending a player up to utilise the ball coming onto the bat in the with the harder new ball? But actually, the first 2 or 3 overs from either end were quite challenging for the batters when it comes to seam bowling point of view. But the 2 seamers bowled nicely. They got it to swing. They used their variation nicely. But now at the back end of that power play, the spin bowlers came on. England built on the confidence of having a stable start and have caught up. I mean, the sort of first 5 overs, England looked as though they were struggling to get going in the power play. And in that last 5 overs, they've really had an injection, and that's largely down to the fact that Joe Root's walked to the crease and he's got 19 off 14 balls.
Right, they brought in Dunit Velalage, the player of the match in the last game, and Joe Root will be the batter on strike. Now Sri Lanka can breathe a little bit easier because of the power play. The first power play gone. They got fielders. They allowed 4 fielders outside the ring, so they got 3 of them on the... In fact, sorry, it's Duckett on strike, I beg your pardon. As here comes Velalage. Bowls to Duckett, who gets it in the gap and gets 4. That's the wrong line to bowl. Now you got how many on the leg side? You got 5 on the leg side. If you're looking to turn it back from outside the off stump, then you've got to be very, very careful with your field placing. So that was easy for Duckett, who starts off the over with the boundary.
Yeah, really, really poor delivery. Tried to bowl it a little bit slower. And throw it above the eye line. And it ended up just a full toss. But Duckett didn't even have to come out of his crease. Poor ball.
Velalage bowls, and again this time Duckett looks to slice it. Finds the man at short extra cover. See, it's an interesting feel because he's keeping that extra cover area open, and that's he's inviting Duckett to go through that area and trying to spin it back as he comes in again, and Duckett goes over the top and he gets another boundary. They're meaning business here. I think England realizes that batting gets a little bit difficult as they go deeper into the innings, so they're trying to make the most of it earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely, utilising the hardness of the ball. Remember, it's 50 over cricket. You get a brand new ball from either end, so we're into the 11th over, but this is a 6th over from the end that Adrian Holstock is officiating from. But it's just width. It really is. Trying to bowl that little bit slower, getting the right speed and the right length. But unfortunately, the lines are not the best.
Velalage bowls. That's on the leg stump. This is a better line of attack because he's got those fielders on the leg side, and he's going to bowl more midland leg to Duckett. And if he bowls badly, he's got some insurance, but on the offside, he's got nothing. Here's Velalage. 5th ball of the over. Duckett on the back foot, plays it back up the pitch.
It looks as though Roshan, in the first couple of balls, he's trying to bowl the perfect ball. The ball that drifts away from Ben Duckett, then sharply spins. But unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to get the starting, the starting point right.
Velalage comes in. Duckett looks to hit it away on the offside and doesn't time it. So he finishes the over with 3 dots. Still England looking good. 60 for 1 in 11 overs. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Great over for England. It really was not only a good over for England, but a good over for Ben Duckett, because he, again, like Thursday in the first ODI, he looked a bit scratchy for the first 20 balls, and then all of a sudden he gets a boundary away, and the spin bowlers come on. He's got a reverse sweep, he's got a sweep, which we all know he's comfortable playing, but then he's been given 2 really freebies in that over from Velalage. Really has. The first ball was a full toss. Then the third ball was a over pitch ball with 4 men on the side that he's trying to defend. It really was poor bowling when you haven't got a big target to go at. England are going nicely here. Nearly 5.5 runs and over.
Yeah, 160 of 39 overs, and that's not frightening, but It's a fair bit of runs to get. But when you've got someone like Joe Root on 19 and looking good off 14 balls, Duckett starting to move and playing some good shots, I will feel comfortable. The dressing room will be calm and not really be anxious or panic, but instead they'll want this partnership to go on right. So the captain, it is going to be Charit Asalanka, tries off spin from round the wicket, goes to Root, who plays it well and plays it off the back foot. That's another kind of a characteristic of a player who plays spin well, playing a lot of the back foot, just shortening the length a lot, as we just did see Root doing that.
He's also brilliant at that. You watch him bat, especially he plays a lot off the back foot when the ball's not on the stumps. When the ball's on the stumps, he comes a long way forward and hits the ball down the ground. When it's not on the stumps, it's more off the back foot.
Asalanka tosses up and plays away on the onside. Is Duckett. So Asalanka's field, he's got a man at deep backward point and long off, and he's also got 2 on the leg side boundary. That's backward square leg and long on. 5 inside the 30-yard circle. Nobody catching. Asalanka comes in, tossing it up and steering it away on the offside. He's Duckett, and he will get a single. So England are very, very comfortable. They can actually control the game.
Yeah, the rotation of strikers now, so important. They've got ahead of the game, and it's now about Sri Lanka. Can they wrestle the initiative back in their favour as it gets harder to score, and hopefully, from Sri Lanka's point of view, the run rate slows down.
Root looks to sweep, and it's fielded at back to point. He doesn't get a run. I must say that the reverse is one of the great additions to batting. The repertoire has really, really got something special with that reverse. And look at what batters could do as here comes Asalanka bowls again. Root once more on the back foot. Gets a single.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think you're seeing more of it now, especially with left-handers in Test match cricket. As the Test match goes on and rough starts to develop in and around off stump, the huge amount of danger of playing a forward defence or playing forward in Test matches, the reverse is actually a better option than the forward defence.
Here comes Asalanka and bowls a dot to end the over. He finishes his first over with 3 runs. England 63 for 1, still going at better than 5 runs an over. And you're on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Just ticking along nicely here. Ben Duckett and Joe Root just standing in the middle. Arms are flaring, just a little bit of animation. I think they're trying to work out the angles and what fields they're looking to sort of the areas they're trying to score. Joe Root comfortable with playing the spin off the back foot. Ben Duckett is more coming forward at this minute in time and trying to hit it, I think, a little bit more forcefully, because I think when he does come forward, he can then, if it is the reverse sweeps on, I think he's more comfortable getting to that shot from his weight transfer going forward, where Root's more weight on the back foot.
Vilalage comes in, and Root this time on the front foot to a ball that was full length. Plays it away down to deep extra cover. So just a single. So at the moment England quite pleased or quite content to do it in singles, just knocking it around, because they got a run rate that's not frightening to chase. Not even 5 runs and over as Vilalage comes in. Continues from round the wicket. Duckett gets it on the pads. It's a big area, wide open area on the leg side. So you just can, keep pushing it into those gaps, those holes that the field has, and they can rotate the strike. That's what Duckett and Root are doing at the moment, as well Lalage. In fact, the fielders are almost at the edge, very tight on the 30-yard circle. That's on the leg stump. And Root just milks him down to deep mid-wicket for another single.
Yeah. Again, England comfortably just rotation, single off every ball. It's all they need to do at this moment in time. No need for any heroics, no big shots really required. Keep giving Sri Lanka the run around.
That's what they're doing. They're running that first run hard. They'll be happy with 1, but they've got 4 singles of Dunit Vilalage. Now, What Sri Lanka are desperately after is to try and get two right-handers if possible, with Van der Sar there as the leg spinner. He might be more of a potent weapon with the right-handers on strike. But Duckett's been the real challenge for the Sri Lankan spinners, with both Velalage and also Van der Sar both turning in one direction and turning back into the left-hander. As here comes Velalage, bowls slower, doesn't matter. Root finds that area of mid-wicket for a single. That's 5 now in the over. And 1 ball to go.
Fantastic batting from Joe Root. 2 scoring options. Just leaning forward into the sort of vacant backward point area, or just flick it through mid-wicket for a single.
6 runs of the over as Duckett just nudges it down to backward square leg, and it's risk-free cricket for England, and they're doing it well. 69 for 1, 13 overs completed. Just to remind you, it's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
England 69 for 1, and you are listening to TalkSport 2 or watching this on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. With Joe Root 24 from 20 and Ben Duckett 30 from 40. It was about this stage, actually it was a little bit later in the innings when I was just turning to Jared to talk about England potentially being in a position in the game where, you know, victory was not quite within sight, but if they continued as they had been, then with the run rate hovering around 6.5, then they were in a good position to go on to win the game. Duckett was out immediately, and then really the innings collapsed from that point onwards. Mark Machado, host of the Murali End podcast, which focuses on Sri Lankan cricket. Sri Lanka need a spark here. They needed a spark with the bat, and now they desperately need one with the ball. Sri Lanka continuing. First over weight for just 3, and this is hit back to the bowler from Duckett.
Yeah, I think with the slow ball, their main kind of strike bowler is likely going to be Van der Sar. He'll be the person they'll be looking to kind of potentially break this up, but I think they might feel it's a little bit early to bring him in.
Cut away by Duckett, certainly one there, and he looks up at the fielder on the boundary, running in at deep backward point, well, more like third actually, and stays where he is. So I think before this innings, and indeed before the match, it was about which England players are there who can rotate the strike. You know, we know how explosive a lot of these batters can be, but on pitches like this, where the run rate is, you know, there's no great shakes, on the reverse this time, Root, can't beat the fielder. Can they just knock the ball around? That's all they need to do, really.
I think so. I think you can frustrate the Sri Lankan bowlers. I'd say this iteration of Sri Lanka's ODI side isn't.
That's Sri Lanka again. Ooh, that's not too far away from the right pad. Well, actually, the left pad. Excuse me. The left pad of Joe Root just about gets the ball back on to the ball and clips it fine. Comes through for a single, but that was heading towards the stumps. Risky shot from Root there.
Yeah, I feel this Sri Lankan ODI team's more looking for a kind of moment of magic from someone, opposed to trying to work a batter out.
Sri Lanka again, around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who just blocks this really to the left of Sri Lanka, who possibly, as he tries to field, almost clashes with Joe Root at the non-striker's end, and the single is taken. Yeah, it is a shame that Sri Lanka haven't got the likes of Tikshana or Hasaranga to call upon, right? Because they are capable of, certainly Hasaranga, capable of magic deliveries. Tikshana, as a bowler I was looking forward to seeing a bit more of actually, is Joe Root deep in his crease, just punches this up to long on for another single. The score moves on. 14 overs in, 73 for 1, and we saw a lot of big turning deliveries when England were bowling. Will Jack's got a couple to really move, as you'd expect, as did Adil Rashid. Haven't seen that extravagant movement enough from Sri Lanka today.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a couple of players who are bowling currently. So Will Alagay is the big one, yeah, who I think is kind of fighting for a place in the T20 side. He's kind of one of those players you're kind of not sure, is he a batter, is he a bowler? First ODI a couple of days ago, he kind of does a bit of everything and ends up kind of putting in a match-winning performance. That's the kind of performance Sri Lanka trying to coax out from today to to A, win the game, and also B, make himself kind of undroppable. As I say, Van der Say's the man who's going to potentially get the most out of this pitch. He kind of hasn't he hasn't had a bowl yet. He will do within a few overs, I'd imagine.
Yeah, both picked up 2 wickets each, didn't they, in the first ODI? Wallace was the player of the match. I was expecting it to be Mendes, but all-round effort as Wallace continuing, and he's bowling round the wicket to Root, who again just eases forward and just picks one of those big gaps on the offside to take a single. 74 for 1.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that Van der Say probably should have taken more wickets in the last game. I thought he bowled well enough to take 3 or 4. It just didn't drop for him. So keeping him back a little bit. It's not like England are massively ahead of the rate, and we would assume as the wicket dries out a little bit more, unless Ben Duckett sweats on it, which it does look like he's about to do, might even spin and deteriorate a little bit more.
Wallace continuing, and Ben Duckett just eases forward and scoops this ball over his shoulder. There's a chase on for the fielder at fine leg. Well, he runs to fine leg, and Duckett comes through for, is that 3? Did he run 3 there? We'll wait and see. I think he did. Duckett moves to 35, his second decent knock in succession. With the field spread, there's no slip in place. There are singles all over the place, but here Duckett has just manufactured the shot, manufactured some room, and nearly got a boundary as well. No run on this occasion. That's a good length there from Wallace, who draws Joe Root forward, just knocks it down into the offside, but Point is alert to the danger, runs in quickly, and it's actually timed quite nicely as well. So there's no run. There's Root this time. Almost to wristily flicks this ball to the right of Point, manufacturing it the angle that allows the single. 78 for 1 England, a partnership of 58, the 1 wicket to fall that of Rayan Ahmed, promoted up the order, or inserted at the top of the order actually I should say, because Zach Crawley couldn't play today.
John, I just want to talk about Ben Duckett. He's on 35, but this is an absolutely sensational knock for him.
We'll be hoping that it nearly is an absolute masterclass in the art of the curse of the commentator, but I'm not sure it works that way when you want the batter to get out. Essentially, he's nearly clipped it onto the shot a touch too soon. It's gone aerial, and it hasn't gone a million miles away from a fielder at mid-wicket, and that would have been a horrible way to get out, because it was a nothing delivery really on the pads. And
we saw him go out like this in the Ashes, closing the back face.
This time it's Root up with his stance, inching forward, but can't beat short extra cover, no run.
Yeah, he quite often when he's trying to hit on the leg side, he really closes the bat face, and he'll get a leading edge, and I think he might have been caught at mid-on or something in one of the test matches during the Ashes as well. So it is something. I think at the moment there's a couple of fraught discussions with Sanjay Surya and the Sri Lankans. They just need to keep putting the ball in the right area. We saw Joe Root almost go out LBW a minute ago when he walked across off stump. Ben Duckett has flicked the ball up there. Now Hasaranga's having another. Everyone's fraught in the dugout. Keep bowling your best balls for 2 or 3 overs, then bring on Van der Say and then see what happens when he comes on. I don't think they're that far away from a breakthrough. It is a very tough wicket once you try and score in your runs.
We've had a question on the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. It comes from Johanna, and it was when Cameron was with us. It's the only way that I can explain what he says, but Cameron isn't with us at the moment. Cameron still as Duckett calls Joe Root through. Joe Root was already running before Duckett called him and successfully completes a single. This ball just pushed to the left of mid-wicket, for a single. The more I listen, the more I'm convinced the middle guy is Australian. Initially thought he was English. He's talking about Cameron Steele here, and I know that there are some Antipodean links.
He's from Perth. I don't know if he's Australian.
On the sweep, all along the ground to the fielder, back on a square on the leg side.
I think I can answer this. He was born here because he told me this before. No, where were you born? He's born in San Francisco. Yep. Have you played for America, haven't you? No, he's trying to play for America. There's a lot of conversation going on. He was born in America. He moved to Perth at 12, 13. Moved to England
So
at 4.
far, you're really nailing this,
I'm getting
Jared.
close.
Do you want to just borrow the mic, Cam?
Duckett keeps his foot behind the line. A smart bit of work behind
No,
the
I'm going to
stumps.
explain it. He doesn't get to explain his own origin story.
He hasn't got a
America.
microphone.
He was in America. He came to England at 4. He went to Perth at 13, and then came back here at 17. Got quite a strong accent for someone who's only in Australia for a little while.
Touch wide, angling in on leg stump from Lanka. Duckett gets the bat down on the ball in time. No run.
Now tells me he's been doing double summers as well.
Well, anyway, he says, but the guys either side of Cameron sound English as... Can't say the word. So I think it means you, Jared. As in, the ones that sounds English. I'm certainly English. Although I do get a twang. I have been asked by people... I've born in London, grew up in London, live in London, and I have been asked by people steps away and really pulls this, keeps a touch low, heading out to the boundary, but it is going to be filled at the second attempt, and Duckett comes back for a second. So I do pick up the New Zealand twang when I'm down there. But essentially, whoever's asking this question thinks Cameron's Australian and you're English.
I think they might have sent that when Mark was on the...
No. Australian guy, you can answer, Jared. Are Australia going to miss Mitchell Starc bowling 150 kilometres an hour? But what makes it even more confusing is he then signs it off with BBL. So is he talking about the Big Bash?
I think with Mitchell Starc, his white ball form has dropped off as he's got much better at Test cricket over the last couple of years. But he still played in some very big games, and they would trust him when to break through when they needed to. But I don't think anyone knows really what his white ball form has been over a long period of time, and obviously he's decided that Test cricket is more important. I think if you need to dismiss, Abhishek Sharma or Phil Salt or Dewald Brevis or whoever it is on one, you'd probably rather have Mitchell Starc on the side than not have it.
England 83 for 1. We've had 16 overs of play. The target is 220, and Joe Root and Ben Duckett are batting very nicely indeed. Joe Root going at a strike rate of 100, and he has only hit the 3 fours in his 28 ball stay. And Ben Duckett is 39 not out from 50. He's hit a couple of 4s and a 6. The required run rate is just a fraction over 4 and over from here. And there are 34 overs remaining in the innings if England are to need them, that is. So they need 137 runs, 9 wickets in hand. And the 1 wicket that has fallen, that of Rayan Ahmed, who was dismissed for 13. And he was opening the batting because Zach Crawley was injured. England earlier today restricted, or rather bowled out Sri Lanka for 219. They used 8 bowlers along the way. 3 of them took 2 wickets. Jamie Overton, Adil Rashid and Joe Root. Root with 2 wickets in 2 balls to wrap up the innings in the final over of the 50. The first time he's ever bowled the 50th over in a list day game. Will Jackson with 1 wicket. He was back in the side ahead of Crawley. He bowled his full quota of 10 overs and went for just 47, and he bowled some delightful deliveries in there. Dawson was almost as accurate and miserly as he was in the first ODI. His 10 overs went for 41, just 1 maiden in there and a wicket. And Rayan Ahmed picked up a wicket as well. He bowled 5 overs that went for 26. So we find ourselves in Colombo, where the floodlights are on and a really healthy crowd, as you'd expect. It's a very centrally located cricket ground, isn't it, Mark? Easily accessible, and what better would you rather do on a Saturday night than go and watch your team play cricket?
Exactly, and I think tickets cost about £1 to get in, and they'll sell them to you on the door. And if they start to look like they're in a good position, people from the local area will just kind of walk in and have a watch, and if it all starts to look like it's not going to work out in Sri Lanka's favour, they'll quickly leave. It's great.
When we were last on, I referenced Mark Machado. I referenced Michelle. We can see well. Machado, Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, and he's host of a West Indies cricket podcast. But I sometimes watch Michelle. We get Michelle on a lot as well. as yourself, talking about West Indies cricket, and more often than not, it's pretty depressing. It's another defeat or another board change or another, players not playing for West Indies anymore, retirements or angst as these West Indies players do great things playing in franchise leagues rather than playing for West Indies. I feel for him at times, but then I follow England, so then I stop feeling sorry for him and feel sorry for myself. Where are you with, you obviously have a great love for Sri Lankan cricket, but does it ever get to a point where you're thinking, when are the good times going to be coming back here? Or are you an eternal optimist, like I think we all are really, and you think, well, T20 World Cup, which is partially in Sri Lanka, it could be now, it could be next month.
I'm an eternal optimist. If you listen to me earlier, and I'm always saying, look, we can do this. I think the thing that excites me about this Sri Lanka side is, okay, we might not be putting performances in as an 11, but there's some superstar players in there. Some are quite young.
Van der Sey, you asked for him, and he is in to the attack, and Joe Root has greeted his first ball, which was a touch short, but made shorter by the fact that Joe Root played it so late and so deep in his crease, and he's really stood back and almost pulled this past mid-on and away to the boundary for 4. 87 for 1 England at target 220.
So personally, I just think it's a really exciting time to be a Sri Lanka fan.
Oh, that's good. Oh, what a beauty! That was exactly what Mark Machado wanted to see. That has been beautifully flighted. There's dip, there's turn. It's dragged Joe Root forward. He's beaten past the outside edge. The keeper's taken the stumps, but Root's kept his foot behind the line and it didn't take the edge. This time, just a touch over the pitch, and it allows Root to play across the line and get off strike, which is what all great batters do. And he moves to 34.
Yeah, this will be the interesting bit. If they can get a wicket here or even slow them down, they've kept themselves at around a run a ball for both of them. In the other game, we thought that Ben Duckett should have gone a little bit harder. I'm not sure this is the pitch to go a little bit harder on, though.
Here's Van der Sey. This is a leg spinner, a leg break, but it's kind of pitching on leg stump and moving away from Duckett behind his legs. It's taken by the keeper. There's a little yelp. Here's Van der Sey again. Oh, he's got him! Duckett steps away from the crease, opens up the wickets, attempts an ambitious cut in front of square, and the ball has beaten him by some distance and taken the stumps, and Duckett's got to go for 39. Van der Sey struck in his first over, and this may well be the interesting bit. England 89 for 2.
Yeah, they weren't far away with the wicket for a while here, and it's these playing the attacking shots. The minute you try and play anything on this pitch, the ball doesn't come on the way that you want. It grips, and in this case, Duckett probably thought it was a little bit wider than it was, and it spun back. He's made it look more like a violent delivery than perhaps what it was by giving himself some room, but it's a very good delivery. A lot of spin on that. Again, slower, and he is gone, and that might be the opening that they need, Mark.
I just want to pay tribute to Ben Duckett. He's been out there for every single ball of this game so far. It's hot. It's like being in a sauna in that stadium right now.
And he did look very wet.
Yeah.
He? Moist.
Well, it was at this point in the first ODI that England started to struggle, because Jacob Bethel came to the crease and he found it very, very difficult to rotate the strike, to score, and even just to take singles. He really got bogged down.
Yeah,
and I think if the same thing happens, then Sri Lanka will start to believe.
I think also that the drinks break probably played a part in that, with the break in concentration. And so now, I think at one stage Bethel was, 4 off 13? Is that what he ended up with in last? But I know he was really struggling when he first came to the crease. He has to find a way to get off strike. That's the most important thing. He doesn't have to hit boundaries or anything here, but he does have to find a way to get off strike. And that's not going to be easy, because we just saw how much that last delivery spun and what this wicket is doing at the moment. Are they going to put in... I thought they were going to put in a leg slip then. I'm all for that. But it looks like they're going to put in a standard slip for him.
15 from 33 deliveries, Jacob Bethel, in the first.
Yeah, and I think he was about 4 of 13 when he started as well.
He was. I think it took him about 9 or 10 deliveries to maybe even get off the mark. So, yeah, big moment here in this game on TalkSport 2, and he's going to get off the mark first ball. There's a lot of flight there, bit of dip, but it's just a touch over pitch, and it allows Bethel just to hit this straight past bowler and stumps at the North striker's end and get off strike. But that is the moment that Sri Lanka wanted to see, and also, you know, unlike a lot of the dismissals, and there is always batter error, I suppose, or usually batter error in a wicket. It seemed when Sri Lanka were batting, there was way more batter error than, you know, bowling excellence at times. But that was a really good delivery from Van der Sey, and it's just been brought into the attack. So Sri Lanka will be hoping for plenty more, and if you can take 3 or 4, then they are well and truly in this game.
Something I associate Sri Lanka cricket with is a kind of magic over. The amount of times we come in and somebody will take 2 or 3 wickets quickly and kind of turn the game. That's kind of what they're looking for over here, right? Then kind of reassess.
Dhananjaya De Silva is being brought back. Now, he was bowling. It was his wicket of Joe Root, actually, really did turn the game in the first ODI. He was also bowling against Bethel. And first ball that Bethel faces of Dhananjaya sees him come forward and play defensively with a resolute straight bat.
Yeah, I think they had to bring one of the off spinners back on here. They've got the left-hander new to the crease. The ball is spinning, and just try and wangle one out or even get 3 or 4 dot balls here.
No slip in place, and this is on the pads. Bethel comes forward and chips this to mid-wicket. No run. Would you like to see a slip in place or another fielder close to the...
I think if it was a front-line spinner, you'd have a slip in place. I think because it's, you know, more of a Will Jacks type of bowler.
This is a touch wider, and just a touch of elegance about this shot from Jacob Bethel.
More elegance in the bowler, the way he fielded that, ran around, posed for the cameras briefly.
See, for my money, this is the 2 coolest players.
Oh, he's beaten him. Oh, that's a good delivery from Dhananjaya, and it...
Where's the appeal? He's just picked the ball up from right near the stumps. I do not understand why batters are allowed to do this. Get your greasy hands off my ball.
Thick inside edge onto the pads.
Trying to keep the ball dry. I don't need your sticky gloves there.
Forward defending is Jacob Bethel. Dhananjaya is not giving him any room to play with whatsoever here. He's targeting middle and off.
8 degrees of turn on that last one, which is about normal for what we saw for, I think it was the 70 kilometre ball.
This is fired in a touch more, and this is a decent shot from Jacob Bethel. Doesn't move that much, good pace. And Bethel actually fancies 2 here, but he's kept to 1, and that's the end of the over. 1 run coming from it, and keeps Bethel on strike. I think Sri Lanka could be okay with that. England 90 for 2.
I think Walalage did well there to keep that down to 1. Whether he knew in his mind that he was trying to keep Bethel on strike, but keeping that down to 1 has meant that, again, Bethel's going to have to face the start of this over. So he started well with a single straight away, but then he had 5 dot balls before another single. So he looks a little bit more in rhythm than he did when he was batting in the first game, but these are tough conditions, and he did pick up the ball when it was very close to the stumps, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, you made that point quite clear.
John, in Sri Lanka, Jared Kimber is known to be a...
Don't say it.
You also know what my surname means.
Yes, I do.
So don't say that on air, because that will be the end of TalkSport.
Van der Sey is continuing, and again, just a touch full. The slip in place for Van der Sey, the leg spinner, who's picked up a wicket. 90 for 2. Bethel 2 from 8. This is, well, he's going to take a single with mid-off, just a fraction deep, really. He's kind of not back nor forward. It was shy at the stumps and non-striker's end as well. So that means Bethel's off strike. He's 3 from 9, and Joe Root, as Joe Root has to do many times, has just got to kind of take control here.
I was going to say, Jared's known as being a Dhananjaya De Silva fan.
That's underselling it a little bit.
Isn't Vish at Cricket Info? Isn't he a massive Dhananjaya fan?
I don't understand how the whole planet isn't.
Root will take a single through cover point. And that brings Jacob Bethel back on strike. This is the... now they're all key battles, really, aren't they? But certainly if Sri Lanka could just take another one here, that target would just seem a little further away. But England do have plenty of batting to come, that's for sure. There's Jacob Bethel, a wideish first slip, comes forward and hits it back to the bowler, who fields well. Jumping to his left.
Bethel has started better, but he's still 3 of 10. I
He's
don't think
also
Vanderstay's bowled well to him yet either.
No, and touch wide. This is a better looking shot from Bethel, although again, bowler won't mind too much as he steps forward, opens the face of the bat and just guides the ball down to third for a single, 93 for 2.
That gap is open because they've got the fielder out for the reverse sweep already, so that's good batting. But I don't mind that ball at all. His bat was away from his pad. He was like lunging at it, and generally on this pitch, that's what's got people in trouble, being sort of having the bat away from the eyes.
Right, one ball left of the over, and Sri Lanka would love to keep Joe Root on strike. It's a full toss, and Root sweeps, and he will pick up 2 to mid-wicket. So, wasn't a great ball, but Sri Lanka get away with it. 37 then to Root. Bethel is 4 not out, the score 95 for 2. 19 overs in, target 220. And the 2 wickets to fall that of Ahmed for 13. And a few moments ago, Ben Duckett castled for 39. What were you saying about Jared? Oh, he likes Danajai De Silva.
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
About a year ago, I got a package arrived at my house for Jared. I thought it's a bit weird, so I had to open it.
Where are we going with this?
I had to open it up, and it was...
You're not going to be invited back.
No, it was a... Danajai had somehow got one of his test shirts to give to you because he was so appreciative of all the kind words you'd said about him.
And what was wrapped inside the Danajai shirt? Oh, that's it. Oh, that's good. Okay, relief all round.
It was rumbatons.
I once tried to send some biltong out of South Africa, but didn't get very far. This is Bethel. Not a great ball from Danajai De Silva. This is angling in on the pads and continuing on with the arm, and it allows Bethel just to step back and clip it through mid-wicket and back for 2.
The last 2 balls have been 2 pretty poor balls from Sri Lanka, but they've only got 2s off them, and they're probably happy to keep Bethel on strike, but they've got to they can't keep doing this.
It's a touch straight in. That draws Bethel forward, which is what you want. And he's trying to rotate the strike. He's trying to keep things moving. And places it to the fielder, who's at short mid-wicket. No run. Bethel remains 6 not out. You're listening to TalkSport 2 as Danajai De Silva. That's aerial! And caught! Popped up to cover! And Bethel's got to go. Danajai strikes. And England do lose their 3rd wicket. And Bethel does go early. And suddenly Sri Lanka are up in the stands, waving the flags. England 97 for 3.
Well, the wandering hands again. Now, the wandering hands on this pitch. If you don't hit the ball directly under your eyes, you pop it up in the air. We've seen so many wickets in this game, and you can see here, Bethel sees a tossed-up ball outside off stump, and he thinks, I can drive this, and his hands are miles in front of his body. And in the end, all he does is mistime it poorly, and it's caught at short cover. And another important wicket, but after he chewed up a couple of dot balls as well, it's only going to get tougher from England from here. They're in a good position overall in the game, but it's very, very tough to come in and start on this wicket, and it's incredibly tough to score when you're trying to, or to stay in when you're trying to actually attack.
Well, this is why you love the game, isn't it, Mark? I mean, you're saying that you're always optimistic and hopeful and expecting and looking for some individual brilliance. And Sri Lanka have picked out 2 big wickets, and suddenly...
Game on, isn't it?
Well, I mean, this is kind of how it was in the first ODI, and England have shown over the years that they do find it difficult on pitches like this. They do find it difficult when boundaries don't come easy. But 98 for 3 with a target of 220 with 30 overs to go and Joe Root at the crease, you'd still rather be England, wouldn't you? Not you personally, but I mean, you would rather be in England's position, rather.
I think so. You'd want to say that I mean, at this point, it feels like England's game to win or to lose, right? Where I'm still looking for moments of magic from Sri Lanka to get themselves into it. In that regard, then yes, I agree. This is England's game to lose.
I think one more wicket and Sri Lanka is quite on top here, because of what this partnership is and who's playing in it. I think everyone else has limitations against spin, and there's a lot of overs of spin. Van der Sar still has 8 overs left, doesn't he? So, yes, I agree that England is on top, but we felt that way in the last game, and once you got past Root, it flipped so violently. And Root and Butler are the most important ones when it comes to spin, but also Brook, because of how quickly he can score quickly. He can quickly. That's how Harry Brook does it. But I think a wicket here, and I think it changes the whole dimensions of the game.
Okay, so it is Harry Brook. He's got a leg slip in place, and first ball, he's leading edge as he comes forward, and he's trying to play to mid-wicket, or maybe to mid-on. He's taken leading edge, and he gets off the mark. He's not got a great record in Asia, has he, Harry Brook? I'm sure Gary Morgan can give us the specifics.
Yeah, I think he struggles specifically starting against spin, and then on these kinds of wickets when the ball doesn't come on. I don't think his weakness is spin per se. I think it's those two things, and he's got to get over it.
Dhananjaya De Silva, there's a sweep shot from Root, and it is wonderfully played all along the ground. There's a misfield. There's 2 misfields at deep square leg as the fielders converge, but the ball doesn't hit the Toblerone, and it's just the 2 runs. Dhananjaya De Silva then 2 for 26 back in the side. We were talking about it earlier. Were you pleased to see him back playing white ball cricket for England? For Sri Lanka, sorry.
I was surprised. Sri Lanka's problems are scoring quickly in the middle order, and I'm not sure he answers that.
Continuing on, and there's another misfield, and that will allow Joe Root to get off strike. And there's a little bit of anger there. It's the captain who's misfilled. It's given Root a single, and that means he will face the first ball of the next over. 100 up for England in that over, 20 overs in, 101 for 3. So they are ahead of where Sri Lanka were. 80 for 3 Sri Lanka at the 20 over stage. Sri Lanka narrowly failing to bat out their 50 overs. They were bowled out for 219 with Joe Root, who's 40 not out, taking 2 wickets and 2 balls in the final over of play. But they've come back into this contest. Rayan Ahmed dismissed for 13, 20 for 1 at that stage, a 69-run partnership for the second wicket between Joe Root and Ben Duckett. But Duckett and Bethel have both now gone, and Jeffrey Van der Sar, the leg spinner, slip in place to Joe Root, is in and on the reverse, and that's a smart bit of fielding. And there's overthrows, is a no. Then Harry Brook stepped back, and the bowler Van der Sar picks the ball up, shapes to shy at the stumps, but no one's backing up, and Brook would have been home anyway. So that's a lot going on for a dot ball. But there you go, that's cricket. 101 for 3 England. In again is Van der Sar, draws Joe Root forward, who defends down the wicket, and it's fielded by the bowler. Kusal Mendes starting to chirp behind the stumps. Van der Sar's in, and Root again just playing the line of the ball. Goes straight, and he defends again. Who are your favourite players then, Mark? To name, not necessarily just in this 11 that's playing today, because there's a couple of the sidelines. Touch wider, and Root unfurls the sweep through mid-wicket, sets off really quickly for the first, and he's frustrated. He thinks there was 2 there, but he was sent back by Harry Brook. It was going to be Joe Root running to the danger end, and Brook deciding that 1 would have to be enough, and that's a smart bit of fielding in the deep there.
I'm a big fan of the spinners. That's kind of the cricket I was brought up on, I suppose, with Murali and Herath. So Van der Sar, Teachner, Hasaranga.
Here's Van der Sar, and this time Harry Brook. Just his second delivery, so he's going to be watchful. I mean, it's not a great shot when you look back at Jacob Bethel's dismissal. It didn't look great first viewing either, but how much cricket has he played in Sri Lanka? And the same could be said for Harry Brook as well. Plenty of flight here, and Brook will feel he's probably missed out. Fielded from his own bowling by Van der Sate. That's the end of the over, just the 1 run coming from it. The score is 102 for 3 England. After 21 overs, the target 221.
I don't think you can emphasise that point enough. It's such a strange condition to play in Sri Lanka if you've not played there before. That pitch will be unlike anything they would have played on, even in other parts of the subcontinent. The heat, it's, as I say, it's like batting in a sauna. That's why I was so impressed by Ben Duckett being able to hang a bat, field all 50 overs, open the batting, actually start batting. His timing wasn't quite there, but he kind of got himself into it. It was quite impressive.
It's also, the pitch is weird, as we've talked about before. It is a pitch where you want to bowl very, very slow. So generally in Pakistan or in India or even UAE, you can bowl your spin quicker and you're still getting the turn. Whereas here, if you bowl it quick, it seems to go fairly straight. But if you slow it down, it spins sideways.
Here's well again, just gives Joe Root enough width to unfurl a cut shot forward a square. And it comes through for a single. Root moves to 42. And much like when Bethel was at the crease, the game is now.
Yeah, and they've brought the left-arm finger spinner on. They've got when they had a left-hander out there, they had the off-spinner, so they're playing the matchups a lot. And again, what they're hoping for Wellage is exactly what they're hoping for Dhananjaya with Bethel. It's not just about the getting wickets. It's can you get 3 or 4 dot balls in a row, and then from there the pressure can come in.
Versus spin in Asia, in ODIs, Harry Brook averages 17.85 as opens up his batting stance a touch, trusts his eye, and just punches this to the left of short extra. So Brook averages 17.85. He's lost his wicket 7 times in 11 innings.
Yeah, it's not the pitch you want to go out on with those stats.
Can only improve them, you'd think. Touch lower, and that's quite a big turn actually, but it's quite short, and it allows Brook to just essentially stay in his stance behind the crease and take a comfortable single to the offside. 104 for 3.
I think Cam was saying before, like, sometimes you be greedy as a spinner. That's the greedy ball. When you go for that massive turning ball, he doesn't need that at the moment. He needs to pitch the ball on middle or off stump and make sure that stumps are in play, and if one turns, he can get the outside edge and get in Brook's head for a minute. Allowing Brook to get off strike with a half tracker is the worst option.
Here is Root. He's drawn forward, pushes this out in front of point. It's no run, 104 for 3. I'm going to be crossing over to the Privadasa very shortly, where Roshan Abhisinger and Steve Harmison are waiting. Wellalage is in again. This is a good line actually from Wellalage, because he's forcing Root to play. He'll advise to miss any of these deliveries, but if there's movement, then the outside edge is definitely in play. The inside edge is in play, the pad's in play, wicket's in play, as Root unfurls a cover drive, and that is the end of the over. No run coming from it. Root 42, Brook 2, and England that need 220 to win this second ODI. 22 overs in, they're 104 for 3. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. So we head back over to the Privadasa, where Steve Harmison and Roshan Abhisinger await.
Thank you, John. Yes, it is turning out to be very, very interesting and at a very decisive stage, I must say. 104 for 3. Lot will depend on Joe Root. Of course, Harry Brook, 2 of 5. Van der Sate comes in with a slip in, and Brook looks to drive, doesn't really time it, finds the man at cover. Well, these are anxious faces for both teams. Sri Lanka looking for that wicket, hopefully Root from a Sri Lankan point of view, but England want a partnership.
Yeah, England desperately need another partnership like Root and Duckett. And you know what, Roshan, I think it's important for Brook to get a score here. His team win a game, but him contributing to winning the game. A little bit of pressure that he's been under, all the negative noise that he's been around him.
Oh, we spoke about that reverse. How useful is that? That's 4. I can tell you that Joe Root is such a class act. if you look at that, if you look at the way he picked the length, the line, and how does Van der Sar bowl now? Because he's bowled a fairly decent delivery on the off stump where another batter would come forward and maybe look to play it away through extra cover.
He's got to hold his nerve. That's what he's going to do. Hold his nerve and, you know, bowl his best ball. Tell himself that his best ball is good enough on this surface.
That's better. Slower. More in line with the stumps. The previous one, the difference was it was outside the off stump. This was more in line. And also slower. So Jeffrey Van der Sar is an attacking option. 109 for 3. Van der Sar comes in. Root. He's looking to play it off the back foot. Finds the man at point. So England have slowed down a bit. Obviously wickets will do that. Joe Root has played 19 dots. As Van der Sar bowls, and Root off the back foot finds the gap at mid-wicket. Should be cut off. It is. They'll come back for 2. And 2 is all they get, but nicely played. Just marginally short. He's so quick to rock onto the back foot. Lovely use of the feet.
Yeah, his depth of his crease and his quick hands. But he's looking at the bottom of his bat there. The ball didn't come.
Velalage tosses up, and Brook again comes forward. Lots of oohs and ahs.
Yeah, lots of oohs and ahs. And Brook knows, Harry Brook knows he wants to keep rotation in the strike because 3 off 8 balls. He doesn't want to get into a hole, get into a rut, slow the scoring rate down.
Well, we do know that Harry Brook, as he comes forward and plays it back up the pitch, such an exciting prospect, such an exciting talent. Seen him play some unbelievable shots. But here it's a different ball game on this surface as Velalage comes in again. Bowls Brook off the back foot. Doesn't time it. In fact, doesn't hit it anywhere. Hits it into the ground.
Dangerous times for Harry Brook. Dangerous times. He'd be mindful as well that so far he's faced 10 balls. He's been stuck on the crease. His weight transfers all the way back. He needs to come into the ball, but he got stumped in the first game.
Comes forward. Good bowling. Very, very good bowling by Velalage into his 5th over. He's just tied Harry Brook down. One thing is about the bounce of the ball. The other thing is it's not arriving. So I can tell you it's not going to be easy. See, you could see that timing is difficult. It's a single off the last ball. 24 overs done. It's 112 for 3. It's TalkSport 2 and you're watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
You can see Harry just snatching at it. Harry Brook snatching at it there. It's a good single a really good single for Sri Lanka. It keeps Harry Brook on strike. Talk about the way these 2 batters have gone about their jobs today. You know, Joe Root comfortable in using the depth of his crease, very light on his feet, manoeuvres the ball into areas and into gaps where Harry Brook is a little bit more static, doesn't move his feet as fluently as what Joe Root is, and he's finding the timing very, very difficult. And he'd be mindful that he got stumped on Thursday in the first game, so coming out of the crease, he'd be reluctant to coming down the pitch. Normally, a confident Harry Brook would have come out of his crease by now and tried to hit whichever bowler that was bowling over the top of their heads.
That's Lanka, the man who had him stumped with a ball that turned a mile in that game. Brook was down the pitch that time, but this time just watching it. Now this is a real challenge, a real issue for Charita Solanka, how he juggles with his bowling resources as he comes in again, bowls, and Brook on the back foot looks to give himself a little bit of room, but finds the ball not turning, but instead straightening down the line.
It's good that he's playing straight back though. He's playing straight back down the pitch. You go cross bat shot there, and all of a sudden you bring the bowled into the equation.
Again, this time. The difference is Sri Lanka is looking to push it through a little bit, unlike the leg spinner, so Harry Brook has time to get on the back foot, and on a slowish pitch he wouldn't mind that. And in that last game, if you recall, it was bowled slower and it turned a lot.
Yeah, it was a big turn. He just deceived Harry Brook in flight. If it hadn't have been for that, I think out of the 15 balls Harry Brook had faced, he'd have been out of his crease by now.
Root just waits white that time. Now Sri Lanka needs to find the overs. Of course, Velalage, Vandase would bowl 20 between them. Asalanka into his fourth. Dhananjaya also bowls. Asalanka comes in slower, and Root looks to sweep, doesn't time it. Instead trickles away on the onside to the man at short square leg. It's a lot of tension out there.
Yeah, no timing for Joe Root there, and I just wonder if he's losing his tempo a little bit because of the balls that Harry Brook is chewing up at the other end.
Last ball of the over. Root, he's on the back foot. Turning it well down to back foot square leg. Just a single, he'll keep the strike. At the halfway stage, England 114 for 3. You're listening to TalkSport 2, and you're watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Decent first half for England. The run rate is manageable. The risks are going to have to be taken from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka will know, and there'll be buzzwords around the inner circle and messaging coming from the off the field that it's one wicket, it's Joe Root. If we can get Joe Root out, all of a sudden it's a completely different game for England, and all of a sudden Sri Lanka will find themselves in the box seats and in the favourite seats. But while Joe Root's there, and the run rate is very, very comfortable, 106 off 150 balls, England will know, just keep ticking it along, keep rotation in the strike. Harry Brook will be talking to the experienced Joe Root from the other end, telling him to play straight, telling him to sort of keep trying just to hold his nerve and hold his shape and hold his balance. The minute Harry decides that he's going to try and be aggressive, that's when the shape and the balance might go, and that would be dangerous on this surface.
Yep, I couldn't have agreed more. Root, very much the key on strike. And here comes Velalage. Round the wicket, Root comes forward, wants a single, and he gets it as he pushes it away down towards deep extra cover. And that's a very fine half-century for Joe Root. And what a player, what a servant of English cricket has Joe Root been. And the crowd stands to him, and why not? He deserves it, deserves every bit of the cheer, the applause, the appreciation, because he's such a class act. Lovely to watch him bat. Close to 7,500 runs, that average closing in on 50. 44 half-centuries. Velalage tosses up. And good fielding, but very nearly allowed Harry Brook a single because Asalanka had to come around. Just deflected it towards the bowler. A dot ball that time.
Good from Sri Lanka though, identifying the pressure that needs to be kept on Harry Brook. The fielders at mid-wicket and extra cover inch close.
Well, any reason that's pushed on the onside to short mid-wicket? Any reason you think why they're not having a slip to the left-arm spinner with Harry Brook on strike?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they haven't got a slip or why they haven't brought mid-on and mid-off up and said to Harry Brook, if you want to play the aggressive shot, feel free, come down the wicket.
Comes forward, pushes on the offside. It's a single. Yeah, I would bring mid-on up with Velalage spinning the ball across the right hand and give him a slip. I mean, you're not going to win this game by bowling dots. You've got to win it by getting wickets.
I totally agree. And the slip, you look at the surface and the pitches, there's not much pace in it, thinking, can it carry to slip? It's not there. You are there to catch the ball, but you're also there to send a message. We've got you under pressure.
Nicely worked away on the onside. They're running hard. They'll be happy with one because the fielding was good. It was, I think, Vandase who ran in, Pathum Nissanka from the deep, and they did get a single. So now England resorting to tactics of singles rather than looking to take the bowling on. It's more of a watchful kind of approach. Here comes Velalage for the last ball of the over. Brook looks to play it square, and he gets it square. That will break the shackles. That will release the pressure. That will make him feel good. He gets a boundary off the last ball. And it's 121 for 3. Brook is 10. And that is at the end of 26 overs. And you're listening to TalkSport 2, and you're watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Just waited that split second longer for Harry Brook. A little bit of width. He's not played with a horizontal bat shot. He's still trying to play straight. He's got himself in a strong, stable base, and because it was a little bit wider, he could use his hands That was quick hands, opened the face of the bat and got it through backward point beautifully. And like you say, it would feel good. That's the most important thing for Harry Brook with that shot. The feel good. He was 6 off 18 balls. He's now 10 off 19 balls.
It just released the pressure, isn't it? I mean, it will give him that extra bit of confidence. As here comes the captain, Asalanka, to bowl to Root, who just doesn't do much with his feet, just waits for it and then knocks it away on the onside to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. This is over number 5. England 121 for 3. Here comes Asalanka, bowls, and Root looks to sweep and doesn't sweep it at all. Instead gets hit on the pad. Sri Lankans got excited, but no real drama, no danger. No one's appealing. They just knew that they have hit the pad. Root just making sure that he got outside the line, which is very smart. Here comes Asalanka again. Slower, and Root this time sweeps and finds the man at backward square leg. Only a single.
Yeah, good from Joe Root. Disappointed in the one before. He thought that was in the slot. Perfectly in the slot, the one before. To play that hard sweep. And there, he got it away there perfectly well. And again, it's just asking questions, different questions of the bowler. From bowling to Root to bowling to Brook.
Harry Brook now starting to show us his range. He looks for that reverse and gets it down to deep backward square legs. So you could see there is a bit of freedom in Harry Brook's play. That boundary seemed to have really done him a world of good.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. He's, and it was the hands, the way he used his hands to get that ball to the boundary. And there he's just gone on to the reverse sweep.
Here comes Asalanka bowls. And on the back foot, pushing it hard back up the pitch is Root. Was made 52 of 57 balls. Brook 11 of 20. Sri Lanka after England are after 220. Here comes Asalanka. Slower and Root on drives. Down to long on, another easy single. England getting into that zone once again. Looking comfortable. 27 overs done. 124 for 3. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Time to join Andrew in the UK, and hopefully he's enjoying the cricket.
So 124 for 3 after 27 overs. Joe Root with another half century to his name, and the run chase continues. Andrew McKenna, Jared Kimber and Cameron Steele in the commentary box for the next portion of this fascinating game. England losing the first game of the series on Thursday. I'm going to be honest, I gave them a bit of a pass on Thursday on the grounds that was their first game on the tour. They obviously had a few practice sessions, but they come in from all over the world, got together. I was thinking, therefore, after one run out, they'd be more attuned today, which makes today a little bit more concerning for me. And bearing in mind that the total that they're chasing is lower, makes you a little bit worried. The target, 220 for victory. We're starting you over from Jeffrey van der Sey, the leg spinner. And Joe Root sweeps him around the corner to square leg without a great deal of timing, it has to be said. And they'll take a single. 125 for 3. Would that be a fair assessment, Cam? Or is well, I suppose it's about 36 hours, or getting on for 48 hours between matches. Is that enough for them to actually have progressed from where they were Thursday to Saturday?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it always helps the longer you're in a country. Anyone who suffered jet lag knows that.
Harry Brook is playing Van der Sey's googly, I think that one was. That was going towards leg stump, turned on the onside, single taken, 126 for 3.
Yeah, not that jet lag will be the issue here for a lot of the guys who've gone from Australia, or if they flew back to England and then have gone back east. But yeah, the conditions there are like a sauna. It looks oppressive out there.
Joe Root on the sweep through square leg. That'll be another single. I mean, from my point of view, it's more a fact that they're not really a team, if you like. You know, it's a group of players. You know, some have been playing in South Africa, some are in the Middle East, some have been playing in Australia. They've not even all been playing the same format of cricket for the last however many weeks. And so that, in a way, is kind of what makes it more difficult to be a unit. Van der Sey is in. Brook is weight on the back foot, punching through point out to the cover sweeper, takes a single. He goes to 13 from 22 on 28 for 3.
Yeah, like me for a few years now, that's just been the path of the course that every team has to deal with, is people coming in from all over the world. But I'll tell you one man who's hit the ground running is Joe Root.
He is a joy to watch, and we watch him getting a full toss, shin high, that he'll put along the floor out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they will take it. Has to be said, a pretty comfortable 2 in the end. So 6 from the over so far. We've had 5 deliveries, 130 for 3.
I mean, of course, Joe Root is one of the best players we've ever produced, but still 1 ball left in the over.
57 from 61. Oh, that's a big spinning leg break. Now, that was slow and loopy. And in fairness, Joe Root could only just reach that in the end. He slaps it out to deep point and will take a single. So that's 7 from the over. 58 from 62 for Root. Brook 13 from 92. 131 for 3. So England now need 89 runs from 22 overs, which means the required rate, well, it's a hair's breadth over 4. Let's go at 4 and over, and they're currently going at 4.7 and over. And that's where we are in this game here on TalkSport 2.
I suppose if Joe Root stays in and bats through, we win. And then if he doesn't, then England might have a bit more of a fight on their hands. But he's played sublimely. The way to be going just a tick under 100 and defend and sweep the way he has, he just looks so in control, which is such a feature of what we've become used to with Joe Root.
Makes it all more crazy, that period a few years ago where they tried to change him and it didn't work. Why would you want to try and change greatness? That's Lanka to bowl some right arm spin. Root allows this to come to him. Turns it through square leg and will take a single on 32 for 3.
I suppose there's a question, do we get bored of greatness? As viewers, as fans, commentators, players?
God, I hope not. I hope we never reach that stage. It's a bit like golfers, you know, you get the world's best golfers and all of a sudden they decide to rebuild their swing. That's the Lanka bowl to Harry Brook. Harry Brook plays defensively, no run. You think, well, hang on, if you're one of the best in the world at doing something, why break it down? Why change it? But I guess they argue, well, if I'm number 4 in the world, I want to get to number 1 in the world. Asalanka with an off spinner. Brook plays defensively, no run.
We've got a message through from Gary here. Joe Root averages 67.5 in international games in Sri Lanka. The best by an overseas player batting in 20 or more innings. The next best is 59. It's Shikhar Dhawan.
That's decent company. Asalanka bowls. Brook whips through mid-wicket along the floor. Another single to be taken. England therefore go to 133 for 3, needing 87 from 128 balls.
Slightly different kind of style icons, Shikhar Dhawan and Joe Root. A little bit fancier with the hair, more likely to dance if he takes a catch.
And what about Shikhar Dhawan? Joe Root sweeping Asalanka out to deep backward square for another single.
The Veterans Tournament was in Birmingham this year. Birmingham and a couple of other cities, I think, as well. But I was in Birmingham and Shikhar Dhawan was walking through, and it was like, I know you're a cricketer and I've seen you play, but it felt like a Bollywood actor was coming through.
Asalanka finds the inside edge of Harry Brook's bat. He's driving at this one. And will take the inside edge and head off into the leg side. Still have a single taken. So 4 singles in that Asalanka over. He's bowled 6 that have cost 20 runs so far. England 135 for 3 at the end of the 29th here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 85 runs are needed from 126 balls.
Yeah, I think Brook is 15 off 26 at the moment, and probably if you're following on at home, you might be a little bit worried about that start, but that's kind of all he needs to do here, because what will happen, hopefully, from England's case, is that Sri Lanka will start to chase a wicket a little bit more, and that's when we'll get a few more poor deliveries, because this is probably the first time in the game where they've been a long way behind. Lots of different bowling changes happening at the moment. They've tried the wrist spinner, they've tried the left arm finger spinner, now they're going with the 2 part-time off spinners. They're really trying to manufacture a wicket, and with that, generally, they haven't been as accurate as they were in the other game, I'd say, Macca.
Absolutely. We brought the news to you, by the way, earlier on today. If you are just joining us and you are a cricket fan, it is all official that Bangladesh have been replaced in the T20 World Cup by Scotland. I'll bring you some of the ICC statement announcing that in just a moment. As Dhananjaya de Silva waits at the end of his mark. He's bowled 5 overs so far, got 2 for 27. And he starts to Harry Brook, who pushes out on the offside, and a single will be taken. So the statement said, following a meeting on Wednesday, the Bangladesh Cricket Board had been given a 24-hour time frame to confirm whether its team would participate in India as scheduled. As no confirmation was received within the deadline, the ICC proceeded in line with its established governance and qualification process to identify a replacement team. So Scotland, being the next highest ranked team, therefore have got the call. Dhananjaya de Silva bowls right arm around the wickets, aiming at the thigh pad of Joe Root, and almost hits it. Bats sends it out to square leg, and they will take a single. England need 83 from 124 balls. What I do have a bit of an issue with these, though, so they've just simply transplanted Scotland for Bangladesh in the fixtures. When was Bangladesh's first game of the tournament? The opening day. So Scotland are straight in against the West Indies. Dhananjaya de Silva goes in and bowls to Harry Brook, plays defensively, no run. So, I mean, that's properly into the fire.
Definitely. I think there might be a slightly bigger issue as well. I have seen that the Pakistan Cricket Board is also speaking up.
Yes.
It is very possible we might have a second team pull out.
Dhananjaya de Silva is in. Harry Brook is staying leg side of that one, pushing square of cover, and they will take a single. Yeah, Jared is right. There are various suggestions on social media at the moment. There's nothing official, but there are suggestions that that Pakistan are considering their position in support of Bangladesh. And the process is... So stand by your beds, folks. Dhananjaya around the wicket, pushed along on from Joe Root. Single takes him to 62. England 139 for 3.
So who's the next team who's qualified?
I was going to ask the exact same thing.
It would be Papua New Guinea, or I'm missing someone. There's another team.
Okay, so it says Scotland are currently ranked 14, which is in fact ahead of competing teams Namibia, UAE, Nepal, USA, Canada, Oman and Italy. So they're all already in. So we need to find the ODI rankings, which I will get for you in just a moment.
Rankings.
As we hit the end of the 30-over mark, and England are 140 for 3, so need 80 more from 120 balls to win.
Where are we? How far do I have to scroll down? Namibia are in the tournament, though, aren't they?
Yep.
So they're in the tournament. So UAE's in the tournament?
Did I just say...
I don't know.
Yes, UAE are in. Nepal are in.
USA's in.
Canada's in. Oman and Italy.
So Oman's in?
Yes.
So... Uganda's just ahead of Papua New Guinea.
So Uganda, pack your kit just in case, and maybe go and have a few nets.
I tell you who's a good little associate team is Kuwait. If you ever get a chance to watch them, they've got some good cricketers coming through. They're just fine. They've just missed out on this tournament the way it's going. Although if a couple more teams,
I think we need to add so
far. Yeah, a couple more teams pull out, Kuwait have a real chance as well.
There's good signs for England. I mean, missing Bangladesh and South Asia.
No, don't go there. Because when it goes wrong, it's going to look even worse.
When was the last time England beat a European team in a Cricket World Cup, though? Haven't they lost to...
That's a good question.
Actually, they must have beaten Scotland. Or was it a washout versus Scotland in the T20 World Cup last time? Isn't there some weird record with England? Because they lost to the Netherlands. They lost to Ireland. So they've actually lost a lot to random European sides.
Well, that game against Italy at Eden Gardens is coming into focus here, folks. Start of the 31st over. Jeffrey van der Zee is bowling to Harry Brook.
Whereas England have never lost to Uganda. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. In cricket. I don't know about other sports.
Out of interest, how many times have they played? Anyway, moving on. Van der Zee. Oh, that's a wonderful leg break to Harry Brook. Beats him on the outside edge by 5 centimetres. Brought him forward. A genuine defensive shot. He's playing dead bat, and he's barely got near it. What a delivery.
Sorry, I was put off by the fact they then showed some of the Sri Lankan players swimming with the worst swimming technique I have ever seen. He's doing a freestyle forwards with his head out of the water. I'm not accepting that, Macca.
I think it's Asita Fernando. Oh, once again, Van der Zee is in and bringing Brook forward, beats him on the outside edge. 80 from 117 is the equation, with 7 wickets still standing. But Van der Zee has got it turning and bouncing all of a sudden. This is no walk in the park, folks. This is a walk in Colombo. Harry Brook stays deep to Van der Zee, turns to mid-wicket, no run.
Would you say that Van der Zee might have the final say? I'll see you next week.
Yeah, quite literally. Yeah, get your coat now.
What I would say is I hope Brook doesn't do anything rash here, because he bowled a beautiful over and just see this one out.
Brook gets another big turning ball. He was staying leg side of it anyway, so he ended up having to reach for that one to push it out to deep point to take a single. 79 needed from 115. Harry Brook's 19 from 35. He's at the non-strikers. Joe Root 62 from 66. Yeah, just keep going, Harry Brook. Just keep going. You will get some balls that you can hit and put away. You've done the hard work. Now see it through. Because imagine what it's going to be like for the bloke coming in if you get out.
Would you say?
Van der Zee to finish the over. Apologies for getting you all excited. Runs in on Joe Root's hands. Pushes into the offside, no run. 31 gone, 79 needed from 114. England 141 for 3.
Would you say if these two finish it off and Brook is there at the end, however many balls it takes him, would that be a coming-of-age innings for him as captain?
We have to be careful, like as cricket writers, we go out of our way not to write coming-of-age pieces because otherwise you end up writing 15 of them for the same player, like Ian Bell. I think it's important for him, though, psychologically. I don't know how he feels about it, but I know that externally there has been some rumblings that he doesn't start well against spin. He doesn't like it when the ball comes on, a few different things. I think he needs to see himself. You know, we saw him in the IPL, didn't he? He made 100, but a lot of failures. I think he needs to get more time batting in Asia and feeling comfortable with it. And so far, we haven't seen that. Like, we compare him a lot to Kevin Peterson as a player, right? You know, tall, takes the ball early, takes a lot of chances. But Kevin Peterson looked a lot more natural against spin until the DRS came in, and that completely ruined him again. But naturally, he looked a bit more understanding of spin. Where sometimes you look at Brook and you're like, he's not really worked out what the spinner's trying to do here.
Dhananjaya De Silva is going to bowl the next over. Harry Brook uses his feet beautifully. Gets to the pitch of that one, hits it wide of mid-off, and that's 4. That's absolutely perfect. Gets to the pitch of it. He's not trying to lash it. It's a push drive. Find the gap, take your runs, 4 of them, 145 for 3.
Yeah, gorgeous stroke. Dancing down the wicket, just pushed through the gap, but hit with such power that it's such a feature of Harry Brook's game. Choosing the right bowler, running down the wicket, turning into him.
Dhananjaya gives this one some loop. That grips, turns, bites, and takes Harry Brook on the body. There's no run. You mentioned the power. I mean, the follow-through was only sort of, if you imagine a clock face, through about 8 o'clock. He's not gone full lashing, you know, the back going through and hitting himself on the backside. And he still absolutely smacks it. This time, stays in his crease, turns it on the onside. No run.
It does look focused here, does Harry Brook. Fully engaged as he sets up again.
Dhananjaya bowls him an off break. Brook just turning on the onside. No run. Oh, he looks really disappointed with himself there. I think he's trying to turn that squarer to manipulate the fields. Maybe that's a good sign as well, that he now feels actually he should be able to do that, and he's feeling confident in himself. Dhananjaya for the 5th ball of the over. Brook actually ends up with both feet pointing back down the pitch at the bowler and defends it back to him, no run.
Yeah, I wonder if he just feels that Dhananjaya is easier to score off than Van der Zee, who's turning it away from him. Having the ball come into him from Dhananjaya, who hasn't really missed. I saw his pitch map before, it was good cluster together.
Final ball of the 32nd over. Harry Brook ends up being offside of the ball, turns it down to fine leg, but just a little glance down there. They'll take a single. So 146 for 3 after 32 overs. 74 are required from 108 balls. Just to take you through the England reply, as they are trying to make this 220 to win. Rayan Ahmed 13, Ben Duckett 39, Joe Root 62 not out, Jacob Bethel 6, Harry Brook 24. One change to the England side today with Rayan Ahmed moving up to the top of the order, because Zach Crawley has a niggle, is what we're being told. So Will Jacks came into the side for him. So Joss Butler, we imagine, would be next in, and then it would be Jacks, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, and Adil Rashid to try and see this one home, and importantly, set up a decider on Tuesday in the game, because of course Sri Lanka 1-0 up in this 3-match series.
Van der Sar is about to start his 7th over, 1 for 27 at the moment. He's bowled wonderfully. Such control, moving up and down the gears in terms of pace, getting real purchase out of this pitch.
Slip in place for Van der Sar as he bowls a lovely looking leg break. Bit of drift on that as well. Brook is forward, pushing into the offside, no run. Leg spin was a dying art a few years ago. We've got 2 absolutely brilliant exponents in this game alone. Harry Brook's going to go down on one knee, tries to play the paddle but can't beat slip. Very well fielded at slip there. Didn't get much time to react to that one.
I thought you were saying the commentary box.
Oh. Yeah, I think we all know that's pushing it, Jared, because I've kept to you. I thought it was interesting, actually, on your discussion earlier about balls that bowlers can bowl. As Van der Sar bowls a leg break, but Brook defends. We never, for somehow, mentioned the filthy pie, which you add down to a fine art.
It's, well, as any leg spinner, that's the problem with Van der Sar here. He might be bowling too well. Waist-high full toss here, just dipping below the hip.
Yeah, all the leg spinners at this table certainly have had their fair share of pies. On and off the field.
Well, Van der Sar certainly hasn't been feasting on pies. He's got some very, very fine deliveries here. He waits at the end of his mark, then comes in and bowls another turning ball. Brook waits for it to go across him, wait on the back foot, punches out to deep point and will take a single. 73 are needed from 104 deliveries.
Yeah, I think they need to think of something here, maybe pace, because I think they're eventually going to run out of their peak spinners overs. I think they might just need to come up with a different theory, even if it just tries to bore Root or Brook for a minute. Give them something different to look at.
Joe Root is coming forward outside of off stump, punching to mid-off. Single to take the score to 148 for 3. These two are put on 51 for the 4th wicket. These 51 have come in 80 balls. Both batters basically made the same contribution. 26 for Root, 25 for Brook. 35 balls for Root, 45 for Brook is the division of labour. Brook to complete the over, pushes back to the bowler. 33 are in the book, 148 for 3. Van der Sar has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29.
Does Joe Root get bored?
With bat in hand, absolutely not. I mean, he's a Sheffield Wednesday fan, isn't he? So, I mean, you can do your own jokes on that one, but I can't imagine he ever gets bored of batting. The other day, actually, when he reached, he ended up on 61, wasn't it? It was when I think when he got to 56, he'd made 22,222 runs in all forms of cricket. Which kind of, if he got out on that, would have been quite nice statistically, but he's obviously gone past that and carried on today.
It's not far off 14,000 in test matches now, is he?
Yeah, a big couple of years, and we could be we're looking at a man at the very top of the standings. And the way he's going, you wouldn't put it past him. Lanka to bowl his 7th over. Joe Root immediately gets down on one knee and goes to the reverse paddle. Kants beats the fielder at short third. He remains 63 not out from 69. That's consistent. He made 61 from 90 on Thursday, so he's into the 60s for the second time. He goes on the sweep on this occasion, actually gets himself in a bit of a tangle. Ball doesn't go anywhere, no run.
Joe Root must have lost some serious fluid over the last few days, being out there for pretty much, well, most of the balls of both games.
Root down on one knee once again. Impact, I think, is outside the line of off stump as it hits him on the front pad. And then he practices, well, it's not a practice, it's a ferocious swat in frustration as he missed out on what he thought should be. Actually, he gloved it first, so it was a freebie. He missed out on it. This occasion he's playing wide of Lanka, the bowler, goes to mid-on and they take a single.
I think Joe Root was so annoyed at the ball before, simply because there's just one fielder behind point on the offside. He knows that there's runs to be had there. 2 balls in a row. He really did swipe at it, didn't he? Fuming with himself.
This heat and humidity, you don't want to be exerting any unnecessary energy, do you?
I think Mark Butcher said when he played in these sorts of conditions, he couldn't handle the heat, and so he would suddenly become the most attacking he'd ever been to try and get the runs and move the game forward.
Lanka in, bowls. Right arm over. Harry Brook turns to mid-wicket. Inside the circle, there's no run.
No, it wouldn't have been the tour we were on, but there's another tour I did in Sri Lanka when we were at Pisara, which is the other ground, which is down.
Lanka in, outside of off stump. Brook tries to beat the man at short mid-wicket. Can't, but there's enough tumbling to be done in the fielding by Dhananjay that is able to take a single. End of the over. 150 is up. England 150 for 3 from 34, so 70 are needed from 96 balls.
And it was when KP made 100 and he was playing reverse sweeps and switch hits almost every ball. And he basically admitted afterwards he just realised he couldn't bat for that much longer, and so he just kept going. I think they were bowling for 7-2 fields, and no matter where they put the field, he was just like, it doesn't matter, because I'm too tired to worry about this, and he just kept smacking them. It was an incredible innings.
It's amazing what the body can do when you push it to the nth degree, but there is also a breaking point.
I wonder how many of the great innings have simply ended up just because people are really, really tired.
You do see a lot of big players when they almost think to themselves, I can't go on any further, and they start hitting boundaries, and then they just get on a roll, right? I think Travis Head is someone that sometimes when he's tired, I think, well, he's going to hit about 40 runs off the next 10 balls here.
The injured prey is always more dangerous.
Well, that was the old Gordon Greenwich thing, wasn't it? When you see him start to limp, you knew you were in trouble. I mean, he was a good player anyway, but my goodness. 70 needed from 96 is the equation, as Welalaga comes in and bowls left arm around, and it hurries on to Harry Brook, and he almost plays it down onto his stumps. Welalaga is in his 7th over. It was an orthodox left arm spinning delivery that didn't grip and just ended up sliding on. Slip in place as he goes in once again. Brook immediately down on one knee, paddles it to backward point, no run. 70 from 94 the equation.
Yeah, this will be fascinating if Brook just keeps looking for singles here. He's 26 off 50. He's not used to this. This is like someone who's brought up in the mountains and suddenly is in a valley somewhere. They don't understand.
Welalaga bowls around the wicket. This one's straighter, round about middle and leg. Brook turns it through square leg for a single. 27 from 51. He goes to 69 from 93 is the required equation.
The other thing for England is, of course, in Brook's case, you want him to face as many balls as possible before the World Cup and, feel more comfortable in these environments and everything else.
That's the thing about this. There's a bigger picture as well. Yes,
Would you say there's a game within a game?
A game within a game. Thank you, Jared. The wordsmith. Welalaga in. Root turns. He's run the first one hard because there's no fielder inside the circle on the mid-wicket side. So it is Mishara who's having to run in off of the boundary edge, but he does so enough that it is only a single and they can't come back for a second. 68 from 92 needed.
I think it speaks volumes for what Joe Root's done is that they don't have a mid-wicket. They've had to move someone else behind square.
Welalaga bowls off the back foot, punching down to long on is Brook. Single to be taken. So that's 3 singles in 5 balls in the over. 67 needed from 91. 7 wickets standing. Brains Trust are getting together just to have a conversation with Welalaga ahead of the final ball of this over. There's also a Brains Trust meeting on the sideline. Sanath Jayasuriya and Lasith Malinga. Well, the players have broken up their meeting. Wellila Gay will come in and bowl around the wicket, and Joe Root again just clips it out on the onside, and a single will be taken. 154 for 3. Root has got 66 from 74. Brook has 28 from 52. It's 66 needed from 90 balls, and maybe the reason for the conversation for the Sri Lankan coaching staff on the side of the field was about what messages they were sending out, because we're actually going to get into a drinks break at this point, so there'll be a pause in place so that all the messages can get out there. Cameron Steele, what messages do you think will be going out?
Jared's just showing me a page that's talking about Lasith Malinga's singing career.
Oh my days!
So
maybe there's that. Let's go to that.
Maybe there's that, but also it could be, shall we bring a seamer on? I think we should probably talk more about Lasith Malinga's singing career.
Well, in that case, we need to bring Mark Machado, our Sri Lankan cricket expert, the man, one of the men who hosts the Murali N podcast. Talk to me about Lasith Malinga's singing.
Oh, Lasith Malinga, he's a multi-format entertainer. He sings, he dances. I think I've even seen posters of advertising like kind of DJ gigs as well, potentially around in the Melbourne area. He's got a book out. He's also a well-known keeper of koi carp, which he often talks about on his YouTube channel as well. And on top of all that, in between all of that, he finds time to come and be a bowling consultant for Sri Lanka, and also a bowling coach for the Mumbai Indians as well.
He's a busy boy.
He's a very busy boy.
Right, I want more Lasith Malinga facts while I get out of the way so that John Norman can come in and take over the comms.
The thing about Lasith Malinga is I just don't think you can tell him he can't do anything. There is a version of Britain's Got Talent in Sri Lanka called Sri Lanka's Got Talent, unsurprisingly, and Dilshan, Tilakarati Dilshan, is one of the judges on that. So, you know, he isn't Malinga isn't the only multi-format entertainer in the Sri Lankan cricket world. In fact, I actually think I saw a video a couple of days ago of Angelo Matthews singing as well.
Is it any good, or?
Look, I'm tone deaf. It's not for me to judge. I leave it to other people to judge. It's not uncommon in that part of the world for cricketers to turn their hand to singing. In fact, I think it's weird that more English players haven't released singles.
Well, we've got Mark Butcher, haven't we?
Yeah.
Henry Alonga.
He won Australia Got Talent, didn't he? Yeah.
I don't know what it is about cricketers winning reality TV shows. I mean, got Goffey, who wants Strictly Come Dancing.
We had Max Morley of Durham Cricket a while ago, won Love Island the first season.
Oh, really?
Did, yeah.
Didn't
Ramps?
Ramps. It was Ramps who won that as well, Strictly Come Dancing. So there's a cooking show. Actually, didn't Tufnell win I'm a Celebrity? Yeah.
Can you see any of the current England team transitioning?
Duckett. It's all Ben Duckett, surely.
Yeah.
Can't see any other. Yeah, it must be Ben Duckett. He's got the career. He could turn his hand to.
Has he got the footwork for Strictly?
Yeah. I think low sense of gravity and all that.
Yeah.
I reckon Ben Duckett's probably, whether it's Strictly or some other kind of reality TV. Actually, here's one for you. This is one for you, right? Macca might remember this, but when we were in Sri Lanka in 2018, one of the team revealed to us that there was a singer, which you can see on YouTube, who kept his identity secret, who had the most amazing voice, amazing singing voice. I'm not going to say who it is. In fact, I'm not even going to tell you off air who it is. But he played us some of his music and he showed us. And oh my days, did this person have an amazing singing voice. Wrote their own music, played their own stuff, but they never ever revealed who they were. They never went public with who they were. So there is a cricketer out there
from the England setup. Yeah.
No, not the current, but former England cricketer who and Matt Pryor had a couple of his CDs that he had then, but it was, I remember him, he showed us on YouTube and we could not believe it. Remember that, Macca? I completely forgot about that.
Is it Gareth Batty?
Well, it's not Harmy. I'm telling you that much for free.
I've been at a karaoke bar with Harmy.
Have you?
The Buffs in Ashton.
Oh, I've heard of that place. Cricket's back underway. You're not missing anything. England needs 66 from 90 deliveries. And Joe Root just bats away the first. How often do we see a wicket falling off during drinks break? I still don't quite understand why it is. I mean, you can go through the, concentration span and all that kind of stuff, break and play. Down on one knee and just sweeping away to square leg is Joe Root. He just takes a single. He moves to 67. Harry Brook is at 28. We've got, how many overs left have we got? We've got just 2 balls shy of 15 overs. Well, Alagay is just walking from the field. So maybe that's what they were talking about. How have I forgotten his name? Jai Surya. How weird's that? It's been a long day.
That is quite a big loss.
That is a big moment in this game, potentially. As Lanka, who's bowling, is off spin to the right-handed Harry Brook, who is 28 and just hits his back to the bowler. Alagay still had 3 overs remaining. He hadn't taken a wicket, but yeah, that does disrupt him somewhat. And also with an eye to the 3rd ODI, which we'll be bringing you on TalkSport 2, of course, as Brook just eases this away for a comfortable 2. He moves to 30. The score 157 for 3. Here on TalkSport 2, 65 needed from 87 deliveries, or if you're old school, like somebody who messaged me during the week, wants them in overs. We've got another 14 overs and 2 deliveries to go. Run rate, not anything that anybody needs to worry about. It's hovering around 4.5, just below. 2 set batters at the crease, 7 wickets in hand. Down the track comes Brook. And it looked a little inside edgy at first, but actually I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe just glancing this backward as square, and he'll take a single. He moves to 31. Certainly seems like, since I was last on, chaps, that the tension in this game has been reduced somewhat. Bethel had just been dismissed. Brook was very early on in his innings on the pads again. Root would take a single to square leg, and now it does seem like maybe Sri Lanka just lacking a little bit of belief that they can win this game.
Yeah, so when I woke up and I saw the team during the first ODI, I just felt this is kind of short for strike bowler, like who they turn to in this moment to get a wicket. But they got away with it a couple of days ago. Today, they need a moment of magic from somewhere, because again, you look at it and you're like, right, this isn't the most important game Sri Lanka have coming up in the next few weeks. They've got a T20 World Cup to prepare for, of course. But if they had Hasaranga or Theekshana on, you just think this is a totally different picture.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, weren't we? I mean, it's a shame just from a cricket purist's perspective that those 2 bowlers that you mentioned aren't playing in this match. Expecting to see them in the T20 series, which follows this, which will be on TalkSport 2. As Alagay, is he back on? He is. He's made a miraculous recovery, and this almost a touch round arm action is dealt with comfortably enough by Joe Root. So that's fine. So Alagay continues after all that, reaching forward this time. Root 68 not out and defends into the covers. 61 needed from 82. What would the likes of Theekshana or Hasaranga bring to this Sri Lankan side? To anyone listening who isn't, too up to speed, as this is pushed through mid-wicket for certainly 1, and that 1 is all it'll be. What would they bring to this?
So Theekshana is famous as Karen Ball, and Hasaranga is famous for the wrong one. I just think they're slightly better at kind of working the batsman a little bit and trying to kind of. Hasaranga slightly buys his wickets a little bit. Quite often you see an over where he's gone for a boundary early and then got a wicket at the end of it.
So Hasaranga is a leg spinner and Theekshana is a off-break bowler, but he's been schooled by Ajanta Mentis. Is that right?
Yeah. He's essentially Ajanta's apprentice.
161 for 3 here. If you were listening to our mid-innings break, you'd know what I'm talking about, or rather, you'd know what Mark was talking about. We talked about the Karen Ball. And it was one of the many deliveries that we discussed with Cameron Steele, and that will be available on the following on podcast feed as a separate video or audio podcast. As Alagay is in again, touch uppish on the drive route, but come back for a feather shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Good backing up, a wild throw actually. Joe Root putting the pressure on the fielder, comes back for a second. The score moves on here on TalkSport 2 to 163 for 3. Who are the bowlers you like watching, Cameron, in world cricket? When you're sitting back in your big house in I don't know, southwest London somewhere.
In my lovely little one bed in Streatham Hill.
Yeah, you can't knock Streatham Hill. It's where I grew up.
Never.
Well, more Streatham Tooting side than Brixton side, but carry on.
I like watching any leg who's better than I am, which is quite a few. But in particular, I love watching Adil Rashid. Just the skill, the control, temperament, everything he has is wonderful to watch.
I suppose you were a bit too young to remember Shane Warne.
Warney was my first love.
Oh, unrequited.
I love watching him.
What was when did you start watching him? What era of Shane Warne's career did you watch?
Probably 2003 onwards. So the first one, core memory, is the 2005 Ashes. Growing up here in Somerset and watching that series, I think he took 40 wickets.
Yep, he did. 40 wickets. I think Brett Lee was second in the 19. And then, of course, he retired, didn't he? The following, well, it was January 2007. So you got about a good three or 4 years in.
And I think one of the wonderful things about TikTok, which there aren't many of them, but it's that Warney seems to be in my algorithm, so I get to see a lot of his best deliveries now, alongside videos of caps and stuff like that.
I get 90s rave videos in mine. What about you, Mark?
I get a lot of hot takes about South Asian cricket. Some I agree with, mostly I don't.
You want to share one? What would be your hot take?
Well,
give us a hot take as we head towards the T20 World Cup. Give us a T20 World Cup hot take.
That Pakistan, and I know there's, as of today, there's question marks on not whether they're going to be there, that actually they might be the ones, I want to say dark horses, but I think Pakistan getting to the final isn't a kind of surprise, but they might be one of the teams that actually turn up and do something.
Okay. It would create a real problem if they reach the final, wouldn't it?
Great for Sri Lanka.
Asita Fernando back into the attack. I think actually you were asking for a bit of pace, weren't you, a few moments ago? One of you two were. And you've got it. The first ball is defended by Harry Brook, who's 32 from 57. Joe Root batting wonderfully well. It was somewhat of a surprise when he was dismissed in the first ODI, and I hope I'm not putting the curse on him, but it would be something approaching that if he was dismissed today. He's looked in great touch. 57 needed for England, and they've got 13 overs to get them in. 7 wickets in hand, surely they're going to go on to win this match, square the series, and we can head to, well, stay where we are actually. Colombo will be where the third match takes place on Tuesday as well. It's dancing down the track with an eye on that appearance in Strictly Come Dancing. In about 15 years' time, Harry Brook comes, but blocks this out to mid-on. Pakistan, yeah. So what? So Pakistan's in the final, India give up the final, and it goes to Sri Lanka.
No, if Pakistan's in the final, it has to be played in this stadium that we're watching this game in right now in Colombo, because for political reasons they're not playing in India at the moment. So I mean, economically it's good for Sri Lanka. It has no bearing on actual Sri Lankan cricket itself, but so yeah, another interesting conundrum.
I mean, I'd like to see. Talkswell had the rights to the. He's just advancing down the track again. Is Harry Brook, and this is blocked back to the bowler. No run. 32 not out. Harry Brook. Talkswell had the rights to the 2017 Champions Trophy, which was a final contested between India and Pakistan at the Oval, and Pakistan won it. And Mohammed Amir, I think he took the first 3 wickets to fall, and somebody scored a big century. Pakistan hit 300 odd, and yeah, it was actually quite a one-sided encounter at the end, but it was quite an experience actually. Fantastic support for both sides. It's just a shame that those kind of games can't occur more often, but there you go. What about you, Mark? Who are your favourite players to watch in world cricket? Outside of Sri Lanka, that is.
Oh, that's... Hold on.
Fernando's in, and Brook again. He's moving around the crease. He's looked completely at one with his game outside of the first 10 deliveries or so when he's getting used to the conditions. And as soon as Asita Fernando's come on, he's just changed his game. And I just don't understand why you would need to do this with the game is just this is when baseball doesn't work. I don't know players have played like this in shorter form cricket for many years. It's not a baseball thing to play like this, but why change now? The game's won if you just continue playing normal cricket. This is the only way that Sri Lanka can win if it can play like this, isn't it?
Is this kind of exactly what Sri Lanka were hoping for? Just trying to mix it up and hope he does something different, which he's kind of doing. Whether it comes off and they get a wicket is another thing, but it's possible, right? So, I don't know, maybe just got so set into playing spin.
So 4 dot balls at the start of Asita Fernando's over. This is very wide. Harry Brook just shapes and moves a touch to the leg side, and Asita Fernando's quite smart. He just throws it outside. It's actually outside the tram line, and the umpire doesn't call it as a wide, and Harry Brook isn't happy.
I think that was a knuckleball as well. But yeah, just onto Harry Brook. Back onto Harry Brook. I think he's decided that he wants to take this over on, and well, obviously, given that the spin has been so hard to face, it feels though he's decided that this is the over to go and this is the over to knock a few off it. But it's resulted in 5 dots.
Yeah, it would be the most unlikely of all maidens, wouldn't it? But we shall see. 57 needed then for England to win the second ODI as Fernando's in. Past the keeper, down the track comes Harry Brook, and it won't be a maiden, it'll just be a single as he pulls straight down to the fielder who runs in from the boundary at long on, and Harry Brook just hangs his head. He's disappointed with that over, but still just 3 down, 164 for 3. They need 220 to win the game, and they need to get those runs in the next 12 overs. Yeah, Mark. Top 3 players, the players that you just love to watch.
Currently playing?
Yeah. In any format.
In any format. Travis Head.
Good shout, yeah.
He just exciting, great footwork.
Enjoyed this all.
Getting things done. That wasn't my kind of inner Australian voice. That was Jared running in to tell me.
Sounded English to me.
Yeah. Joe Root. He's obviously
really?
batting.
I love Joe, but top 3 players. But no, I get it. I do get it.
Look, when you're Sri Lankan and you're used to inconsistency from your team, watching a player like this, and he's at the peak of his powers, right? You gotta admire it.
Well, Alagay as Harry Brook just takes a couple of steps down the track, and pushes this up to long on for a single. Score moves along, 165 for 3. The target 220.
And for a third pick, I'm going to pick Abhishek Sharma, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Explosive T20 batter, opening the batting for India. This is going to be 4 runs. Now, it's not hit anything. It's gone very, very fine. Maybe called a wide. Indeed it is. So, Walalage just getting this one wrong. He's only got 2 overs to go. Possibly just searching a touch. Hasn't picked up a wicket. And maybe just nursing a little injury as well. But Joe Root coming forward and trying to glance this. Doesn't get any bat. Doesn't take the pad. Well, he might have taken... No, it hasn't taken the pad because it's been called a wide. So, down to the boundary. And that target moves 5 runs nearer. So, Abhishek Sharma, Joe Root, and who was the first? Travis Head. 3 batters. Well, Alagay again is bowling round the wicket to Joe Root. Fields from his own bowling, hurls the ball back to the stump, so it's fielded by Kusal Mendes. What about you, Cameron? Your top 3?
I was just about to ask you, but...
I'll answer.
Okay.
I'll have a think. I can think of one, definitely, but he doesn't play a lot of international cricket anymore. This is a touch fuller from Walalage. It's pushed out to extra cover, no run. Go on.
I would start with Travis Head as well.
Okay.
Tim David.
Oh, okay, all right, that's a good one. Injured at the moment, isn't he? But I think he'll be fit for the T20 World Cup. Again, plenty of flight from Walalage, but it's easy enough for Joe Root just to take another single to the right of long on. The score moves along, 172 for 3.
I was with Tim quite a bit in Perth over the last month, and
oh, really?
He's hopefully going to be fit.
Is he going to be okay?
So I have to choose him.
Is he a good guy?
He's a very good man. Very good man. But my third favourite will surprise a few people, but it's Dom Sibley.
Well, yeah, that does surprise me, but I mean, well, you're playing for the right club. as Harry Brook just comes forward in and around 4th, 5th stump line from Willargate, and it's just defended away. End of the over, 171 for 3. Why would Dom Sibley, if you didn't know Dom as a friend, would he be in your top 3? If you didn't have him as a friend, that wasn't the last ball of the over, by the way. I am really getting done by the graphics at times. Of course, there was a wides at the start of the over, that's why. Not being done, I'm misreading them. 172 for 3 then, single taken. Brook will face the first ball of the 40th over, with England requiring 48 runs to win, and they have got 11 overs to get them in. Harry Brook 35 not out. He's going at a strike rate of 53, and we should applaud that. And Joe Root is 72 from 85. Yeah, is there a bit of bias there?
Yeah, I wanted a reaction from you guys, to be honest.
You got one from Jared, who walked in from outside and stood in front of you glaring.
I mean, who doesn't love a good leave?
Doesn't leave as much as he used to.
No, I know. He's actually quite entertaining now, annoyingly. But no, my real answer would probably be more along the lines of Pat Cummins. I love watching him bowl.
Okay, yeah. So I would rather watch Mitchell Starc bowl.
Why?
Just because I just think he is capable of deliveries that are that appear almost impossible to play at times. Some of those, I think the left arm as well. I mean, one of the other bowlers I love to watch is Trent Boult. So you've got the swing there, you've got the left arm. He's turning away. Van der Sey bowling a leg break to Harry Brook, who just steps away and takes a single up to long off. That's one more run off the score. So I suppose I can't really have Boult and Mitchell Starc.
What about Dom Sibley's bowling?
I haven't seen Dom Sibley bowl for a long time. What does he bowl? Leg spin? Yeah. No, it's been a while since I've seen Dom Sibley bowl. I mean, if you're talking Surrey, though, as Joe Root, and I normally am, we'll take 2 runs to mid-wickets. I love watching Dan Worrell. So he would be, I'm not sure if he'd be in my top 3, but I do love watching him. I do love watching him bowl when he's on song. I'm not sure we saw quite the best of Dan in 2025, so I'm hoping to see the 2023, 2024, 2022 version of Dan. Again goes to mid-wicket, but this time it'll be cut off. So just a single for Root, who moves to 75. He'll be eyeing 100. 44 needed. He's 26 away, 25 away. So that's definitely within reach. And England are within reach of this target, 220. So we approach the 40 over stage. They're well ahead of where, actually not that far ahead of where Sri Lanka were 173 for 5, so they're almost exactly the same in terms of the runs. It's just those wickets as Brook comes forward and defends. Did we get a third name from you for your 3 to watch?
Pat Cummins.
Pat Cummins, that's right.
But while I think of Dan Worrell, he's in the singing group as well.
The choir, the Surrey choir.
The Surrey choir, yeah.
Down the track, oh, there's a touch of fortune from Harry Brook. He's been beaten there. Coming down the track, and I think he was just beaten in flight there, but it wasn't just that. The ball has spun viciously. He's got an outside edge, he's got a leading edge to this. If he misses that, then that's a regulation stumping. The ball has actually deflected more than been hit, and he's lucky to still be there. This time goes aerial. Is there a man out there? Well, there is, but he's on the boundary, so he has to run across from forward deep point, and Brook comes back for his second. That moves Brook to 38, the white ball skipper, and England need 42 now from 10 overs with 7 wickets in hand.
What is the Surrey choir?
There is no Surrey choir. It's just Dan Worrell is one of the good. I suppose him and Butch could be in the Surrey choir if you wanted to make one of present and past players. Two man. It was a duet, basically, isn't it?
Simon and Garfunkel.
I can see them doing. Who are those 2 TV stars who were in a Robson and Jerome? Butch would hate that, wouldn't he? Is he still in South Africa? SA20 still going? Yeah, okay, he's not listening then. Oh, Jared's confirmed. Mark Butcher is in South Africa. Right then, where are we? Have I named my third? I don't think I have. I'm going to go with Mitchell Starc, Trent Boult, I mean, if you'd asked me 6 months, if I'd asked myself this question 6 months ago, I think I would have said Ben Duckett. I love watching Ben Duckett bat. He's not had the greatest time. As Joe Root facing up, 75 not out, who of course hit those 2 centuries in the Ashes just gone, and is now 75 not out. How many ODI hundreds has Joe Root got? 19 ODI hundreds. This would be his 20th century in 50 over cricket. What a record. And his record against Sri Lanka coming into this series, over 1,000 runs in excess of 62. So that would have continued because he hit 61 in the first ODI. It's quite an incredible record, as he will be prevented from adding to that. As Asita Fernando continuing to bowl, and I wonder whether Harry Brook will continue the way that he approached batting against Fernando, who's moving around the crease, coming down the track, attempting ambitious shots, but it's Root facing, so a little bit of normalcy as things stand.
Actually committed a bit of a cardinal sin not naming Kumar Sangakkara in mine.
He's not current.
Current, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
It's got to be current.
Well, he played in the Devon League not that long ago, or Dorset League or something.
Did he?
Did he play with his son in like a 3rd grade game or something?
Yeah, second 11 game.
Oh, full delivery, it's a Yorker, and Fernando's not even celebrating. Given out immediately by the umpire. Joe Root's going to have a word with Harry Brook. It's a surprise Yorker. Has he reviewed it? I think he's reviewed it. No,
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet, it's a fair delivery. We go to front on, please.
I think this looks good. Mack is thinking it might have been doing too much, going down the leg side, but I think he might have been hit in front of off. Maybe middle.
Front on coming up now.
Oh, you might be. It's been hit in front of middle.
Okay, it appears ball's gone under the bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
It's quite deep in the crease.
Yep.
It's a front leg, but he is quite deep in the crease. Playing across the line
very,
of the ball.
Very close
missed.
to the bat there. Have you got
it.
a split screen or something there? Okay, Ultra Edge coming up. Got no conclusive evidence on that there's any bat involved. Just rock and roll that back again, because there is a murmur, but I don't believe that's. I think that's more the ball hitting the ground.
I don't think there's enough on that to overturn the on-field call in terms of the ball hitting the bat. So it's all about whether this ball is going on to miss leg stump.
Back again. Just go back again, just so. Yeah, just so I got see the daylight between bat and ball underneath. I'll just go back again. I'm just checking on the left screen.
Was that hit him on the boot
as
well?
One more. That's it. Yeah, I've got no evidence to say there's any bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Let's hit him on the boot. Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now. Impact is in line, and umpire's call on the stumps, hitting the wickets. Adrian, I'll get you to stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Joe Root's got to go for 75.
You're on screen now.
Umpire is asked the question by the bowler and the fielding team. Would the ball have gone on to hit the wicket if the pad or boot hadn't got in the way? And DRS agrees with the umpire that it would have. Now Joe Root's walking off. He's not happy because he believes that shouldn't have been given out because it was just grazing leg stump. But Cameron, it looked out, didn't it? It did look a good call. The bowler didn't even bother really looking behind him. And whilst DRS may suggest that on another day the umpire wouldn't have given it and wouldn't really have complained, you can see why he gave that one out.
Yeah, in real time that looked highly adjacent. I just wonder whether Joe Root's worried about whether he hit it or not. I know he didn't review straight away, but there was just a slight murmur on Ultra Edge. I know we had lots of issues with Snicko during the Ashes series down under, but God, he's absolutely spewing. He's still, I'm assuming, giving all sorts of expletives on his way up the stairs, but it did look fairly out.
I thought when that hit, that Asita Fernando didn't think it was out, and then the umpire's finger went up and Asita celebrated, which put doubt in my mind And then even the way Joe Root reacted, I don't think he didn't think he was out as well. So,
well, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. Root is out, but he has also scored 75 runs, which should get England, have helped England to victory. Still a way to go. 42 needed with 9.5 overs to go. A lot of batting to come, and yeah, he didn't look happy. But he didn't look happy for a lot of that innings. I think Macca made the point that when you're batting in these kind of conditions, it's ugly work. It's not pleasant, and your temperature is going to rise physically, and also in terms of, you know, Joe Root is a batter that we associate with a cheeky smile, but it's not that kind of day, is it? Anyway, can Sri Lanka capitalise? Azitha Fernando goes for the exact same ball, but instead of a Yorker on the boot, it's actually a low full toss. And Butler, later on in his innings, would have smoked that, you would have thought, through mid-wicket. As it is, it's fielded partially, but gets away with a single, does the bowler. Butler gets off strike, and the score moves on, 180 for 4.
Sri Lanka just needs to try and make sure Butler doesn't settle, right? That's the only way back into it for them.
Well, Sri Lanka need to bowl England out, right?
Yeah.
They just have to bowl them out. There's not enough runs to play with. It's not that England are going to go through the next 9 overs and hit less than 41 runs. Can't really see that happening. So it's wickets or nothing for Sri Lanka, and a ball like that's not really going to help. On the pads, and it's actually timed quite nicely, but good fielding. Running round from fine leg, hurled in to the stumps, and Harry Brook decides not to chance a second run. So 1 ball left of the over, and Jos Buttler new to the crease, 1 not out. After the dismissal of Joe Root, and the camera's just picking up Joe as he walks back to the dressing room, bat in hand, gloves off, and yeah, I've seen him happier. I have seen him happier, and you're right, it could be because he feels that possibly he touched the ball, but I think he's just looking up at the big screen saying you can't give that out. It's not hitting enough. Short ball, and this is pulled really powerfully, but with no great flourish from Jos Buttler. Comfortable and safe shot for 2. He moves to 3. End of a good over for Sri Lanka. They need another 6 of those. Well, maybe less if they get 2 wickets in all over, I suppose. England 182 for 4, so they need 38 from 54 balls. But Joe Root's gone for 75.
It's a bit of a throwback to kind of ODIs in the good old days, you want to call them that, with kind of low scoring.
The first one was as well, and I've enjoyed it for that reason. Every run seems important, like has a high currency or a high value.
What about the 100, where they say every ball counts, John?
Well, what about the 100? We can absolutely talk about the 100.
The premier 100-ball tournament in the world, right?
The currency of the run. I don't know if you guys subscribe to King Cricket, but he's always talking about the currency of the run, because it does change match by match. You know, high scoring encounter, as this is, it's like the currency of the wicket, as this is cut away to points by Harry Brook, who moves to 40. In a T20 competition, a wicket doesn't have the same value as it does in a test match, say. And the same is with a high scoring ODI. A run doesn't have the same value as it does in a low scoring encounter. And these 2 matches that we brought to listeners on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel have been low scoring affairs, and it's just kept interest throughout. And Sri Lanka nip out 1 more. Wide delivery from Welalage, and it's his last over as well, and Jos Buttler perhaps a touch late to this, but he'll take a single to backward point.
Just a word on Welalage, because he's considered the kind of coming superstar in Sri Lankan cricket. I think he's got as many Instagram subscribers as anyone else in the Sri Lanka team very quickly.
This is a touch straighter and driven with a very straight bat. And on drive, easing forward, is Harry Brook. He moves to 41. 35 needed from 51 deliveries in England to win this second ODI.
And I know the management have high hopes and expectations for him. And I think people are a little bit surprised he hasn't played more franchise cricket.
Much more flight this time, and Joss Butler can't get this ball past mid-wicket. Decent diving stop, and that keeps Butler on strike with 2 balls remaining of Malolagay's final over. He's gone for 49 and he's in now, and this is pushed just in front of point, through vacant point, and deep point comes in from the boundary. Butler moves to 5. England 186 for 4. They need 34 from 49.
Malolagay's bowled beautifully here. I just wonder whether they'll go back to Fernando for the next over. I still think the hardest bowlers to face are spinners.
Last ball of the over for Malolagay, and that's his 10 overs done. 4 runs coming from it. 0 for 50 from his 10. He's deserved a wicket, or certainly bowled well enough to have got a wicket. The vast majority of his overs have been bowled at Joe Root, at Harry Brook, but he walks off, puts his cap on. Good fielder as well, so maybe his participation will continue. Maybe a big moment for him, but he didn't take a wicket today, and it leaves England leading 34 from 48 deliveries. 8 overs remaining. Harry Brook is 41 not out, and Joss Butler is 5 not out. England need 220 to win the match. They're 186 for 4 here on TalkSport 2.
It does look like it's going to be a bowling change. Fernando coming in. So Mark was asking for a seamer to come in and change the game a bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scorecard. I think they've got to get a over from a seamer, which I think will be this one, and then they can go spin for the rest.
Fan to say.
Oh.
Cameron's just picked up Chris Millard from the Barmy Army there. I think we were talking about Sheffield Wednesday earlier today. I think he might support them. It's managing director of the Barmy Army. He just fires the ball back, not Chris Millard, but fielder in the deep. Brook 41, Butler 6, 33 needed for 47 deliveries. 6 wickets in hand, England 187 for 4 as Van der Sey comes in, and this is just not big turn, just a touch of turn away from the right-handed Brook, and he'll take another single. I think our scorer Gary Morgan's a Sheffield Wednesday fan as well, so he wasn't very happy with Macca kind of tying them a bit earlier today. One of the big clubs in football, one of the originals, I think. Weren't they one of the original 12 or 14? There's a shot at the stumps at the striker's end.
Was that not Sheffield FC, the third club?
No, they are the original side, aren't they? Aren't they the first professional club? But I think Sheffield Wednesday might be one of the founding members. I'm not sure. We'll talk about that a bit later maybe. Gary will tell us. Quickly taken single there. So Brook facing, he's 42 and in need of some runs. This would be excellent for him to be able to walk out and speak with Harmy after this match and reflect on a win. Oh, have I given him the curse? I have! Oh, Harry Brook, what have I done? Van der Sey is at the wrong end. Harry Brook on the sweep, he's been hit in front and he's not going to review this. He's got to trudge off with 42. LBW Van der Sey, and England lose their 5th wicket, and that means 2 new batters will be at the crease to hopefully see them home. England 189 for 5 now, needing 220. I'm just going to walk off. Mark Machado.
John, keep going. Please keep going. Tell us something wonderful about the next batter coming in.
You can see why he walked off as well. There's absolutely no point reviewing that.
Wrong in from Van der Sey. Beautiful delivery, and Harry Brook knew straight away as soon as it struck him on the shin. Lovely bowling from Van der Sey, and you must say he has deserved that. He's beaten the bat plenty of times today. Harry Brook's bat he's beaten a lot as well. Could this be game on as Will Jacks strides to the crease? Very handy number 7 to have when you need 30 runs to win. 31 runs to win, shall I say.
Considering this deck, what are you telling a new batter coming in? 31 or 44. You've got a bit of time. You don't need to get ahead of the run rate, as it were. Take your time, set yourself, chase it down.
Probably just strong shots. Hit along the ground hard, get your ones. They drop it. I'd say probably get through Van der Sey's over. He's only got 1.2 overs left, and I'd imagine the other bowlers will be spinning into. Well, the off spinners will be spinning into the right-handed Jacks. And it'll be much easier to pick them off to get to that 219.
Big shout out to Georgie Heath, who's making her way back from Australia. She's listening from Bengaluru Airport on a 5-hour stopover. Georgie, why are you coming back? You seem to have had the best time ever in Australia. I guess all good things have to come to an end. She'll be back out there.
I don't think she's coming back. I think she's going to India.
Well, maybe she's got. Well, maybe she'll just stop over, but in an internal flight. Yeah, she does work a lot in India, so maybe she's just earning some coin before heading back to Australia. First ball from Jackson. He's trying to target extra cover, and he kind of scuffs it straight past the bowler. He dives to his right, can't field. So Jackson's off the mark first ball. Thanks for dropping us a line though, Georgie. Let me know if you're in the country. I need someone to cover next Sunday's T20. Sam Ellard's busy. 30 needed from 43 with Will Jacks, who should have played that first ODI if he hadn't picked up a little bug. And Joss Butler, who just takes a quick single and... oh my day. Well, Will Jacks has scampered the single, and the throw has been hurled at the ball. The ball has been hurled at the wicket, rather, from quite close in. And Jacks has tried to get out of the way, and he's essentially tried to hurdle it, Colin Jackson style. And it looked at first glance like he had just worn it where you don't want to wear a cricket ball, but he seems to be indicating actually hit the bat, not the you-know-what. So anyway, full confirmation of that. Let's head over to the Premier Asset, where Steve Harmison and Roshan Abhisinger are ready and set to pick up commentary.
Thank you, John. Yes, it's 29 runs or 42 balls is what England require. And Sri Lanka, a bit of a resurgence. They've got 5 wickets. And they got relatively 2 new batters in Butler on 8 of 8 and Jacks 1 of 1. Still England, very much the favourites. 29 of 42 balls is not frightening, but there's still a bit of cricket left. As here comes Fernando. Right arm over the wicket. And bowls on the leg stump to Butler, who finds the man at short mid wicket. Now this is a very interesting stage, and is this what England looks for in terms of batting depth when they pick their 11?
Yeah, they're looking for the batting depth is numbers sort of 8 and 9. I think still looking at Will Jacks as a proper batter. I think they're picking the 2 seam bowling all-rounders, for the short burst of overs that they get at the start and possibly the end, but also Sam Curran and Jamie Overton, numbers 8 and number 9. They're handy to have, as we've seen the other night with Jamie Overton.
Here comes Fernando and bowls the ball on the leg stump, and that is flying at short mid wicket, and it will go away for 4. That's Butler. Flicked it in the air. That was Van der Sar, who went for it. He was horizontal. Well, Sri Lanka will be hoping that those type of shots will stick somewhere, but it didn't. It went away for 4.
Very close, very, very close to Van der Sar at mid-wicket. Joss Butler just advancing out of his crease. Can't really see, I'm not seeing the replay how close it got. It went like a bullet to the boundary. Just relieving the pressure that England have been put under in the last sort of 15-20 minutes with the wicket of Root and the wicket of Brook. If you want somebody cool and calm, who's been here many, many times before, I think if you didn't choose Joe Root, you'd definitely choose Joss Butler.
Fernando bowls, finds the man at short mid wicket, and that is once more Van der Sar. Now Fernando's got a field that's well spread out. He's got a man at backward square leg, a man at fine leg, a long on. He's got Van der Sar saving 1 at mid wicket. Mid off, he's not out on the boundary, but instead it's just inside the 30-yard circle, short extra cover. Man on the point boundary, cover saves 1, third on the boundary. Asith Fernando has a very longish run, almost at the edge of the 30 yards.
He's not in any hurry, is he?
He's not at all in a hurry. He's taking his time. Bowling under pressure, runs in. Throws the ball a full length and over the top of extra cover. Butler makes it look easy. He gets another boundary. England are marching towards the target now. They're 199 for 5. And the thing about Josh Butler is the way he bats. He looks so cool, doesn't he?
He does that, Roshan. And I mean, I said yesterday Scott Taylor did a podcast on the beach yesterday, and I commented on how I didn't think Josh Butler looked as he was enjoying that first one-day international on Thursday. His body line, I don't think he was in any sort of a good fettle. He's come out today in fine fettle, clipping through mid-wicket. That one there over the top of extra cover. Yes, they were both in the air, but he's timed them absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they've got England closer by 8 runs. They need 21 more of 38 balls. As Fernando runs in, Butler gets a ball on a full length, almost a Yorker. Digs it out, plays it down to long on for a single. England 200. Now that's a milestone, or that's a little target that they'll be setting themselves. Okay, get to 200. So they'll always break it down to little targets.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been breaking it down in tens as they're going, and it was a good bit of bowling from Fernando, because he's just changed his pace. He's bowled that knuckle ball, which has held it back a touch. Josh Butler's got into position, and then just at the last minute, I think he had just got his sort of feet and hands in the wrong position. Then all of a sudden he just adjusted slightly and waited, and then checked the drive to get it over the top of extra cover. Was in the air, it was just above his head, but comfortable boundary.
Fernando comes in. Wait is the call as it's Jacks just comes forward and pushes on the offside to Lienege at cover. So Fernando ends the 44th over with England needing 20 of the last 6. The 200 for 5. Just to remind you, you're listening to TalkSport 2 and you're also watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
An expensive over from Fernando. 9 off the over. Great over for England in number. But you come away from that over thinking, I wasn't far away, you come away thinking, do you know what, I wasn't far away there. The clip through mid-wicket was aerial. That could have easily gone to hand. The one over the top of extra cover, the slower ball was executed perfectly in the right area. That could have gone to hand. And the Yorker at the end there just sort of dug out by Josh Butler. So as an over has gone for 9 and it's expensive, it wasn't badly bowled.
Van der Sar continues. This is his last over. Bowls to Butler, who has plenty of time. Josh Butler just waits, just back of a length, punches it firmly on the offside to the man at short extra cover. Van der Sar off a few steps, tosses it up, and Butler finds the gap over mid-wicket. Should find the boundary. He does, and England are down to 16 runs. So that is very, very easily and nicely played.
Yeah, very good again from Josh Butler, throwing a bit fuller above the eye line, giving it a bit of air. Josh Butler is clipping it through mid-wicket.
Beautifully done. That's tossed up and Butler drives. They're starting to make things look easy. 15 runs now needed. Right, with 15 runs needed, let's join John Newman as England close in on that victory that they've been looking for a very, very long time.
Thank you, Roshan. Andrew's going to nip in for the last few before John brings you following on. 15 needed from 33 balls. England 205 for 5. Butler 22 from 16. Will Jacks a single from the 2 balls he's faced, and he will be the man on strike. Facing Van der Sar. Van der Sar got the leg break, takes him on the back leg. There has to have been an inside edge on that. Otherwise, I can't see why they're not screaming and shouting, wanting a review, as that's given not out.
Yeah, it was a very, very good delivery there. He's only got a couple left, doesn't he? So he's searching now, but not far away. Still a lot of batters to come for England, of course. It'd have to be a flurry.
Van der Sar 2 for 45 as he bowls another ball that grips and spits, and Jacks chest onto the bowler, just plays it with his bat almost at a 45 degree and drops it down in front of him. Van der Sar is still looking problematic every single ball.
Yeah, that one before was the wrong end. He didn't pick it.
Final ball is turned around the corner in the air by Jax. Wow, every ball's an event at the moment. Van der Sey finishes 2 for 45 from his 10 overs. It's 205 for 5. So 15 runs are needed from 30 balls. But Van der Sey, Mark Machado, as a Sri Lankan supporter and a fan of Sri Lankan cricket, Van der Sey really has bowled well in this series.
He's an absolute handful when he gets going, and he's been going today and 2 days ago as well. He's 35. He hasn't played a huge amount of cricket for Sri Lanka, probably because he's unlucky that there's a couple of other players who've always been slightly ahead of the pecking order for him. But when he gets a chance, he never wastes it. He's got big wickets. He's a couple of years ago he tore through India's top order. He'll be one of those players coming into it, I'm sure the England team would have talked about a lot, and he's shown everyone why.
He's bowled much better than his figures in both these games so far. He could have ended up with 6 or 7 wickets by now. Those last 2 wrong ends, Will Jax didn't pick either of those. He was lucky to get an inside edge on the last one, and the other one was sliding down leg side, which probably saved him as well.
Right, this is an interesting call. Over 46, Ratnayaka's into the bowling for the first time in the series to bowl his spin. Butler is deep in the crease, punching out on the offside, and there's no run. It's an interesting call.
Yeah, so there's a whole culture of part-time bowlers doing magic bits.
Ratnayaka is in. Just Butler yanks this one into the leg side. Will be one. And take a second for the arm for the return in. So 2 to Butler. He goes to 24. It's 207 for 5.
I wonder if they've got a data point about a various matchup here about Butler and one of Ratnayaka's variations or something.
It's certainly a call from somewhere. Full loopy leg break. Square driven by Butler. Out to deep point. Single only. 12 needed from 27's the equation.
I would assume it is that Will Jax just played the leg spin really badly in the last over, and they're like,
"Quick, who've we got?
He bowls leg spin."
7th bowler used by Sri Lanka. England used 8 earlier. Pretty much everyone's getting a go today. Ratnayaka comes in. That's a loopy leg break, and Jax takes that on the full. Slaps it straight all along the floor to long off, where Mishara will do the fielding. Single taken, 11 needed from 26 balls for England to win the second ODI.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Gary can bring up what the most amount of bowlers in ODI ever has been.
Jos Buttler waits deep as Ratnayaka is outside of off stump. Again, hit to deep point, and they will come back for a second on this occasion. So that is now 6 from the over in 5 deliveries. England need 9 from 25.
What he needed to bowl here as an inexperienced leg spinner was the ball that gets Jos Buttler off strike.
Ratnayaka is in. Jos Buttler takes him on, back over his head, long enough for 6. England are now 1 blow away from winning the match and levelling the series. Jos Buttler has gone to 33 from 21. The Ratnayaka experiment has not worked. 1 over has cost 12. England need 3 from 24 balls.
Yeah, there's some revolutions on the ball. It's not the worst leg spinner we've ever seen. I think it was 1 full toss in there, but it wasn't half trackers or anything. But it also did not look threatening and was not going to Jos Buttler. What he had to be told by his captain was bowl faster balls, even out of the front of your hand at the pads of Buttler. See if he can flick a single away, and then bowl your part-time to the new batter in Will Jax. Instead, when Will Jax was on strike, he gave him a full toss to get off strike.
Wasn't the Ratnayaka experiment a prog band in the 70s?
They're very good. Very good.
Good second album, as I remember. Right, this is interesting. We're going to seam.
I'm not surprised, because when that ball went out to the boundary a couple of minutes ago, Dhananjaya threw it into the ground 4 times before it got to the keeper, and I was thinking to myself, that can only be for a reverse swing. There is no reason to dribble the ball in. So I think, and I saw it earlier, when they got the Joe Root wicket, but not long before then they'd started throwing it into the ground again. Well done on the umpires for not noticing.
So it's Pramod Madishan who's going to try and get it hooping around. he will be bowling to Will Jacks. England need 3 from 24 balls to win this game. In goes Pramod, down the leg side. Jacks turns it into the leg side. Fielder at long leg, sliding tackles it, keeps it in front of him, and will keep it on the dance floor. It is just a couple. Therefore, the scores are level at 219, one more for England to win.
Never seen a fielder disappointed to save a run.
Oh no, hang on. You can hear it. Someone's pressed the button on a couple of the fireworks. A couple have just gone off.
He was like, oh, I fumbled that. Will they run a third? No.
Go on, lads. I'll go slowly after it. Right, scores are level. 23 balls to get a run. And it's Will Jacks on strike. Pramod Madhushan is on his way. Bowls right arm over, and Will Jacks will play with the minimum of fuss all along the floor through wide long on. It is away for 4, and England win this second one-day international by 5 wickets. They were set 220 to win. They've reached 223 for 5. 46 overs and 2 balls. Butler has finished 33 not out. Jacks has finished 8 not out. And as I said, the series is level. Mark Machado, your thoughts as we reach the end of that?
From a Sri Lankan perspective, slightly disappointed with a lot of the performance today. Sri Lanka have an issue. If the top 3 don't score runs, they don't win. That's what happened today. From an England perspective, I thought they showed a lot of grit, heart and determination. There was points when you thought this game might be drifting away from them, or they lost the wicket at that moment. It was, they let Sri Lanka right back into it. That did not happen today. Sri Lanka, Colombo, this pitch, this turning deck, it's a difficult place to come and play cricket if you're not used to it. They had a difficult time 2 days ago, and they came back and got the win. I don't think you can underestimate that.
So, top scorer today for England once again, Joe Root, making 75 from 90. Harry Brook chipped in with 42 from 75. Just Butler, 33 not out from 21. Will Jacks, 8 not out at the end. It was interesting how the pitch in this one played so differently to Thursday's, despite being about 6 foot away from the previous one, but it gave us a very different type of game, which, again, we keep making this point, we're only 10 days or so away from the start of a World Cup competition, so actually having different conditions within the space of this series is actually helpful for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I know England need to get some wins here for kind of future World Cup qualification, but I still think if you're playing this series, your main you just won't be not thinking about that World Cup in a few days. In that, you know, part of it will be played in the stadium in similar conditions around South Asia. A lot of it's acclimatisation, right? If you're England, right, you might have wanted to win that first match, but 1-1 going into the third game, there's a bit of jeopardy on that now. These games have been today, okay, maybe not quite as tight, but they're interesting. There's a lot of lessons for both sides so far. I'm interested to see what pitch we end up playing on in the third ODI.
Yeah, very good point there. From an England point of view, at least they end that record of not being able to win away from home, which, I mean, that's a monkey they did not need on their back, so they'll be really pleased to get shot of that.
Yeah, well, as I've said throughout this match, Sri Lanka is a very hospitable place, and if you've got a problem with your cricket team, come and see Dr. Lanka, and they might help you out, which is what happened today.
Where do you think England were better today, or did they just do everything a little bit? Was there one specific area, do we think, that has seen them been able to see this through?
For me, the difference today was probably Ben Duckett and Joe Root. Joe Root, 75, basically took that game away from England. He was gutted that he wasn't able to see it through. Sri Lanka just got him out too late. Sri Lanka, for me, this 11 lacks a little bit of star power. Maybe they've got to rest players, and there's bigger prizes coming down that they've got to be fighting for, and that's cool. I'm not having a go with it. On top of that, I think this England side is just a little bit more experienced as well, and that came through today.
By the way, I don't think it'll be a surprise to anyone if Joe Root gets a call to attend Ranjan Majugale's office at the end of this game, because the match referee, I think, may want a quiet word with him as he went off giving out LBW. It went to the third umpire as well, but Joe Root did not look a happy camper as he made his way off of the playing surface at the end of this particular game. But from an England point of view, at least they're on the winning side. That is all that matters.